Chapter 14. 2 weeks by and Rossin never spoke to him. What made it worse was that in every other way, Evan's life at the hospital was unchanged. His environment and surroundings refused to acknowledge his sorrow. Sleep was his only retreat, and he found that he was spending more and more time off duty in his bunk. Even the brief rush of vigour that he felt from being filmed at the hotel now seemed silly and trivial. He'd seen Rossin 9 times since the night of the battle. The first 2 had been the following Wednesday when he'd started back on his 2 to 10s. He'd been talking to Manon by the front desk when she'd walked in through the door, and straight past him as if he wasn't there. The second time had been later that afternoon. He'd been on Lister ward moving a patient, and she'd have been sitting at the nurse's station changing the batteries on a bleep. There had been 7 other instances, but none of them had been quite as bad as the most recent. It had been 9 p.m, and he was walking along a quiet, empty corridor. His stomach knotted as he saw Rossin appear at the far end and walk towards him. There was no one else about, so surely she would at least greet him. She got closer. Evan prayed, waiting for their eyes to meet, a smile to break out on her face, and for her to wish him a cheery "Nosway da." But as she approached, her gaze remained straight ahead, and her face impassive. Her pace never altered. He turned and watched as she strolled on without looking back. As far as she was concerned, he could have been the Invisible Man. Now there's no one else here except you and me. Are you going to tell me what's wrong? Warren had come into the hut while Evan was in bed. What makes you think there's anything wrong? Come on, lad, don't play games. I'm fine, just a little tired, that's all. Evan. He sat down on the bunk beside him, tugging the sheets hard over Evan's knees. I know you better than that. This happened before, remember? I stood by and watched as you slowly broke down. I was so preoccupied with my own petty worries that I didn't notice or care about your agony. I'll never forgive myself for Cardiff, Evan, and I promised that I'd never let you down like that again. He paused. There's a wee rumour going round that you've made a friend while you're on surveillance. It's young Rossin, isn't it? A lovely lass. I can hardly blame you. What's the big deal? There's nothing wrong with having a friend, is there? No, but personal relationships of any kind are to be avoided in your sort of work. Evan sighed. Warren, I'm a human being. If my kind of work means I have to become a machine, then I can't do it. He paused. Why do people keep going for me? Surely I'm not the only one who wants to make friends. No, Evan, of course not, but what about the boss? Can he honestly say he's never had feelings for anyone outside the zone the whole time he's been in Wales? What about the director himself? What about you? Me? He laughed. Get away. I'm a lifelong bachelor, you know that. Evan sat up. Yes, but there must have been a girl in your life at one time. Warren shrugged. Come on, Warren. Tell me about when you fell in love. Warren didn't reply. Come on, Warren, tell me. I can't, mate. He shrugged. I've never been in love. Evan hesitated, thinking for a moment that the big team leader was joking. What? It's true I've had quite a few girlfriends, that no one I'd call special. I don't mind really. I've never felt the need to have a wife, or even a serious partner. But Warren, everyone falls in love. Not me. What about that girl you asked out at school? Remember telling me about her? What, Julie? I wasn't in love with her. I just thought she had nice tits. Evan snorted incredulously. You mean to tell me you've never looked at anyone and felt your heart go pitter-pat? Never. Some people don't, you know. He frowned. Am I to take it from all this that Rossin makes your heart go pitter-pat? He said nothing. She does, doesn't she? Evan turned over in his bed. Warren, I want to go to sleep. Could you please go now? The team leader sighed. Very well, Evan, but don't forget. Day or night. 24 hours, Monday to Sunday, my door is open. You can tell me anything. Absolutely anything. He left the hut. Today was the day. Evan praised his luck as he carried his 3rd pint out onto the terrace of Saudi. Of all the days it could have been, it had fallen on his Thursday off. He smiled to himself and looked casually down onto the grassy riverbank dotted with sunbathers lying on towels. He was nicely shaded by the canopy and felt comfortable. The excitement of what was going to happen had been thrilling him for the past week. In 1 hour his waiting would be over. He sipped his cider at a leisurely pace, timing it so that his glass would be empty by 2:30. Then he left and headed for the old base. He got there at 5:03 and went up the stairs to the long, low-ceilinged mess. Everyone else was out on the terrace enjoying the warm weather, so Evan had the TV to himself. He sat on a beanbag in the corner and switched it on, selecting Terror TV. Roland Cooper's city time was 8 hours ahead of British summertime, so the clock in the corner of the screen said 2 minutes to 11 p.m. It was about to start. The programme begins with a scene outside a hospital, A&E department. An ambulance pulls up. A pair of paramedics lift a patient on a stretcher out of the back and wheel them in through the sliding doors, where they are met by a doctor and nurse. The scene changes to a resus room where the patient is slid onto a trolley. The casualty crew begin checking his observations and getting monitors and drip lines set up. Lisa Dominski's narration begins, drowning out the background noises. This scenario could be going on right now, anywhere in the universe. In countless hospitals, on countless worlds, expert and dedicated people are at work around the clock, saving lives, easing pain, and curing illness. We have our everyday lives and the constant reassurance. We live our everyday lives with the constant reassurance that if we fall sick or have an accident, one quick phone call will bring us help. It's something we take for granted. We know that as long as doctors, nurses, and other clinically qualified professionals are there to help us, they will. Cut. The picture changes to a montage of shots. A porter pushing a wheelchair, a cleaner wiping a sink, a scene in a kitchen with cooks fussing over a stove, a refuse porter loading plastic bags onto a pallet, and a linen room lady folding sheets. What few of us appreciate is that a hospital doesn't only consist of doctors and nurses. In fact, they are just one part of an enormous complex machine. The porters, domestics, catering packet garbage, and linen reprocessing staff, to name but a few, are the other parts of this machine. Without them, the hospital would work no better than a car engine with no crankshaft or pistons. But unfortunately, as Around the World can reveal tonight, in some hospitals, that is exactly what is happening. Cut. The picture changes to show a large middle-aged man with a suit. A caption gives his name as Derek Willis, AHCWU, Welsh Divisional Secretary. He speaks passionately in his broad Cardiff accent. It's the most irresponsible and most destructive and the most outrageous piece of legislation that has ever been implemented. Because of it, the health service in Wales is crumbling. The professions and livelihoods of our members are being eroded, and ultimately the real victims will be the patients. The picture changes to an elderly woman with white hair and thick glasses called Megan Jones, former patient, Brecon Brancard Medical Centre. What was the ward like? What was the ward you were staying on like? Asked Dominski's voice in the background. Disgusting, Megan Jones replies. That's the only word for it. The floors were grimy. The cutlery wasn't properly cleaned and tasted of washing up liquid. My bed and gown weren't changed once. I was there for 2 weeks. I had contact dermatitis and had gone septic. The excretion from my store stained my bed sheets, but they couldn't give me any new ones because of a shortage of clean linen. The smell was making me sick, but there was nothing anyone could do about it. What were the portering and domestic staff like? Drunk most of the time, and even the sober ones were sloppy and sulky. Dinner was always cold if you got any at all, and they used to spill half of it while they were serving me. Some of the cooks were so dirty and smelly that I didn't feel like eating something that they'd had their hands on. The porters used to wheel me around without speaking to me, as if I was a piece of baggage, and they used to push the wheelchair too fast and kept crashing me into things. Cut. The next scene is of a sunlit city street. Lisa Dominski is facing the camera. In the background is a modern concrete and glass skyscraper. Behind me is the headquarters of the British Health Organisation in London, England, the governing body of every health authority, hospital and doctor's surgery in England, Scotland and Wales. In 1997, a project group was set up to find ways, led by Professor Stephen Blakehope. The picture flicks to a still colour photograph of a sour-faced elderly man in a dark suit, walking swiftly along a street accompanied by other government types and several senior zone men in uniform. Professor Blakehope has been a civil administration scientist with the British Department of Energy before getting a seat on the executive committee of the BHO at the end of '95. He carried his own personal investigation into hospital operations and concluded in January '97 that they were wasteful, extravagant. The scene once again shows Dominski outside the BHO building. Blakehope decreed that the cause of hospitals' inflated budgets was over-expensive ancillary services, and they were targeted for cuts and massive resources were prioritised. Medical, nursing and other clinical services were given a much larger share of the cash, whereas Blakehope drew up an importance spectrum, a graph of all the different kinds of hospital professions arranged and classified according to, as he saw it, how vital they were. At the top were nurses and doctors, at the bottom were portering and domestic services. The Blakehope strategy was drawn up as an assembly bill and was rejected by the Civil House, and votes in the Zone House were tied, so the issue was passed on to the High Governor of Britain, who approved it. Once given the go-ahead, the BHO decided to execute the plan only in Wales as a trial. The first wave was in August '99, during which a third of all Welsh hospitals signed up. The second wave is due to take place in 2 months' time. Over 3/4 of the remaining hospitals are in Wales. Reports are filtering out from the Blakehope hospitals. Stories about unsanitary levels of cleanliness, inept treatment and dangerous practices. We asked Professor Blakehope for an interview, but he refused. The BHO executive also declined, but he did release this statement. Quote, "The British Health Organisation decided to implement the Blakehope strategy in the interest of smooth, cost-effective running of our hospitals. Since its investiture, it's been a great success. The enrolled Welsh hospitals are achieving standards of care way ahead of the others. More patients are being treated. They are being treated more quickly and at a lower cost. There are also more doctors and nurses per patient than anywhere else in the Tri-Nation. The Blakehope strategy is the will of the glorious Roland Cooper." The picture changes back to the interview with Megan Jones. "What do you say to those who tell you the quality of care at the Brecon Brancard Medical Centre has improved?" asked Dominski. The old woman became angry. "I say to them, try lying on my bed for a fortnight. Try going through what I had to put up with. They haven't a clue in hell, not a clue." Cut. The following picture is of a valley with steep hills on either side, at the bottom of which a town is dominated by a square white multi-round. The weather is bright and a strong wind ripples her skirt and blouse. This is Llangeri General Hospital, one of the first in Wales to implement the Blakehope strategy. It has become a showpiece for the new ideal, receiving high praise from the Welsh Health Department, and resident BHO officials alike. In a press statement to Gwirionedd, the Welsh news agency, the hospital director Lineker said how proud he was to be in charge of such a prodigious flagship to the movement, abolishing squander and waste in the health service. He flatly refused us permission to interview one of his ancillary staff, telling us that it would be a breach of their code of confidentiality. We nevertheless approached one of the hospital's porters independently, and he has agreed to give us an interview, an act of great courage, as it will no doubt lead to disciplinary and legal proceedings against him. Tonight, exclusively on Around the World, you are about to hear someone telling you about the effects of the Blakehope strategy from the point of view of someone on the inside. Cut. The next picture is of a slim, wide-eyed young man in a t-shirt. The caption says, "Evan Hughes, Llangeri General Hospital porter." "How long have you been in portering?" asked Dominski. 6 years, he replies. His accent has the tiniest touch of Welsh, but until recently I worked in English hospitals where the Blakehope strategy hasn't been implemented yet. How did those English hospitals compare to your present employment?" "Like water and wine," Hughes shakes his head. "When I started in portering over there, I joined a noble profession with a real esprit de corps. It was a real joy to be a part of it. The other porters had years of experience and were proud to wear the uniform. The service we were providing them, it wasn't a job, it was a way of life." "Were you well trained?" "Oh yes, I was sent on an intensive 5-day course. Before that I wasn't allowed to so much as touch a patient. I was taught lifting, health and safety, infection control, security. The whole job was a learning process, and you knew that you could always fall back on your senior." "Is that senior porter?" "Yes, you had to do at least 10 years in portering and pass a tough interview to gain the position. It was a great honour." "Was discipline strict?" Very. If you were rostered on a certain time, it was your duty to turn up to work. If you got drunk on duty or were violent at all, you were sacked on the spot. If you weren't wearing the proper uniform, you were sent home to change. High standards of service were a priority. Did you like your bosses? Evan Hughes smiles. Liked and deeply respected. As I said, they were strict, but they were also fair. In those days, head porters were men who had risen through the grades after a lifetime of the profession. They knew what they were doing and they did it well. But this service you've just described must have been very expensive. Surely all that money would benefit the patients more if it was spent on essential medical services. But portering is an essential medical service, replies Hughes. We work alongside the doctors and nurses, helping them to save lives. Without us, the hospital couldn't function. What we had at Malcolm Soames Memorial and Langham Pond General was a value for money service. You get what you pay for in this game. If you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. How would you describe the situation at your current Blake Hope enrolled hospital? He snorts. Monkeys. There's no selection or training of new staff, no discipline, low pay and poor morale. Don't the porters there object? No, they couldn't care less. They're all just casual workers, mostly students who want to earn a bit of pocket money during their holidays, or stopgap workers looking forward to the next job. Fuss about paying conditions if you're only going to be there for 6 months. How does this affect the other staff and patients? They're the ones who suffer the most. Their own jobs are hard enough without having to put up with a cheap, nasty service that the porters provide here. A nursing auxiliary we spoke to told us she is forced to do cleaning and portering jobs herself to make up for the lack of a decent ancillary service. Yes, Hughes nods emphatically. That's true. That's very true. My so-called senior porter has only been there 2 months longer than me. He knows nothing about the job. The other porters are lazy and have a diabolical attitude. Our portering manager is just some business college upstart who spends all his time in his office making policy about a department he doesn't give two hoots about. What message would you like to give to your hospital director and the BHO? Scrap the Blake Hope strategy, he shrugs. I beg them, scrap it. Evan watched a bit more of the programme, checking the clock and wondering how long it would take. On the screen, Lisa Dominski was doing one of her ambush interviews, for which she was most renowned. She was chasing Stephen Blake Hope down the street, shouting questions at him while a cameraman followed her. Blake Hope was running away, yelling over his shoulder, I told you, no comment. The phone started ringing in the mess. Evan picked it up. Hello, boss, he said straight away. Evan, roared a furious Crystal. My office, now! He slammed the phone down with an ear-splitting bang. Evan arrived. Evan smiled and looked at the clock. 15 minutes, 51 seconds since the start of my interview, he said aloud to himself. Not bad, boss. Warren was already there. Attention! He bellowed as Evan entered the room. This was going to be a formal hearing. He was stood at ease while Crystal, without a word, touched a button on his desk console. A blind rolled down over the window, and his wall screen lit up. It played a recording of what he'd been watching just been watching. The half hour he'd spent in the hotel room had been edited down to 11 minutes. At the end of the segment, Crystal paused the recording and gazed up at the senior specialist. Well, he barked, what have you got to say for yourself? Nothing, boss, replied Evan woodenly. Nothing? Are you trying to deny that is you? No, boss, that's me, all right. What the hell do you think you're playing at? Lisa Dominski personally asked me to assist her with her investigation into the Blake Hope strategy. I believed what she was doing deserved my support, so I gave it to her. Crystal's eyes grew wide. What are you, Evan? Sorry, boss? What is your capacity in Roland Cooper Society? I'm Evan Hughes. Your senior specialist, Evan Hughes, he roared, standing up and leaning over his desk, propped up by his outstretched arms resting on his knuckles. Warren stood to one side, eyes uncommitted, steadfast in his role of sergeant-at-arms. You're a zone man of Roland Cooper. That's your job, your life, and your purpose. You were ordered to go undercover in Llangery General, to blend in, to maintain a low profile. Doing interviews on primetime television is not blending in. He stood up straight and took a deep breath. His eyes were glazed, his teeth clenched, his face was like hot coal. Why, for God's sake, Evan, why? You've been doing such good work. You even hold the PC. Why? Evan cleared his throat. You told me that I'm a zoneman of Roland Cooper. Well, I accept that, boss, but I'm also a human being. I have feelings. I can't just stand by and watch when I witness such a blatantly foolish and corrupt policy as the Blake Hope strategy being implemented. Foolish and corrupt? It was a policy approved by the High Governor of Britain and the Governor of Wales. They are persons who represent the will of Roland Cooper. When you criticise the Blake Hope strategy, you are criticising Roland Cooper. That is tantamount to sedition. The team commander looked away for a second, then sat down. When he next spoke, his voice was calmer and more reasonable. Evan, you hold the Paris Cross, a medal that represents an act of pure will, carried out under difficult circumstances. You wear it as an example to other zone men. It is not your place to choose what is right and what is wrong. Your duty is to the glorious one and no one else. In that case, boss, said Evan, I request that I be stripped of my PC. Why do you say that? Because I don't deserve to wear it and should never have been awarded it. When I evacuated that school, I wanted to save those children. I didn't give a toss about the glorious one or how to foil his enemies. I did it for those kids' lives and for no other reason. I'm no servant of Roland Cooper. I just love children and I love hospitals, and that's why I did that program. Crystal said nothing. Well, boss, aren't you going to have me arrested and executed for insulting Roland Cooper? He and Warren exchanged glances. No, Evan. He was silent again for half a minute. All right, Evan, you can go now. Dismissed. Evan saluted and left the office, feeling both relieved and disappointed. Hi, boss. Evening, Warren. You don't sound too happy. What can I get you? Double scotch, please. I need it. Pleasant afternoon. Are you taking the piss? I've just come off the phone to the home. I've been trying to explain the situation to the director. Before that, I had an ear bashing from Raymond Wigg. He just had an ear bashing from Vernon Lineker, which he passed on to me. I tell you, Warren, my left ear is numb. Is it bad? Yes, Warren, it's very bad. Lineker is furious and wants Evan sacked. Wigg is shitting his pants. He says that if we don't extract Evan from his emplacement, he'll be forced to tell Lineker the truth. Oh, fuck. My thoughts exactly. I mean, what do we do if Billy Temple still insists on keeping him in there? Damn that kid. Damn that kid. Damn him. It's just not fair. Why do I have to end up commanding the team with all the problem characters? What did General Renslow say? Leaving out the swear words? Not a lot. This is exactly what Evan did just before we left Cardiff. Deja vu, eh, Warren? Bloody WL. They're a bunch of irresponsible bastards wandering around all over the place weeping about how low-staffed they are. So, of course, Kester buys their sob story and enlists an unvetted contractor. We can't even RTU him because he has no parent unit to return to. We can only cancel his contract and send him back to Civvy Street, loaded with enough dynamite to blow the business wide open, the little shite. I've had it up to here with him. Why does he have to keep sticking his nose into everything? Being on the translation team wasn't good enough, so he had to join 6D. Now that's not good enough, so he has to get his kicks from breaching security. I'm not sure that's quite fair, boss. What do you mean? Well, I'm quite close to young Evan, and I knew him in Lancan Pond, and I was with him when he entered the zone. I understand him better than anyone. How do you explain his behaviour, then? I think it's a cry for help. A what? It's something I've been pondering over since this afternoon. He's in pain, and this is the only way he can think of to tell us. He knew what he was doing must have been truly desperate. He knew what he was doing and must have been truly desperate. I thought he was over all that. You and Kester promised me. Well, it seems we were wrong, boss. Sorry. You know he's been getting friendly with a woman from the hospital, the one who recognised him that night. Aye, Rossin Hasty. She looked after me in intensive care. What's she like? Oh, I met her on the first day after Rog of Enderguide. Welsh-speaking, 40-ish, married with kids, lives in Nantmawr. Something of a maternal figure, eh? Oh, I don't know. Messing about with a married woman twice his age. I think it might have unhinged him a bit. You see, he had a rather rough time over a girl he knew in Lancan Pond. He's the kind of lad who gets knocked for six by things like that. Unhinged or knocked for six? He may be, but my concern is for the security of the business and the effectiveness of its operations. So what are we going to do, boss? Well, I have a feeling Billy Temple is going to stick to his plan and want Evan kept in Langary General, but that'll mean letting Lineker know who he really is, and I don't think that's acceptable. So do you go to the director and ask him to overrule old Terror? I've never heard of anyone overruling Billy Temple before, at least anyone who lived to tell the tale. So Evan stays at the hospital. What is it, boss? There's something you haven't told me, isn't there? Yes, Warren. It's what the director said. Well, when he finally became exhausted from his tirade of verbal abuse, he gave me some orders concerning our young specialist friend. What orders? As far as General Renslow's concerned, Evan is to be listed as a potential security risk. In other words, a leak waiting to happen. He's to be considered unsound of mind and therefore has had his top secret clearance withdrawn. But boss, he already has. Yes, Warren, I know. That's the quandary we're in. It's too late to remove his access to classified information. If he's already had the information, he's no longer cleared to be cleared for. He can no longer be cleared for. So the director has ordered that Evan be watched like a hawk. Whether he stays at Langary General or not is neither here nor there. He'll be under constant scrutiny, and the first sign that he may be about to reveal the knowledge he's acquired will be compelled to act. Oh God, Win Layton! Lock him up, a few mind drugs, there's some hypnosis, and after a few months he'll be let out as the perfect citizen, sane, stable and lobotomized. No. If Kester was running the show, I'm sure that's what would happen, but I'm afraid this comes straight from the director and he has other ideas. It's worse, isn't it? I'm afraid so, Warren. I'm sorry about this, and I know the kid has a special place in your heart, but the business is a black project. Its unmasking could be a detriment to the whole war effort. If he breaches security again, he's to be neutralized. I see. I'm sorry, Warren, it's the only way. Unless he keeps his mouth firmly shut from now on, Evan Hughes will have to be killed. Evan, how are you? Warren smiled as he entered the hut. Evan sat up in bed with a start. Hi, Warren. He waited for the team leader to say more, but his big friend just looked back with an exaggerated grin. I'm fine. Does the boss want to see me again? Oh, no, not at all. Surely he wants to question me again. He must do. No, there's no rush. After all, you're on 6 to 2 tomorrow, aren't you? 6 to 2? Aye, at the hospital. Evan said nothing for a few seconds. You mean I'm going back to the hospital tomorrow? I'm not going to be court-martialed? Of course not. Warren came closer. Evan, we know why you did that program. You're very distressed at the moment, aren't you? Me and the boss aren't ogres, you know. We don't just pour fire and brimstone down on people who break the rules. We want to help you. Please try to remember that. We're your friends. Evan lay back on his bunk. Right. Warren made 2 cups of cocoa and brought them over to Evan's bed. It's true that the powers that be took a very dim view of your little game, Evan, but the reason they're being lenient is because it's not as bad as it first appears. At no time, for instance, did you break your cover. You were interviewed on the television, but you were interviewed as Evan Hughes, the hospital porter, not Evan Hughes, the zone man. He nodded. I see. Warren's voice became urgent. Evan, promise me something. What? However low you get, however much you want us to notice you, please don't do it by letting secrets out about the zone. Will you? If you did, the headshed would come down on you like a ton of bricks, and the boss and I would be powerless to stop them. I won't? Won't you? No. Promise? Promise. Good lad. Warren ruffled his friend's hair. A phone call came through from the lodge at 11:05, and Gavin handed Evan the receiver. Evan, snapped Raymond Wigg, come to my office, please. The business college upstart would like a word with you. The portering manager was crouched antagonistically behind his desk as Evan opened the door. You're still here, I see, said Wigg disapprovingly. Apparently. Well, are you leaving us or not? Your Captain Crystal said he'd get back to me, and he hasn't. I'm not going to be messed around, Evan. I want to know exactly what's going on. I'm afraid I'm not sure myself yet, Mr. Wigg. Well, damn well find out, because if Mr. Lineker asks why you're still working here, I'll have to tell him your zone. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Evan tried his best to fashion a menacing voice. Wigg turned crimson. Don't you dare threaten me. I've already been made a laughingstock of the hospital because of what you did. I'll be damned if I'm going to be set up as a wimp who's too scared to sack a member of his own staff. I'll tell the hospital director the truth, with or without your Captain Crystal's approval. Do you hear me? Well, I'll pass that on to him. That's the most I can do. If I stay, then Lineker will find out, whether you tell him or not. That's Mr. Lineker to you. You'll show respect when you speak about senior members of staff. You might have the privilege of being a zone narc, but while you're in this hospital, you'll be treated like an ordinary porter and expected to behave like one. Right, so I'll pop down the pub and get drunk, shall I? Then I'll come back and fall asleep in the lodge. Wigg's scowl deepened and he continued in a lower voice. You think you're very clever, don't you, going on telly and dragging the name of this hospital through the dirt? You sat there and let Lisa Dominski say how brave you were, putting your job on the line so that the world could know the truth when you knew we couldn't touch you. You're a fraud. Maybe I am, but you're wrong about my motives. This hospital has dragged its own name through the dirt. I was given the opportunity to do something about it, so I did. It's not something I enjoyed. If you were really one of my porters, I'd make you very, very sorry. At that moment, the office door burst open and Denzil Morgan tore in. Mr. Wigg! He stopped in front of the desk, panting. His face was flushed. I want something done about that bitch! Calm down, Denzil, soothed his manager. I want something done now. If you don't do it, then I'm going to do it myself. He was trembling with rage. What's all this about? He turned and glared at Evan. I'd like to tell you in private. Of course, sneered Wigg, addressing Evan. It's all right, Judas was just leaving. As Evan shut the door, something in Denzil's voice made him hesitate. The porter was yelling loudly enough for Evan to hear his words outside the office. I've just had it up to here with that slag. She laid into me on Lister Ward, just like that, in front of everyone. Wigg said something that Evan couldn't hear. That auxiliary, Rossin Hasty, the one Evan was knocking off. Wigg's next sentence had the rising tone of a question. She reckons I broke a patient's plaster cast, but I didn't. She's always hated me, talking to me like I was dirt. Well, this time I'm going to fucking swing for her. Wigg spoke for quite a long time. I didn't, Mr. Wigg. I was just pushing the doors open with the foot of the bed. They fell back against his leg. He asked another question. No! Wigg spoke for about a minute. Evan pressed his ears to the panelling, but couldn't pick up what he was saying. Can I? Said Denzil in a lower voice. He sounded as if the portering manager had just said something that pleased him. Are you sure? Yes, said Wigg, and added something else inaudible. Right, I'll go and do it now. Evan heard footsteps approaching the door. He panicked and dived for the nearest cover, a canned drinks machine, which stood 10 feet or so from Wigg's office. The two men shuffled in the doorway. Don't go over the top, said Wigg. I want to put the wind up her a bit, not have her half murdered. No worries, Mr. Wigg, replied Denzil in a cocky voice. You know me. Precisely, that's why I'm warning you. I know you hate her, but you must restrain yourself, okay? A little slapping is what I have in mind, no broken bones, and no dirty stuff, you get me? Yes, Mr. Wigg, and thank you. Thank you, Denzil. I've got the strategy review coming up in September. The more troublemakers I can silence, the better. Well, that hasty bitch is one of the worst. She's always been against the changes you've made here. Well, I trust you'll teach her a lesson. Now, make sure there's no one around when you do it. I will. Let me know how you get on. See you later. Yeah, bye, Mr. Wigg. Evan heard the door close and footsteps head off down the corridor. He peeped from his hiding place and saw that Wigg had returned to his office, while Denzil was walking quickly along towards the lift bay, his fat legs pumping and his barrel body lolloping from side to side. Evan's heart pounded. He didn't know the background to the conversation he just overheard, but he understood the general gist. Rossin was in danger. He forgot about everything except warning her. It didn't matter if she wouldn't speak to him. All she had to do was listen. He waited until Denzil had passed out of sight, then he ran down the corridor to catch him up. The lift doors just closed as he reached the bay. The only thing for it was to race the lift on foot. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time, forcing people to jump back to avoid him, with a few with angry exclamations. He had 4 levels to go. The lift was much faster because he was counting on it having to stop several times. But he was counting on it having to stop several times to drop off and pick up passengers, as it probably would at this busy time of the day. He was grateful that his life in the zone had made him fitter than he'd ever been before. He reached the correct floor and sprinted down the corridor towards Lister Ward. It was unbelievable. He'd actually witnessed a departmental head instructing one of his staff to commit a premeditated act of violence against another member of staff, a woman too. It was too despicable to comprehend. Working in the hospitals of Langham Pond, he'd become accustomed to the adult world of civilized behaviour and urbane relationships. But since he joined the staff at Llangetty General, he'd been catapulted back into an environment that was just like his days at school, where the law of the jungle prevailed, a world of teasing and bullying, where no one could walk down the alleyway to the bike sheds without being beaten up by a gang of fifth formers. As a child, he'd accepted it as normal, but to return to it today as an adult was a terrible shock. He nearly crashed into a nurse coming the other way. "Careful, Evan," she said. "What's your rush?" "What's your rush?" "Alison," he puffed. "Where's Rossin?" "She's gone down to the stores for some urine bottles." "Why?" "The stores? Which ones?" "The basement, I think." "Why? What's going on? What's going on with Rossin? Another of your lot was here a minute ago looking for him. Looking for her too. That lad Denzel. You must have just missed him. Hey, where are you off to now?" The doors to the service lift open on level 0. Evan ran out and stopped, looking around him, terror pushing through his veneer of military competence. There was nothing here in the hospital basement except a catacomb of bare concrete corridors lined by rooms full of boilers, electrical transformers and stores. The lighting was dim and came from bulbs surrounded by little cages. The ceiling was bare, displaying lines of multicoloured wiring and steel water pipes running between the bare grey walls. The sound of something crashing came from a long way off, down the main thoroughfare. It was followed by the tinkle of glass breaking. Evan broke into a run as soon as he heard the two voices. One was an inhuman cry of rage, the other a scream of fright. He turned a corner and saw an open door. A light came from inside it, as well as the repeated noise of something shattering. There was a scream again, and a terrified woman's voice sobbing, something which was drowned out by the rest of the noise. A man's voice shouted in a frenzy as Evan pounded the door. "Bitch!" he shrieked. "Dirty bitch! Dirty fucking bitch!" The room was full of cardboard boxes reinforced by balsa wood frames. They were normally stacked neatly on metal shelves, but now 5 or 6 of them were lying open on the floor. On Evan's left, half crouching, half lying, was Rossin. Her uniform was crumpled and ripped at the hem. The pop stud fasteners on the front had been pulled open. She had her arms over her head and her legs tucked in to protect herself. Her dress and tights were covered with patches of dirt, and on her forearms sticky blood glistened in the light. The floor around her was sprinkled with broken glass. At the other side of the room was Denzel. His face was red and his eyes flaming. At that moment he was poised to hurl something in the direction of Rossin with all his might. His right arm was stretched back as far as possible in order to achieve maximum velocity for the missile he held, a glass urine bottle. One of the upturned boxes was full of new ones, and they were scattered on the floor by his feet. His left hand already clasped another, ready to be launched straight after the one in his right. His mouth was open and his teeth bared. His features were contorted like a madman's. He'd evidently forgotten the words of caution issued to him by Wig. Evan took in this whole situation within a fraction of a second. Then, before he even knew what he was doing, he'd thrown himself at Denzel, his eyes focused on him as if he were looking down a rifle sight. His shoulder drove hard into Denzel's kidneys, knocking him totally off balance. They both fell onto the pile of boxes, rolling and slipping as the cardboard crumpled under the impact. Evan put his left hand on Denzel's chest and forced himself into a position where he could get in a punch. He raised his right arm high above his shoulder, his fingers forming a fist, and brought it down like a pile driver onto the porter's flabbergasted face. It hurt badly, but before he'd felt the pain, he was already lifting his arm for another blow. He could never remember how many times he struck. His knuckles stung, and an explosion of blood accompanied one of his punches, but he carried on until his arm he'd first seen her, trembling and crying. He got up onto his hands and knees, but winced when he put his weight on his right arm. He crawled towards her. "Rossin?" He touched her hunched shoulders, and she cried out as she tremulously got to her feet. Then he refastened the front of her dress. Rossin looked at Denzel's splayed body. "Is he dead?" Evan watched him for a moment and saw that his chest was right to guide her in the direction of the lifts. She held back, shaking her head. "No, Evan, I want to go upstairs. We need to get you to A&E. Besides, we have to report this. No, please, I just want to go home. You need... Right. He turned her around and headed for the staff entrance. Because the hospital was built into the side of a hill, sat down on a pile of linen sacks just inside the entrance while Evan took her car keys and pressed the button on the fob that activated the summon function of her car's auto cruise. In the car park on the other side of the building, the vehicle received the radio signal and came to life. Space, and drove with mechanical calm to the source of the signal. By the time it arrived, Evan had got Ross up behind the wheel. He drove straight to Nantamawd and parked outside Rossin's house. It's no good, Evan, said Rossin. He's at work. She seemed a little more together now and managed to get into the house without any help. She directed him to the first aid kit. Evan wet some cotton wool and bathed her wounds. He applied antiseptic and used a whole roll of elastoplast to cover them. The back of her hand had a tiny sliver of glass in it, and Evan had to use a pair of tweezers from the bathroom to get it out. Her bruises were now in full bloom. Great yellow and blue blotches covered her limbs, and her left eye was nearly closed by a puffer, but just stared into space, quivering slightly. Evan recognised it as a symptom of shock. He knelt down and embraced her. She cried onto his shoulder for about a quarter of an hour, not saying a word. "Thank you, Evan," she said, blew her nose and lit a cigarette. "Thank you for being there. I thought he was going to kill me." She started weeping again, and Evan took her hand. She sniffed loudly. "What about you? You're hurt as well." Evan looked at his right hand. His knuckles were bruised and his fingers smarted when he moved them. On the side of his little finger was a straight-edged cut, that was just beginning to scab over. He guessed it to come from one of Denzel's teeth. "Don't worry about me, Rossin. I'm okay. It's my fault he got you in the first place." "What do you mean?" "I knew he was going after you. I tried to get you first to warn you, but I lost him somewhere on level 7. Sorry." Rossin looked bemused. "How did you know he was coming after me?" Evan explained how he'd overheard Wiggs and Denzel's conversation. She stared at the ground and dragged on her cigarette. "Oh, God. Raymond Wigg. He was behind this." "Well, a little slapping," were his exact words, but it seems Denzel got carried away. "I heard you had a Barney with him earlier on." "Yes, we had to get a man with a compound fracture of the femur to X-ray. He had the bones set a few days before and was in traction. Denzel grabbed the bed and sped off down the corridor. I shouted at him to be careful, but he took no notice. Instead of going ahead and holding the doors open, he rammed it with the foot of the bed. The doors flew apart and slammed back on the patient's leg. The cast split right over the site of the wound, and he screamed with pain, poor man. I was so livid that I had to go at Denzel right there. I know that's unprofessional, but he was so pompous about it. He didn't show the tiniest bit of concern for the patient and what he'd done to him. He stormed off after calling me every name under the sun." "Why don't you tell Sister Thomas about all this? She'd back you up. She'd go to Lineker and get Wiggs sacked." "No, Evan." Rossin shook her head. "Lineker wouldn't help me. He tried to cover it up. Wigg is right up his arse. Apart from which, I don't want to make any trouble for Richard and the kids." "Trouble?" "Denzel could get back at me by hurting them." She paused and looked up at him. "He's 1282, Evan. But then you know that, don't you?" "We strongly suspect it, yes. We've been keeping an eye on him for the last couple of months. That's part of my job, actually." "Would he have the necessary contacts?" "Yes. If he wanted to give Richard or Gwyneth a hard time, he would know who to turn to." She shrugged and Evan nodded. Evan went to make Rossin and himself a cup of tea. When he came back outside, Rossin said, "Evan, I want to apologise for all this bad feeling I've caused between us. I never wanted to upset you, you know. I just thought I was doing the right thing." Evan had to think for a moment about what to say in reply. "That's all right, Rossin. Does this mean we can be friends again?" She laughed. "Of course." Evan laughed too, and they held each other's hands. They both started at the sound of the front door opening. "It's Richard," said Rossin, looking at her watch. "He's just finished for the morning. What will he say?" "I don't know." "I don't know." They heard Richard Hasty enter the kitchen. Evan went to meet him. "Evan?" He looked up in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "I've just brought Rossin home." "Rossin?" "She's in the garden." Hasty stepped onto the patio and gasped. "Rossin, what the fuck?" He knelt down by his wife's side. Rossin burst into tears again and threw her arms around his neck. "Oh my God, Rossin, what's happened to you, babes? Are you hurt bad?" "She's got a few cuts and bruises, that's all," said Evan. Hasty looked up at him. "What the fucking hell happened to her?" "Someone at work had a go at her." Evan saved me, Richard, sobbed Richard. He saved my life. Her husband stood up, his jaw clenched and his cheeks flushed. Who did this? He growled. Tell me you did this, Evan. It was one of the porters, a bloke called Denzel. Denzel Morgan? Yes, I'll kill him. He strode back into the kitchen and grabbed a set of car keys from the drawer. I'll tear that fucker limb from limb. Richard, called Rossin, getting up. Come back. Richard, no. Evan leapt in front of him and put a hand on his shoulder. Get out of my way, Evan, shouted Hasty. I'm going to beat the sweet, dry living crap out of him. Richard! Rossin ran up and put a foot against the front door. Don't, please, you mustn't. After what he's done to you, I'm going to make him suffer for this. Richard, listen to me. If you lay a finger on him, he'll make us suffer. He'll have you and Gwyn beaten up or even shot. Hasty stood still and said nothing. He breathed hard, his eyes twitching. Think of Gwyneth and the boys. Think of me. His pals are just dying for an excuse to destroy us. What do you suggest, then? He asked sarcastically. Tell the hospital authorities? This creeper's beaten you black and blue. You expect me to sit back and let him get away with it? Look, Richard, put in Evan calmly, let the Zone deal with it. The Zone? Yes, they know about Denzel Morgan. They're going to prosecute him soon. How the hell can you know that? Evan cursed himself for the slip. Well, I reported it to them. Hasty muttered something under his breath and marched out into the kitchen. He flung the keys onto the table and leaned against the wall, rocking back and forth in frustration. Rossin put her arm around his shoulder. It'll be all right, Richard. We'll get even with him somehow. What's more, you should have seen the thrashing Evan gave him. Knocked the pig out cold, he did. Richard grudgingly smiled and turned to Evan. Thanks, mate, and thanks for rescuing her. I suppose it could have been a lot worse. I owe you one, pal. Anger is a peculiar thing. With some people it comes like an explosion, instant and violent, as it had with Richard Hasty when he saw his battered wife. With others there is initially only shock, then afterwards, when the shock wears off, and they've had a chance to think about it for a while, it rises slowly like a kettle boiling, until it's frothing and overflowing. Evan was one of these people. He couldn't sleep that night. He lay on his chest with his head sideways on the pillow, while his fingers worked on the corner of it. He'd grasp the edge of the case and squeeze it until his knuckles turned white, then let go and do it again, pulling and twisting as if trying to tear the cotton textile. His eyes stared into space and his teeth ground together. Denzel had hurt Rossin. He'd assaulted, injured and degraded his Rossin, his beautiful, warm, gentle, caring Rossin. A woman who was incapable of hurting a fly. Denzel had attacked her, knowing that. Being bigger and stronger, he was in no danger of defence or retaliation. He was the worst kind of bully, a sadist, taking pleasure in the pain he caused, and a coward who only struck when he could do so with impunity. How much more injury would have been inflicted on her if Evan hadn't intervened? Perhaps he would have raped her. Why not? She would have been his for the taking, and Evan had learned all about Denzel's warped sexuality from the night of the battle. He'd probably got away with it too. Denzel Morgan, Evan whispered to himself, and then he repeated it, his voice a low rasp. Denzel Morgan. With a crack, the pillowcase ripped noisily along the seam. He felt pain as his fingernails dug into the heel of his hands, but he kept squeezing until his blood seeped into the torn material. Rossin was off work all weekend, which was to be expected. She had given Evan her phone number a while ago, but he felt somehow that this was the wrong time to find out. It was wrong to ring and find out how she was. She needed time to recover, time away from the hospital, and yes, time away from him. He tactfully decided to keep his distance. The good news was that Denzel had disappeared. No one knew where he'd gone, or even when he'd gone. Ancillary staff at Llangerry General came and went on an almost daily basis. Anyway, so nobody noticed if someone didn't show up for a while. Evan did ask Gavin and some of the others on his shift, but the reply was, "Dunno, mate, maybe he's left." Evan prayed this was true. It would be the best thing in the world for Rossin, who was probably dreading the moment when she'd have to come back to work and face her attacker again. Who cared where he was, so long as he was away from her? The weekend gave way to Monday, then Tuesday, and there was still no sign of Rossin. When she was absent on Wednesday, Evan became concerned. He decided that if she hadn't returned by the following day, he'd give her a quick bell. Sure enough, Thursday morning arrived and she wasn't there. He took 6 jobs on list award, but didn't encounter her during any of them. She wasn't to be seen in the canteen either. It was 10 minutes to 2 in the afternoon, and he was trotting down the stairs on his way back to the lodge and clock out, when he passed her on the landing. "Hello, Evan." She spoke before his recognition system had clicked that it was her. "Hello, Rossin, how are you?" A smile stretched across his face so widely that he thought his skin might rip. "All right, thanks." She grinned back. Her lip and black eye had gone down nicely, as had the bruises, or so it seemed at first glance, but then he noticed that she seemed to have put on thicker than the usual foundation and rouge to cover them up. I've had a good rest. Richard has been waiting on me hand and foot. I've seen my GP and he says I'm fine, so I thought I might as well come back to work." "You're safe, you know. He's gone. I don't think he'll be back." "Yes, I heard, thanks. I phoned Marie and she told me. I wanted to give you a call at the base, as well, but I didn't think that would be a very good idea. I can hardly ring you here, can I?" She brushed his arm with her hand. "It's good to see you, Evan." Evan paused. Do you feel all right about coming back? I mean, maybe it's too soon after." "No, this actually makes it easier to cope with. Anyway, I've got my late shift today, and then I'm off till Monday night." "Oh, well, I'm glad I bumped into you, because today's my last 6 to 2. I'm off until I start nights on Saturday." "So you are." There was a very long pause. "Well, Evan, I've got to be going. I want to pop into the shop before I start." She started walking up the stairs. "See you around. Rossin?" "Yes, Evan?" She stopped and turned to him. He blushed. Well, what are you doing tomorrow?" She shrugged. "Dunno. I'm not planning on doing anything, really. Why? Do you fancy going out for a few beers?" "Yeah, okay. What time?" "What time would suit you?" "Any time, really." "What about midday?" "Okay." "Shall I meet you outside the Llywdy?" "A Llywdy? Fine by me. See you tomorrow." "Then, yep, see you, Rossin." She carried on up the stairs. When she reached the next landing, she looked back and smiled at him. Then she was out of sight. The following morning, Evan watched the weather forecast on the portable TV that had somehow recently been acquired for the hut. It promised another warm, sunny day with little or no cloud, and temperatures in the high 80s. He delved into his locker and took a white T-shirt and a pair of shorts over to the laundry to wash out the stink from his boots, which permeated everything he kept in there. He left the base at 11:30, telling no one where he was going. It was a 20-minute walk down to Llywdy, but he gave it a 10 extra to be on the safe side. Being late for this was unthinkable. He waited in the shade of a bus shelter until, dead on time, the little blue hatchback rounded the corner of the square and headed up the main street, through the shimmering heat haze. She parked neatly, got out and walked towards him with a spring in her step. "Hi, Evan," she beamed. "Hi, Rossin." He crossed the car park to meet her. There was a look in her eyes that was different, a sparkle that he hadn't seen in her before for a long time, if ever. "Glad you could make it." She laughed. "Well, I was going to call you and say that I'd rather stay at home and do the ironing this afternoon, but..." Evan laughed with her, and they walked over to the pub doorway arm in arm. Rossin was, as usual, simply dressed and simply and unpretentiously. Her sleeveless white summer dress was pleated below the waist and ended at knee level. She wore sandals with no socks or tights and cherry red varnish on her toenails. Today, for the first time in Evan's company, she had on a hat, a soft canvas sun hat with air holes. It changed the shape of her hair and made her face look different. The pub was very busy, and the only place that they could sit was on the stone steps leading from the terrace to the lawn beside the river. Evan placed his pint of cider and Rossin's bottle of pils on the warm flags beside their feet. "I caught your TV appearance last week," said Rossin, after they'd taken a few initial sips of their respective drinks. "I couldn't believe it when your face came on the screen." Richard said, "Hey, ain't that young Evan?" I said, "No, surely not." But then I looked at the caption and saw your name. I watched it too. It was strange to see yourself on the telly. "But you told me that your superiors would raise Cain if you did what Lisa asked you to do." "Well, yes. Didn't they mind after all?" "Very much so." Evan blew a wasp away from his glass. "But it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I got a bollocking like I never had before, but I was expecting a court-martial." Rossin looked down and wrapped her arms around her knees. She picked nervously at the hard, scabby skin around the soles of her feet. "But why, Evan? Why, after refusing personal pleadings from Lisa Dominsky and the threat of action from your bosses, did you suddenly decide to do it? It was the right thing to do. I realised that my being a zoneman was just an excuse. I rang her up and told her I'd changed my mind. Is that the real reason? She asked quietly without looking up. Yes. It had nothing to do with our little chat a few days before. Of course not. That was a completely separate affair. She smiled weakly. You're still a bad liar, Evan. Rossin, tell me the truth. It was, wasn't it? Well, sort of. I knew it. Oh, Rossin, don't dredge up all that again. It's in the past now. I've told you it's all right. But Evan, I screwed up. I screwed up big time. I was acting like a fool. I can't believe I could tell you I didn't want to see you anymore. You're seeing me now, aren't you? It's water under the bridge. Forget it. I can't. I'm so stupid and selfish. I'm a stupid, selfish bitch. Evan chuckled. Don't you dare speak about my best friend like that. Rossin looked up and smiled. That's better. She rested her head sideways on her arm and looked up at him out of the corners of her chestnut eyes. Your best friend? That's what you called me on the night we kissed. Evan was dumbfounded. She'd quite unequivocally brought up a subject which he had assumed was taboo. You're very understanding, you know, Evan. Understanding about what? What I told you about my life with Richard. I deeply regret rebuffing you the way I did, but what I told you about my marriage that night was true, and you accepted it. I haven't told anyone apart from the family that Richard and I are not together. She took a swig of her pills. It's not something I want made common knowledge. I haven't told anyone, Rossin, and I never would. I know that. She rocked herself from side to side for a couple of minutes. Tell me, Evan, what do you think about me living with my husband when I don't love him? Don't you think I owe it to myself to part company with him, to go out and find someone else? Evan hesitated, wondering what was the right thing to say, then chose the best answer he could come up with. I don't think it's for me to comment. You said so yourself. You've got to do what you believe is right for yourself and your family. I knew you'd say that. These last 2 years I've wondered if I might meet someone, a man who'd sweep me off my feet in a wave of passion, a rugged, powerful man who'd yell that he wanted me and I had to leave Richard for my own sake, and that I was wrong to stick by him, making myself a martyr to my children. But you're not, are you? Said Evan. I remember that, what you said. You're keeping your family together for yourself as well as for them. That's true. Besides, I haven't met anyone like that yet. Would you want to? I don't know, she replied tonelessly. They said nothing for a few minutes. I expect you're wondering about the physical side, said Rossin. Pardon? Whether I miss sleeping with Richard. She didn't wait for his answer. Well, I do. Every night I go to bed in my room and he goes to bed in his. I listen to him moving around, and yes, sometimes it's difficult. It would be easy to nip across the landing, poke my head round the door and say, Richard, do you mind if I jump in beside you for old time's sake? What would he say? I don't know. He might say, come on then. He must get frustrated, just like I do. So why don't you? Rossin paused and looked up into the smooth blue sky. She got out a cigarette and lit it. Because it would be a betrayal of my memories. I've told you before that we parted on good terms and replaced our love with genuine friendship. Richard and I are true companions who have a wonderful life to look back on together, and a part of that life was sex. The best sex you can imagine. Not just while we were courting, but throughout our marriage. You see, I want to associate making love to Richard with being in love with him. If we decided one night to get together for an hour or two to relieve our little itch, well, it would forever taint the past. It would ruin the image I have in my mind of us as lovers. Do you understand that, Evan? Evan nodded. Yes, Rossin, I understand. She stared at him for a moment, then replied, Of course you do. Her face suddenly became angry. Yes, good old Evan. Always understanding, always considerate, listens carefully to everyone's point of view, never imposes his own opinions, never ever diplomatic, ever willing to compromise. She dragged hard on her cigarette and blew the smoke upwards like a dragon. Evan was stunned. Why? What did I say that was wrong? There you go again. What did I say wrong? Why don't you just say, shut up, you stupid fucking cow? When I explain how I've committed the rest of my life to a man I don't love, why can't you turn around and shout at me what an idiot I am, shake me and tell me that I ought to think of my own happiness too? Is that what you want me to say? No, Evan, I don't want you to say what I want you to say. I want to hear you say what you want to say. For God's sake, stop being so bloody sympathetic. She ran her hand across her face. Evan sat without moving or speaking. He was afraid that she might start to cry, but instead she just finished off her beer in silence. It was over a quarter of an hour before they spoke again. Rossin waited for him to empty his glass, then looked over her shoulder in an unsettled way and said, Evan, do you mind if we go somewhere else? OK. The blazing sunlit car park was almost too much for the eyes after sitting in the shade of the pub's garden. Where should we go? Asked Rossin. I don't know about the pubs around here very well, said Evan. This is the only place I drink nowadays, apart from the mess. What about the Ram in Llanigmyr? What's that like? A bit boring. There's the Castle Hotel in Pencampbell-Newydd, but that's very expensive, 9 points a pint. I'm not that rich. What about Llangollen? No, all the pubs there are shit, except maybe... Yes, there's a pub just opened, part of the new canal terminus development. Shall we give it a go? Yeah. When they reached Llangollen, they turned left and drove up into the hills along a forested road, over a bridge and beside the canal itself until they arrived at the gate of the Llangollen Canal Waterway Centre. The car park's tarmac was black and shiny, and all the white lines were square and fresh, indicating that it had only recently been laid. The centre building was in a modern single-storey red tile structure with a large tinted window and small trees growing in pots dotted around it. Inside was a cool atrium lined with shops and a cafeteria full of families in swimming costumes. At the far end was a traditional pub sign showing a picture of an aqueduct and the words Telford's Bridge. It was here that Evan and Rossin entered. The pub was modern and the walls were decorated with oars, fishing rods and pictures of boats. On one side of the saloon consisted almost entirely of patio doors. Evan gave her a cigarette. Marie told me she's been here. What is all this? Evan waved his arm in a circle. Cheers. She laughed. Give me the money back and I'll buy one. Evan was relieved to see that she was cheerful. Richard's family. We went to Benidorm one year, a few months before Joe left home. It was a sort of last family holiday together, I suppose. She paused. What about you, Evan? Where do you go on holiday? I never go on holidays. Holidays of a family, and I don't have a family. She sat up. What? Don't you? No family? My God, how awful. Evan explained the basic circumstances of his upbringing in 6 or 7 sentences. I only ever used to go away with the independent youth scheme. I enjoyed it, but it really wasn't the same. Oh, you poor boy. Rossin put her hands on his arm. No family. So you have no idea who your father is? None whatsoever. Sometimes when I walk along the street, I can't help looking at men who are about the right age and thinking, could it be you? I keep wondering if I'll see a bloke who looks like me because I don't resemble my mum at all. You never met him once, even as a baby? No, he lost touch with my mum several months before I was born. She shook her head. I can't believe he could walk away knowing his girlfriend was pregnant with his child. You'd think that he'd at least take an interest in maintaining contact with the baby. Well, he didn't, said Evan shortly. What about your uncle? He must have known him. He must have known him. Couldn't he tell you? What, Lewis? You must be joking. I couldn't even mention my mum's name in his presence without him throwing a wobbly. Anyway, I'm not interested in my father, to be honest. He didn't want me, so why should I want him? I've managed all right without him so far. I take it that you and your uncle are not on the best of terms. No, we're not. I haven't spoken to him for over a year, in fact. I went to look for him and I couldn't find him. We could never see eye to eye. Also, he stopped himself. No, he couldn't tell Rossin about the secrets he discovered from a neighbour in Andretti. Some people just work that way. It's chemistry, simple as that. Rossin paused. Going back to the subject of holidays, didn't you ever go away? No, Alan, Chaz and Ricky used to go away every year to Tenerife, and for some reason... She frowned. Didn't you ever ask why? No. He thought back they might give. They might have said, of course you can't with us. You can't come with us. You're an ugly, pathetic little... They said that, it would have destroyed me. Rossin gaped. Your friends? Alan, Chaz and Ricky. were never your friends, not real friends. Rossin looked at him for half a minute, then went up to the bar to buy a round. When she returned, she asked, "Was Michaela your real friend?" She passed him his pint and sat down. He asked rhetorically, "You remember me telling you about Michaela?" "Evan, you know I never forget things like that. So what was she like? Was she nice?" "Yeah, she was very nice. She lived in a council flat with her parents and used to keep snails in a window box. She had about 20 at a time, but she wouldn't keep them for more than a week." Smile on her face. "Sometimes her eyes would fill with tears when she was looking at them. Whenever it rained, they all came out onto the pavement, and she'd walk along picking them up and putting them in a bush or someone's garden so they wouldn't get trodden on. She used to talk to me, Rossin. Talk to me like no one else I've ever known. She told me her problems and I tried to help her. Then I'd confide in her and tell her about the stresses and strains at work and all my worries concerning Uncle Lewis. I don't think I'd have survived the last couple of years if it hadn't been for her. She accepted me the way I was. She listened to me and knew how to comfort me. Just a kind word and a smile did so much for me. And I loved her." He began to weep, not hesitantly or abortively, but openly, without realizing he was doing it. Rossin remained silent and made no move towards him other than to put a hand on his and squeeze it gently. "I wanted her so badly," he sobbed. "More than anything in the world. I wanted her so much it hurt." He heard Rossin say in English, presumably to the barman, "Have you got any tissues back there? Great. Could you pass them over, please?" He felt her hands on his face, wiping his cheeks and eyes. Then she put another tissue in his hands for him to blow his nose. "Sorry," he sniffed. "Don't apologise, Evan. It's good you're doing this. I think it's long overdue." He recovered enough to take another gulp of his cider. "Michaela must have been somebody very special. I'd like to have met her." He nodded. "She was, and you and she would have gone on well together. You're kindred spirits." "Why didn't you tell her how you felt about her?" "I was scared, Rossin. How could I tell her? I wouldn't know where to begin." And then, assuming I could cluster the words into plain English, there was a terrible dilemma to face. It was like that TV game show where the contestants play darts to win prizes, and at the end, they're asked if they're willing to gamble everything they've won for the secret star prize hidden behind the board. For me, the star prize was Michaela's heart, the most wonderful thing imaginable, but the prize I had to gamble was her friendship, the most precious thing I possessed. "But you told her, in the end you told her." "Yes, I told her." He fumbled a cigarette out of the pack. Rossin offered and lit it with a lighter. "I told her in my car while we were parked outside her block at 10:15 on Sunday the 31st of August last year. I picked her up from work and took her out for a drink. I'd been planning it for a couple of days and I was shitting myself. God, I've just realised. It's almost a whole year ago." "What made you decide to go for it?" "Warren talked me into it." "And so you gambled?" "Yes, and I lost." He laid his cigarette on the ashtray and shrunk back into a world of memory. This time he rested his head on his folded arms and let his tears run onto the pine tabletop. Rossin stopped stroking his head and said, "I'll be back in a minute." A short time later, he heard her put a glass on the table next to him. He looked up and saw a tumbler of dark spirit at his elbow. He sipped it and tasted neat brandy. "Thanks." She pulled her chair up close to him and put her arms round his shoulders. "Evan, listen to me. What happened to you in Langham Pond was very sad, but I can tell you, you wouldn't be half the man you are now if you'd never met Michaela. You did the right thing in being honest with her, and I'm sorry it didn't work out, but at least you know what it's like to love someone." "I realise that, Rossin, but I just wish she'd loved me back." He blew his nose. "I know, Cariad," she soothed, "but things don't always work out like that. It's sad because you've got so much to give." She leaned forward and kissed him gently on the temple. Evan looked up at her, a little startled. That Michaela needs her bloody head examined. Neither of them spoke for a few minutes, then Evan offered to buy another round. "Thanks, Evan, but do you mind if we move on now?" "All right." He washed his face in the gents and they left Telford Bridge. When they got back into the car, he looked at his watch. Just Just gone 10 to 2. A bit early to go home, isn't it? Yeah, said Rossin. You're not doing anything this afternoon, are you? Got nothing in my diary. Mine either. Neither. Should we have one or more? Should we have one or two more in another boozer? Yeah, why not? How about that place you mentioned in Pencapel Newydd? The Castle Hotel. Okay. They were steadily cruising back along the road to Llangerry. Then, without saying what she was doing, Rossin pressed the cancel button on the auto cruise. The electronic chauffeur, suddenly finding itself with no directions, immediately executed a parking manoeuvre. The car slowed down, the left indicator flashed, and it pulled up neatly by the verge, closing the handbrake. "What's up?" asked Evan. "I've been thinking." She turned to him with an impish smile on her face. "Would you like to go somewhere different?" "Like where?" "The seaside. Say no if you like." "You're not serious." "I am. We could drive up to Rhyl or Prestatyn." Rossin, we only came out for an afternoon pint. "So what? Look, it's only 2 o'clock. It'll take us less than an hour there to get there on the main road. We can spend 2 hours there and be back in time for dinner. We eat late on Fridays because of Gwyn's netball." "Won't Richard mind?" "Mind? He'll be overjoyed I'm having a great day out. Prestatyn's a wonderful place. On a beautiful day like this, it'll be a shocking waste not to go there. Don't you like the sea?" "Yes, I love it. It'll do us both good. Let's go." "Well, all right." Rossin punched the directions. The car turned smartly in the road, and they set off. Evan felt apprehensive as they passed Llangollen and turned north. He was leaving the zone district for the first time since arriving at the new year. If Rossin had suggested the trip a week beforehand, he'd have had no problem with it. But a drive out to the local pub suddenly turning into a 30-mile trip to the sea unnerved him. Rossin, on the other hand, seemed thrilled at the prospect. The very spontaneity of the plan that worried Evan invigorated her. "Come on, Evan, cheer up!" She elbowed him in the ribs. "But Rossin, no one back at the base knows where I'm going. What will they say? Surely Prestatyn's not out of bounds?" "Oh, well, not really." "Then stop panicking. You're in the zone, not a prison." She laughed. "We'll have a lovely, relaxing time, a couple in Offa's Tavern, and a stroll down the beach. Damn if I'd known I'd have brought my swimming costume. If I was really feeling daring, I could wear my red bikini." She started singing "I Lost My Cherry to a Blackpool Lad." Evan felt a little better. The picture he had in his mind of Rossin in a bikini was quite an effective distraction. The Vale of Clwyd was a beautiful wide expanse of green, with solid tawny mountains in the distance. The road was swarming with zone vehicles as they passed through 2 checkpoints just outside Denbigh. The troopers manning them both frowned when they saw Evan's zone ID, but were luckily of equal rank to him, so he escaped a lecture. "Why are they so snotty?" inquired Rossin, when they were moving again. Because I'm with you and you're a Welsh civilian. It's not officially illegal, just a social taboo, that's all." She snorted. "Fuck that!" "Quite." They grinned at each other. They hit the coast at Rhyl. The sea was a great, sturdy sheet of fresh, cold blue, with just the tiniest haze to blur the horizon. Rossin pointed out a few of the sights as they drove through the town, and told him a series of happy anecdotes from the summer holidays that she and her family had spent there. They headed east, with the sea on their left, and the tide was out and the sand stretched for many hundreds of yards. It was a luminous yellow-grey in the sunshine, like Cotswold stone, and close to the road were dunes spattered with clumps of coarse grass. Prestatyn was a sweet little Welsh town that was tucked between a range of hills and big, low dunes. The architecture was either modern or similar to Llangerry's, but near the centre were some multicoloured town houses. The pavements were crowded with holidaymakers. Evan looked out of the window and took in ice cream stands with children hanging round them, and souvenir shops, so decorated with brightly coloured merchandise they looked like exhibitions of stained glass. The car parked by the station, and they got out. Seagulls screeched overhead, and there was a comfortable breeze coming in from the sea. Evan could smell salt in the air. "Where's this place you mentioned?" "Right there," Rossin pointed. Offa's Tavern was a big, cool pub right next door to the station, and as Evan and Rossin sat at the table nursing their drinks, the noise of passing trains came through the open window. They spoke little and remained in worlds of their own thoughts until they'd finished. Then Rossin said, "Let's check out the town." Because of the big dike of dunes, the sea was invisible from street level. They walked through the busy town centre, dodging swarms of wasps attracted to the smell of candy floss and lemonade. The air was oppressively hot and voices rang in their ears, mostly from people who sounded Liverpudlian. "Are there actually any Welsh people in Prestatyn?" asked Evan with a half smile. "Not many," said Rossin. "Even a lot of the locals come from England to work at the hotels, and Devlins." "Devlins? The big holiday camp, you'll see it in a minute." "How many who live here are Welsh speakers?" "About 20%. Then at least it'll be safer than Llangeri. Don't you believe it, 1282 shot up a coach here a couple of years ago and killed some kids." "Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that." They left the sweatshop of the commercial district and walked up a long narrow lane with houses on both sides, where there were fewer people. It was a sleepy summer afternoon. The air felt as hot as an oven, and the blinding light seemed to come from all around. The smell of grilled tarmac was as choking as smoke. A dog barked in the distance, and washing rustled gently in the breeze from a line in someone's front garden. A group of topless children rode past on small bicycles. "Wait for me a minute," said Rossin, and trotted across the road to a small chemist shop. She came back 2 minutes later carrying a yellow plastic bottle. "What have you got there?" "Sun cream. I think we're going to need it." She sat down on a doorstep. "Oh!" she squealed, not expecting the stone to be so hot. Evan crouched beside her and watched as she squirted a blob of thick white cream onto her hand and smeared it up her neck, her arms, her throat, and she began rubbing it in. His heart accelerated and he knew that he was blushing. "Do you want some?" She suddenly flicked her eyes at him and smiled. "No, I never burn," he stammered. I've got a very tough skin. The sun's never been a problem for me." The smell of the sunblock reached him, and he found it overpowering. From that moment onwards, for the rest of his life, whenever he caught the scent of sun cream, in whatever situation, it would always make him think of Rossin Hasty. "Well, I'll keep the bottle handy just in case. It's factor 15, so it'll stop me getting sore even on a day like this." They continued up the road until they reached the dunes. They were tall but shallow and easy to climb. "This is great," called Rossin, as she stood on the summit looking down at the sea. Evan was right beside her. "Yeah, come on, Evan, let's hit the beach." She capered down the steeper seaward side. Evan studied her from the top of the dune. She looked small and girl-like from where he was. He ran down to join her, and the grass petered out. The sand became soft, crumbly and unbroken. She kicked off her sandals. "Come on, Evan, take off your shoes. You can't walk on the beach unless you're barefoot." "But my feet stink." She laughed. She laughed. "So do mine. Don't worry about it. We'll be paddling in the sea in a moment." They walked towards the distant shoreline, their shoes swinging in their hands. There were only a couple of people in the vicinity, and they looked like locals. Evan savoured the sweet coolness as his feet sank into the rough sand, and its abrasive particles pushed between his toes. "Oh, Rossin, this is lovely," he said. Rossin didn't reply. Then he felt her put her hand into his and squeeze it. It was surprising, but it didn't allow him to pull away. He was surprised, but didn't allow himself to pull away. She looked at him. "Is this all right?" she asked in a low voice. "Yes," he whispered back, and they carried on down the Prestatyn beach, hand in hand like a husband and wife. The firm, wet sand began about 20 feet from the water's edge. Its surface was as smooth and shiny as rock, but when they put their weight on it, it gave slightly, and a tacky patch of displaced grains rippled out from under their feet. They made a slap-slap sound as they paddled along, and when they lifted their soles, brown, muddy water clung to them in drips. The sea was drowsy and calm. The lethargic grey breakers threw themselves no more than a foot or two on the shore, then drew back, leaving a thin film of bubbly brine garnished with fragments of seaweed. Evan shivered with pleasure as he walked in up to his ankles and felt the surf kiss his shins and wash around his feet, with a tickling sensation as it fell back, sucking sand from under his bare soles. A few hundred yards out, windsurfers pirouetted in the light breeze, and a mile or so further were sailboats looking like leaves floating on a pond. In the distance, distorted by the soft mutation of the haze, there were static outlines of mighty ships heading in and out of Liverpool. "I knew the sea well when I was growing up," said Evan. "There were such beautiful coasts around Lampeter." Rossin pulled herself closer to him so that their shoulders rubbed together. "I've been to Aberystwyth." "Really? My mum and Lewis used to take me there almost every weekend. Did you go up the cliffs in the cable car?" "Yes." "Great view, isn't it? On a clear day you can see Thane. And there was Aberaeron, just a little town, had a beauty all of its own. I remember the harbour. When the tide went out, all the sailing boats would be stuck in the mud, embedded up to the tops of their keels. There was no beach, just rocks. But I loved them, because the surface of the stones had patterns on them of fossilised ferns. I once went to Scomer Island. We took a boat from Tenby, and it was fabulous. My mum was very adventurous. She used to pick me up from school and say, 'Right, Evan, where shall we go today?' And I'd say, 'Falkendale Lake, or Llundain Fach, or even St David's Head.' And we'd go there." "She sounds like a great lady." "She was, and I loved her to bits. That's why it was so hard for me to accept that she died." "How did she die?" "Breast cancer. She was only 33. "What, you poor thing?" "She told me one day that she was ill. I had to go to hospital for an operation. She had a lumpectomy first, then a full mastectomy, followed by months of chemotherapy. She was always happy and confident when she saw me, remaining optimistic right up to the end. They let her out of hospital to go to my 6th birthday party, and she was too weak to stand. By that time she must have known that the tumour had gone beyond control and that she was finished. You poor boy, that's the most terrible thing that can happen to a child. I just realised I haven't visited her grave since I left Lampeter, and I can't now, can I? I don't even know if it's still there. Evan, it's very sad, but remember, your mum is happy now in heaven. She's watching over you and looking forward to the day when you can be together. Pay no attention to Richard. I know that God and heaven exist. I can just feel it." "Thanks." He put his arm around her waist and pulled her close. They walked like that until they stumbled over each other's feet and returned to strolling hand in hand. The beach got busier, and they began to encounter children and teenagers in bathing costumes rolling in the sand, tearing through the surf or frolicking with inflatable boats. Beach balls sailed through the air above their heads. Higher up, parents watched from deck chairs and outspread towels. Everyone was tanned. A few were red and blistered by sunburn. "Devlin's is over there," said Rossin, pointing inland. "We went there for a weekend once. It's a nice place. Do you think you might like to have a holiday there?" "I would," said Evan, "if I had someone to stay with." "Well, maybe we could help you out there. We're planning to go away in a couple of months. Would you like to come with us?" "Oh, yes, I would, but it's your family holiday. You wouldn't want me there, would you?" "Well, I'll have to talk to Richard and Gwyneth, but I'd be surprised if they said no." Evan didn't reply, hoping that he could escape the subject quickly. It was a non-starter, and there was no use building up his hopes. He could just imagine Crystal's face if he asked for leave to go away on holiday with a Nant-Maured family. "What's that?" Evan asked, indicating a tall concrete building that could be seen from the other side of the dunes. "Prestatyn Sands Hotel," she replied in a lofty voice. "Fancy staying there? It's a 4-star joint. Bed and breakfast is a 29er. "Wow, that's steep." "Yeah, but you get lovely rooms and baths and waiter service. Porters carry your luggage. Oh, no cheap and cheerful crap you find in the guest houses downtown." They carried on for another mile, leaving the campers behind. The beach beyond Devlin's was as deserted as before. There were a few large pebbles that lay half buried in the sand, like Smarties in the icing of a cake. "I need to sit down," said Rossin, looking around her. "Let's find somewhere a bit in the shade." They left the sea line and walked back up the dunes to where there were beach huts at odd intervals, squat clapperboard structures, stained with concrete and creosote and guano. Each had a small veranda on one side, with a step or two in front of them to sit down. Evan yawned and stretched his legs out, tired by the walk, although he'd hardly noticed until then. "Oh, I'm exhausted," said Rossin. "We must have walked miles." "Yeah." "Have you had a good time?" He smiled at her. "Wonderful, and you?" "Yeah." She nodded, but looked subdued. "It's a pity we have to go back, eh?" "Yeah." "What's the time?" Evan jumped as he looked at his watch. "Bloody hell, it's 6:15. "It can't be. Look." He showed her his watch. "What time did you say you were having dinner?" On Friday, usually about 6:30. There was a pause. You better give Richard a bell and tell him you'll be late. It's all right, he won't worry. I didn't say I'd definitely be back for dinner. If I don't show up, he'll just bung it in the fridge for me to put in the microwave when I get home. There was another long pause. I suppose we'd better be getting back. Yeah. As they walked back the way they'd come, Evan noticed that the tide was coming in. The beach was definitely narrower than it had been. The light had softened to its evening tones, and the sun was lower in the sky. It shone from behind them, making it more comfortable to look around. Their shadows lay before them, two figures joined at the hand like paper dolls. They spoke little on the hike back to town. They walked briskly, so it only took them an hour to return to the railway station. They opened the car doors and got in, but Rossin didn't start the engine. Phew, what a day. I'm knackered, but happy. What time is it now? Coming up 7:30. Shall we have something to eat here? Evan's heart soared. A chance to prolong his paradise a little more. Well, we could do, I suppose. It'll have to be fish and chips or something, though. I've only got 1 and 2 left. Evan arched his back on his seat and prospected his pocket. He came up with a bit of loose change. I've just got a few points as well, but I could always go to the bank. What? You'll lend me a £5 or something? No, dinner's my treat. You're sure? You bet. They drove round town until they came to a bank. Evan went to the cash point while Rossin stayed in the car. He got out 20-star rays and looked at his balance. When the machine returned his card, his eyes went wide. USR 14,810.4 in credit. 14,810 star rays and 4 points. He was rich beyond his wildest dreams. He hadn't visited a civilian bank since he'd been in Cardiff and spent very little money since. Of course, his salary had been building up over the months. He'd managed to sell his car in Cardiff, and the zone gave him free accommodation and food. He was probably the wealthiest hospital porter in the universe. It was time to start spending his earnings, and he decided to begin with a slap-up meal for himself and Rossin. They found a Pizza Hut in a modern shopping arcade near Devlin's and the big hotel. "This is very good of you, Evan," said Rossin as she munched her slice. "It's my pleasure." Rossin: "Good food, good company. Who could ask for more?" She laughed and washed her mouthful down with a sip of beer. "You really do say the nicest things. I'm so glad we're friends." "Me too." Vinay. He couldn't conceal the feeling that those two little words carried. She looked at him without speaking for a while, then said, "Do you mind if I ask you a personal question, Evan?" "Not at all." "Why do you like me?" It was a tough one. He knew the answer very well in his mind, but found it difficult to put into words. "Because you're a very nice person, Rossin. You're friendly, cheerful, you've got a lovely sense of humour, and you're so good to me." "Thanks, Evan, but that's not what I asked. What I meant was, why do you like me?" He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "Evan, I'm 41 years old. I dye my hair because I'm half grey now. I've got skin like a rhinoceros. I'm a fat, ugly, dumpy, middle-aged housewife. I've got cellulite. You're a young lad. You have your whole life ahead of you. A career in the zone. You're good-looking, charming, likeable. You must have scores of pretty young girls following you wherever you go. Why do you like me, Evan? Why me?" "Because you're beautiful, Rossin." He paused. "I don't know what makes you that way, but you are. Maybe it's the way you walk round and bend round a bed while you're doing a patient's observations. Maybe it's the way you clasp your hands together in front of you and nod your head up and down when someone's speaking to you. Maybe it's the way you smile and laugh and look at people with such attentiveness. The way you're so strong and resilient, and at the same time so soft and vulnerable. I love the way you walk along the ward with your little feet pointing outwards and your arms swinging. I love your black tights, your rosy cheeks, your dark skin, your big uplifts. I love your round black eyes with lovely long lashes like a cow's." He stopped and began again on a different track. "Rossin, I wish you could see yourself through my eyes. If I could have any woman in the world, do you know who I'd choose?" He pointed at her. "You." Rossin blushed. She rubbed her nose and cleared her throat. Well, thank you, Evan. Thank you for saying those things. I've never thought any man could possibly look at me that way. Rossin, it's my turn to ask you a personal question. Do you like me? She rubbed her face with her hands and sighed and took a long swig of her beer. When she looked up again, her eyes twitched. I'm confused, Evan. I'm so confused. Shh. Evan put her hand out and held her forearm. It's all right. I'm not putting any pressure on you. I want you to make up your own mind. What do you think would become of my family if you and I were together? I know that whatever happens, you'll never stop being Joe, Eric and Gwyneth's mum. Richard will always be their father, and they will always love you both as much as they do now. Rossin nodded. Oh, I don't know, she sighed. You're 24, only a few years older than Joe. All my reason is shouting at me that you're much too young. Age makes no difference. You only say that because you're the younger party. I'm thinking about what I'd be taking away from you, your youth, your chance to meet someone your own age and settle down. You'd be taking nothing away from me except my loneliness, and you'd be giving me so much happiness, Rossin. I know you would. How would you feel about taking an old trout like me down the pub with your mates and all their girlfriends? I'd love to show you off. I bet they'd be really jealous. Yeah? Her voice took on a cynical note. And as soon as the first nubile young thing comes along and gives you the eye, you drop me like a hot potato. And you'll be off like a greyhound as soon as you meet some old charm with lots of money in a big fast car. She smirked and giggled. So I reckon that makes us quits, really, said Evan with good humour. She became serious again. Evan, this is too much for me to take in right now. Don't worry, Rossin. Like I said before, no pressure. Now I fancy some ice cream. He put his hand up to call the waiter. Do you? It was nearly 9 o'clock when they left the restaurant. The sky was darkening, and they could see the glow of the sun hidden behind the wall of the arcade. They both stood and looked at the car, parked outside Pizza Hut. Oh well, said Rossin wearily. Time to go home. Yeah. You don't sound very happy, Evan. Well, we were having such a lovely time. I know, but even the happiest days have to come to an end. We can come here another time if you like. I'd love to. Could we just have a short walk on the beach once more? I'd love to see the sunset. She laughed and put her arm around his waist. Oh, all right, come on. The evening had taken the edge off the heat, and the air was comfortably warm, like a bath that had been filled an hour ago. The beach was empty, except for a few other couples from Devlin's or the hotel. The sun was a clear orange sphere on the horizon above Great Orme's Head. The sea was still calm, and the golden shaft of sunlight across it shimmered eerily, as if it lay on the seabed, not the surface. The sky was claret. A few bright stars were beginning to show. Isn't it beautiful? Said Rossin. Extremely. The ruddy light illuminated Rossin's face. The sun was reflected off her eyes in two wet opal discs. Evan? Yes? Would you like to kiss me again? His face glowed. What? Let me put it another way. I want you to kiss me again. She reached out and took his hands. Evan drew back. No, you don't want me. Well, you don't want you to. You don't want me. You told me so. She stepped towards him and put her hands on his hips. I've changed my mind. They kissed for a second time, holding each other close under the setting sun on Prestatyn Beach. They massaged each other with their lips, petting and caressing, their bodies and senses alive. It seemed like days later, and they stood side by side in each other's arms, the darkness closing in as the sun sank into the sea. The sky was sprinkled with stars, and the lights of the town glowed from behind the dunes. Are you going to say that you don't want me to see me? You going to say you don't want to see me again like last time? Asked Evan, and he felt Rossin's head shake where it was resting against his shoulder. No, Evan, not this time. Those days are over. There was a long silence, then Rossin asked, What's the time now? Evan pressed the button to illuminate his watch. 10:10. I suppose we have to go home. She took a second or two to reply. Shall we stay here tonight? Stay here in Prestatyn? Yes, I'd have to phone Richard and tell him, but we could find a B&B somewhere, have a good night's kip, and head back in the morning. Do you think it's a good idea? Why not? I'm too tired for a drive tonight. I need a bath and a bed. Have you got enough money? I'll pay you back, of course. Oh, don't worry about that. I meant, don't you want to get home? We'll get home tomorrow. We will get home tomorrow. Yeah, all right. Great. Let's go and find somewhere. We'll drive round town. And there's bound to be a few open. Unless... Evan suddenly had an idea. Unless what? He pointed at the concrete tower behind them. The hotel? Oh, no, Evan, we can't. Do you know how much it costs? Oh, come on, Rossin, let's treat ourselves. But you'd have to pay. It's too much. I'll be the judge of that. I've got plenty of money at the moment. You'd pay for us both to stay in a posh hotel? That's what friends are for. Besides, it's not all that posh. 58-star raise won't break the bank. A nice comfy room and a fresh breakfast will be money well spent. You're nuts, Evan. You're nuts, Evan. You know that. If you can be spontaneous, then so can I. Prestatyn Sands Hotel was modern and sumptuous rather than classical posh. The main entrance had sliding doors, and radio music filled the lobby at a discreet volume. The hotel was almost full, so they had to book rooms far apart. Evan was on the fifth floor. Rotten's was on the second. Evan waited outside a long row of enclosed call boxes while Rossin talked to her husband in Llangeri. She came out after 2 minutes. Everything all right? Yeah, he wasn't worried or anything. He just wanted to be sure I was safe. So I said, it's fine. I'm staying in a very grand hotel with Evan. You told him you were with me? Asked Evan in a shocked voice. Yes, of course. Why shouldn't I? Evan couldn't think of an answer to that question. Do you have to phone your commanding officer, or whatever you call him? Damn it, yes, I didn't think of that. I'm not supposed to leave the district for more than 12 hours. District? The area around Llangeri is known by the zone as the South Clwyd District. I'm not allowed out of it overnight, even when I'm off duty. I could get into trouble for this. Just tell him your car's broken down. But it's not. They won't know that. Look, Rossin, you said it yourself. I'm a bad liar. Oh, Evan, she said reproachfully. It's just a little white lie. It's not doing anyone any harm. Just say, sorry, sir, my car's packed up and I'm stranded in Prestatyn for the night. I can't. I'll start stuttering and sounding stupid. He'll know I'm telling porkies. Evan. Rossin groaned and rolled her eyes to the ceiling. You're impossible. Come with me. She grabbed his hands and marched him outside to where the car was parked. She opened the door and released the bonnet, then got out a nail file out of her handbag and started sawing at something inside the engine. She stood up a minute later, holding a thick rubber strip that hung in her hand like a dead snake. Oh dear, she said with mock dismay. The fan belt snapped on my car. That means we can't drive home tonight. You better phone the base and tell them what's happened. We'll have to stay here overnight and find a garage in the morning. She grinned. What rotten bad luck. They went back inside to the payphones. Broken down? Said Crystal. What do you mean? The fan belt went, answered Evan from 30 miles away. Was the car from the motor pool? No, boss, I rented it from Unidrive in town. I see. He sounded sceptical. So where are you now? Prestatyn Sands Hotel. What the hell are you doing in Prestatyn? I just came up from the day to do a bit of sunbathing. There was a sharp pause. Evan, you're not with that hasty woman, are you? No, boss, of course I'm not. Of course not, I'm on my own. Rossin, who was standing behind him in the call box and could hear the exchange, put her hand over her mouth in a fit of giggles. He heard Crystal sigh. Very well, Evan. Get back here as soon as you can tomorrow. I need to speak to you anyway on a totally unrelated matter. What time can you be in my office? Depends on the mechanic, but hopefully before lunchtime. That'll have to do, I suppose. Good night, Evan. Sleep well. Thanks, boss. Bye. Rossin laughed. Evan, I take back what I said. That was as brilliant a piece of fibbing as I ever heard. Evan's hands quivered as he replaced the receiver. I'm glad I've got that over with. Come on, let's get to bed. Evan and Rossin kissed only briefly as they said good night. The lift opened on the second floor and she got out. Well, good night, Rossin, and thank you for a lovely day. Good night, Evan, and thank you. I've loved every minute of it. Now remember, if you want to talk to me, all the rooms have phones. Just dial the number of my room plus 0. Thanks, but I'll probably be asleep in 5 minutes. See ya. See ya. They waved goodbye as the doors closed and Evan was alone in the lift. He leaned back against the wall and sighed. Thank you, God. He prayed aloud. Thank you, God, for everything. Evan's room was furnished in the same modern style as the lobby. There was a single bed with a velvet upholstered headboard, a kettle atop a pine chest of drawers, a small wicker basket full of tea bags, coffee, sachets of milk and sugar. A TV set hung from a ceiling bracket, and a pair of patio doors led out onto a balcony. He went outside and felt the breeze which rushed over him like the tide, blowing out to sea. The moon was new, and the black vista was dotted with the lights of ships transiting Abergele roads. He went back inside to use the toilet next to the wash basin and shower. A brown terraline dressing gown lay folded up on top of the laundry basket. Evan picked up the TV remote control from the bedside and switched on the late news. After that he watched 10 minutes from the middle of a film, then flicked over to a travel brochure show. He turned it off and lay back on his bed to think. He spent more than 10 hours non-stop in the presence of Rosin, more than twice as much as he'd ever enjoyed before. But somehow it didn't seem right that he wasn't with her at that moment. He looked around the room as if expecting to see her. Something was missing. He looked at the clock. 10:59. Would she still be awake? She did say I could ring her if I wanted to. He picked up the bedside phone and dialed her number. Hello! There was the sound of running water in the background. Hi, Rosin, how are you? Evan, fine, thanks. Aren't these rooms lovely? I've never stayed anywhere like them. Someone phoned up a few minutes ago to offer me sandwiches and biscuits. Oh, they haven't got round to me yet. Oh, I expect they will. What's that noise? The shower. They've got this fabulous cherry-scented soap. I feel as fresh as a mountain stream. Hold on a minute. A few seconds passed and the noise stopped, and she came back on the phone. That's better. How are you getting on? All right, the sod all on TV, though. Have you got a minibar in your room? No, just a brew kit. I have. It's got miniatures of scotch and brandy, baby sham and things like that. Do you mind if I indulge? You don't need my permission. What, you're paying the bill? Like I said, we're treating ourselves. Order champagne on ice if you like. Thanks. Neither spoke for a few seconds. Rosin, what I rang up to ask was, would you mind if I came down and saw you for a bit? We could have a cuppa or something before bed. Come on down, Evan. You know the number, don't you? Yes, of course. Are you sure it's not a problem? Of course not. We'll have a little nightcap from the minibar. See you in a moment, then. Evan hummed to himself as he paced along the corridor to the lift. A quick cup of tea, a sip of spirit, and a late-night natter with Rosin would put the finishing touches to a wonderful day. Everything would finally be perfect, and he'd be able to return to his room in just the right mood for a long, happy sleep. He pressed the call button, and the lift opened. It descended to the second floor, and he stepped out onto the landing. He followed the room numbers along until he came to the right one and knocked. "Come in, Evan," called Rosin from the inside. He opened the door and entered a room similar to his own, except the air was steamy and filled with the smell of shampoo. "Hello, Evan. Would you like it? Would you like brandy?" She held up a small bottle. Evan didn't respond. He just stared at her. She noticed his expression and looked back, curiosity showing on her face. "Could you close the door, please?" Yes, sorry." He mumbled and reached behind him to obey without taking his eyes off her. "Evan, why are you looking at me like that?" He hadn't been prepared for this. Rosin's makeup had washed off in the shower, and some of her bruises remained as slight areas of discoloration. She wore a bath towel around her head like a turban, and one of the brown terraline dressing gowns that he'd seen in his own room. It was slightly too small for her, and had been tied at the front in a loose single bow. Between the slit at the front, he could see halfway up her thighs. Her feet were bare, and her skin was ruddy from the hot water. The material of the robe lay over the contours of her body, smooth where her flesh pressed against it, and crinkled in the gaps. "Evan, what's the matter?" She smiled in a slightly embarrassed way, then repeated her earlier question. "Why are you looking at me like that?" His body shook and his mouth went dry. He took a step forward and held his hands out to her. She blinked and opened her mouth, showing her white teeth. "No, Evan." She shook her head. "We can't. We mustn't." "Rosin," he breathed. "No, Evan." But as she spoke, she took a step towards him. "It isn't right. We mustn't do this." He ran his hands up her forearms. She flung herself at him, and they kissed manically. Her fingers grasped fistfuls of the back of his t-shirt, running under the bottom and massaging his bare back. He heard her gasp and began panting like a dog as he sucked at the side of her neck and licked her skin. Her dressing gown became slack in his grip and slid over her shoulders. Her hand pulled his shirt over his head and started working feverishly at the buttons on his shorts. Is it safe?" asked Evan. Yes, she replied. "I've had the operation. There's no danger." Rosin tugged off the rest of her robe, so her body and her body gleamed in the light like a bronze statue. Evan's shorts fell to his ankles and he kicked them away. They rolled onto the bed. A lubricating layer of sweat allowed their skins to rub together easily, their arms and legs tangled and entwined. He entered her easily without fumbling or prodding, and she groaned, a tremor running through her body. He puffed with exertion as he moved inside her. The sight and feel of her raising his lust to an explosive level. She lay beneath him in his arms, her head slightly on one side, her eyes closed, and her wet hair splayed and tangled on the sheet. A film of perspiration covered her like dew, and she wheezed rhythmically through her parted lips. A tickle began in his groin and spread out like a flood to fill his entire body. His limbs tensed and the seizure hit. He shuddered violently, threw back his head and yelled as he felt his body turn inside out, emptying its contents into Rossin, pounding, throbbing and flowing as if it would never stop. The air that rushed in and out of his lungs seemed to be on fire, and the sweat that cascaded over him boiled. Chapter 15. Evan awoke slowly from a deep, deep slumber. He knew that he was awake, but didn't open his eyes at first. He felt so contented and comfortable that he was reluctant to move in case he was unable to return to the position he was in now. A beautiful sound reached his ears, a sweet nasal rushing. He overflowed with delight when he realized that it was Rossin snoring. Her back lay against his arm and shoulder, shifting gently as she breathed. The temperature of the room was ideal, and they'd fallen asleep with no sheets over them at all. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, illuminated by a dull blue glow that came from the window. He rolled over and sat up, not feeling the least bit drowsy. He looked down at Rossin as he stood and stretched. She lay on her right side, half curled up, with her right leg extended a little more than her left. From his eye level, her shape was just outside the area where it would have been silhouetted by the window frame, and the light shone on her outline, as if the sun itself were rising behind the mound of her hip. Her skin was a rich copper, and the shadows she cast were russet grey. He felt as if he'd slept all night, but he couldn't have. What time is it? He bent over and shuffled through the pieces of clothing which lay scattered on the floor like old rags. He found his watch. 25 to 2. Impossible! Then he saw that the face was dented and the second hand was still. He remembered that he stepped on something during the night and heard a crack, but hadn't thought much about it at the time. The clock on the wall said 11:30, so they'd slept through the entire morning. That put the kibosh on Crystal's appointment. He shrugged. It didn't matter. Nothing did now. He was like a boulder in a stream, solid and secure, while the events of the universe flowed past, unable to dislodge him. He walked round the bed and pulled the curtains apart. It was bright outside. There was a layer of high milky cloud. The wind must have been up, because the sea was choppier than yesterday. White spume crested every wave. He turned back to admire Rossin again. He wasn't sure when they'd finally dropped off to sleep. Sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning, he reckoned. Until then they'd made love almost continuously since Evan had come into her room the night before, though, as the full ashtray and dirty teacup showed, they'd taken a few breaks. He shivered as he remembered what they'd done, hardly daring to believe that it had been real, not an erotic fantasy. He couldn't record it in terms of how long. It was all stored as a single event with no beginning, middle, or end, as a minister had once said heaven was like. And it was a good analogy. The same minister had told him that sex was something of this world that souls in heaven never did. Evan now muttered a fervent prayer that this wasn't true. He had no idea what it was all about until the previous night. No idea at all. He'd naively believed that after the handful of brief, painful, and clumsy encounters with his girlfriend Jenny all those years ago, he knew what it was like to make love, when in fact he'd only ever scratched the surface. He felt his loins blush, looking down, and saw himself rising. He wanted her again, but his weary testicles ached in protest. She stirred, as if sensing his rut. He crossed over to her and sat down on the edge of the bed. She opened one eye a crack and smiled at him. "Bodda," she mumbled. "Good morning, Rossin." He went and put the kettle on. As he brought 2 cups over to the bed, she raised herself into the sitting position. "Thank you, Cariad." She kissed his shoulder. "Did you sleep well? Like a log, and you?" "Yeah." She looked up at the clock. "Well, didn't we just? I don't think I'll be serving breakfast this late." "No, and I won't get my room taken off the bill either." She laughed. Shit happens. That's life, he concluded, and I love it. Her gaze dropped to his lap. So I see. Is this because you've just woken up or because you want some more? He nuzzled her neck. What do you think? Evan, we haven't got time. I've got to get home, and so do you. You're on nights tonight, aren't you? So what? They can manage without me for once. Let's stay here all day. The whole weekend. I'll pay for the room. I don't care how much it costs. No, Evan, she laughed and got to her feet. I must have a shower. He reclined onto the warm spot where she'd been lying, then jumped up with a gasp. Rossin, look at the sheets. Yeah, I know, she calmly lit a cigarette. What have we done to the place? We can't leave it like this. Don't worry, I'm sure they're used to it. But it's embarrassing, the bed is filthy. Stop fretting. Come on, we need to get cleaned up. Do you want to go in the shower first, or shall I? He grinned and put his arms around her. Why don't we go in together? Afterwards they got dressed, and Rossin used the bathroom mirror to apply some makeup from her handbag. You don't have to do that, said Evan. You're lovely as you are. She giggled. You really mean that, don't you? Thank you, but I can hardly go outside and want my face on, can I? Evan stepped behind her and circled her with his arm, squeezing gently. She hummed with pleasure and smiled while painting on lipstick. He looked at their reflection and met her eyes in the mirror. I never imagined that anything like this would happen to me, you know. I think it happens to everyone one day. He shook his head. No, not everyone meets you. She chuckled. Haven't you ever had a girlfriend? Not a serious one. I went out with one girl when I finished school. Did you get your leg over? He laughed. That's not a very ladylike expression. Well, maybe I'm not a lady. Well, did you? Yes, a few times. She paused. I was a virgin when I met Richard. I'd already had a few boyfriends, but I never took them any further than snogging. We didn't wait till we were married before we slept together, though. I was in love with him, and that's all that matters. Well, in a way, I was too. Jenny was a nice girl, but we were both so young. We felt embarrassed, self-conscious. I had terrible trouble putting on a condom. It's bloody tricky, you know. Evan, she roared with laughter. I broke 3 of them one evening before I got one on. I felt so awkward, and in the end I drooped. That made her feel inadequate too. She reached back and pinched his bottom. Well, you certainly didn't have that problem last night. But you see what I mean? You've opened my eyes, Rossin. I thought it would always be, well, like the time I had it with the other 2. Other 2? I thought you said you only went out with one girl. I did. The other was this one-night stand. Her name was Gloria. Rossin screwed her lipstick shut and opened her powder compact. Was she good? He hesitated. No. She stopped dusting her face and turned to look at him. What is it, Evan? He told her, opening out, telling her something he'd never spoken about to anyone. I knew it. She shook her head and bit her nails. I could feel it inside you last night. The damage, the trauma. How could she? Did you report it to the zone? No, I didn't think they'd believe me, and besides, I just wanted to forget about it. Oh, Evan, that's terrible. I don't know why people treat other people like that, men or women. It's about power rather than sex, I think. They're horrid, power-hungry. Evan was stunned when the next moment she picked up a tube of shower gel and dashed it against the wall with such force that it burst. Its contents ran down the tiles and foamed as they mixed with the residual water in the plug hole. She stared at it, flushed and panting, then embraced him. But it's over now, Bach. If anyone wants to hurt you again, they'll have to deal with me first. It was gone midday when they left their room and went down to reception. They weren't charged for breakfast, but were for the 2 rooms. The next problem was to find a new fan belt to replace the broken one. Luckily, there was no need to go traipsing around town looking for garages. The hotel car park had a shop of spare parts and a resident mechanic who fitted Rossin's car free of charge. They had lunch in the Pizza Hut before heading back. There's something I should tell you, Evan, said Rossin after they'd eaten for a while in silence. What's that? The night after the battle, when I told you I didn't think we should see each other anymore. I said that I thought your feelings for me had got out of control and you needed to get a grip of yourself. You remember? He nodded. Well, in fact, I wasn't talking about your feelings for me. I was talking about my feelings for you. They were the reason I didn't want to see you anymore. I felt I needed to get a grip on myself. Evan nodded and looked at the table. Where do we go from here, Rossin? I don't know, she grinned. Quite thrilling, isn't it? So you want to be with me? Yes, I can see things more clearly now, Evan. I do, but... She sighed and put down her slice of pizza. But things are moving too quickly for me. I've had the most wonderful time this weekend, Evan. I've loved every second, and I've got no regrets at all. It's simply that only a few weeks ago I was with Richard and had no intentions to be with anyone else. Then all of a sudden you come into my life, and now we've slept together. I feel I'm rushing. But you're not with Richard exactly. No, but you can't expect me to behave like a single girl. You said last night that you wouldn't put any pressure on me. Well, don't, please, Evan. But you do like me. She laughed and touched his hand. Like? Oh, Evan, last night you made me believe I was a goddess. I've never felt so good in my life. There's something about you that makes me go weak at the knees whenever I look at you. It's always been there, even from when we first met all those months ago. I want to explore you, Evan, to find out more about you, but please don't rush me. I need some time. Are you willing to wait? Am I, he thought. Definitely, Rossin. You mean so much to me. I'll wait forever. It's called courting. It's fun. Make the most of it. They went back to silent munching, and for a while, then Evan voiced a new subject. What will you say to Richard? Rossin gulped down a mouthful of coffee. Nothing yet. I suppose he'll have to know sometime. I think he already does. What? Richard is a very observant, intelligent man. He hasn't said anything directly, but it's there. Something in the way he looks, the way he alters his tone of voice when he speaks about you. He mentions me? Yes, sometimes just, how's Evan, or was Evan at work today? I can detect the suspicion in his tone and body language. Do you think he's upset about it? I don't know. He once told me that he'd be happy if I started again with someone else. He's a very reasonable and understanding person. If he found out about us, he wouldn't get angry or anything. He'd just take it philosophically. And the children? Gwyn would be all right. Joe might think you were too young for me. Eric? I don't know. Rossin, do you mind me asking how you would feel if Richard started a relationship with another woman? The question seemed to disturb her, and he began to wish he could recall the words. I'd feel not jealous, a little sad perhaps, but I wouldn't try to stand in his way. That'd be selfish. I'd realised the time had come to let go, as I do now. It didn't feel like going home. Yesterday, Evan had lamented at the idea of going back to Llangeri, but today that Llangeri no longer existed. The town they were driving into was a new Llangeri, a bright, happy place that he'd never been to before. She dropped him off by Llawdi, where they'd met up 27 and a half hours earlier. They kissed for a few minutes, then Evan got out of the car. When will I see you again? He asked. Soon, Carrier. I'm on a late Monday. I'll stay on after work and come and talk to you, okay? That'll be lovely, Rossin, thank you. Have a good day off tomorrow. Thanks, Evan. Hope work's all right. I'll be thinking about you. I'll be thinking about you too. Just give me a call if you need anything. I will, Evan, thanks. Take care of yourself, won't you? She laughed. Evan, I really have to go now. All right, Rossin. See you. See you, Evan. She blew him a kiss and drove off. He watched the car until it had gone out of sight around the corner. Rwy'n dy garu, Rossin, he whispered. I love you. Evan sat in the ante-room outside Crystal's office and waited. An hour had passed and there was no sign of the boss. It was probably revenge for his turning up late. But Evan didn't care. In fact, he relished the time just to sit and think about Rossin. He was still on a high, which he realised, and knew that he had to turn his mind to more practical concepts. For example, what would he do in October when 60's posting to South Clwyd came to an end? He had no idea where they'd be sent after that. It could be anywhere in Wales. Wherever it was, he had to make some arrangements to stay in touch with her. The zone's grudging acceptance of its personnel's occasional friendship with Welsh civilians would not stretch to long-term romances with those outside one's district. If they found out, they could easily fix it so that Evan and Rossin never saw each other again. Therefore, he'd have to be very discreet. Maybe they could exchange letters through a third party and meet up at a secret location when he went on leave. He'd only be able to see her for a few days every couple of months, but for Rossin, he'd endure anything and make the most of the short times they had together. In 4 years his enlistment would be up and he'd be free to leave the zone. He'd go and live closer to her in Llangeri, or maybe she'd want to move somewhere else. He didn't care. He'd live anywhere so long as he could be with her. It would be tricky, but Evan knew that somehow it would work. He loved Rosin, and Rosin loved him. Therefore, it couldn't fail. In the meantime, they had more than 2.5 months, 10 whole weeks, in which he and Rosin lived barely a mile from each other and could have comparatively unlimited contact. He would savour every second of those precious days. His daydream ended when the door to the business security area burst open and Team Commander Crystal came through. His face was red and sweaty and his shirt was open at the collar. Evan! He looked at him with surprise, which turned to annoyance, and checked his watch. Nice of you to make it this year. Sorry I'm late, boss, said Evan, standing up. Most of the garages were shut and I had to hunt around all morning. I eventually got one in Rhyl from the Yellow Pages, and they sent out a tow truck, but the tow truck broke down, and Crystal held up his hand. All right, Evan, it doesn't matter. You're here now. Come through to the office. He made Evan a cup of coffee from a filter on his sideboard, and they both sat down. Well, Evan, I've called you in here today because, as the saying goes, boy, have I got news for you. Have you? Yes, and I think you're going to like it. Well, I'll come to that in a minute. First of all, I'd like to present you with an intelligence assessment of your surveillance reports. He handed him a folder. Evan opened it and briefly skimmed the 6 tight-line sheets of A4 without reading or understanding any of it. Not bad, Evan, I'm impressed. This sort of work could tip the balance in our favour as far as budget allocation goes. If we're seen to be effective, then the powers that be will want to support us. What exactly does it say, boss? Well, basically speaking, it's the BPZ Intelligence Division's theory on everything to do with the Llangeri General ASU, what it is, where its members are present, who's in it, and most importantly, what it's doing. It's been compiled from various sources, including in the informants managed by Billy Temple, but in fact most of it's based on the information you've provided. Me? Who else? This was faxed to me on Thursday straight from BPZI headquarters in Roland Cooper City. It's going to be very useful. Your observations of Denzel Morgan and his pals could be the key to breaking the ASU wide open. I always compare anti-terrorist operations to stonemasonry. You make one little crack with a chisel and you can split the whole block in half. I never realised what I was doing here would be of interest to people in Roland Cooper City. Absolutely, you're a big league case officer now. People in high places are noticing you. In fact, the fact is, if we manage to hook these bastards, then you can take most of the credit, as you did with the Wynne Williams case. Nice work, Evan. Thank you, boss. That copy is yours to keep. It's classified secret and not top secret, so you can take it out of the department, but make sure it does not leave the base, okay? Okay, boss, and I'd like to ask a question. Where's Denzel Morgan now? At home. Since he left the hospital, he hasn't been back. He's been doing odd jobs around Llanigmere, mowing lawns, cleaning windows, etc. Rumour has it he'll be returning to the Llangeri General sometime next month, so you obviously didn't hit him that hard. The boss chuckled. When he comes back, we'll arrest him, right? Arrest him? Why? He assaulted Rosin Hasty. I know, it is in your report. He threw glass urine bottles at her, boss. God knows what else he would have done to her if I hadn't stopped him. Crystal frowned and hesitated before he spoke. That's no concern of yours, Evan, or anyone else in the business. Boss, she was cut and bruised and terrified out of her life. And you rescued her, which is highly commendable, but that's where it ends. You understand me? Crystal looked straight into his eyes, his voice placid but firm. He used the tone of a father trying to explain something to his teenage son. Your mission at Llangeri General is to gather anti-terrorist intelligence. If your subject happens to commit an unrelated act of disobedience, then it is an affair for the local constituency or UID. We ignore everything except information relating to his involvement with 1282. So he just gets away with it, does he? Asked Evan. Bitterly. No, he'll eventually be apprehended, but only when he does us the courtesy of handing over all his unit activists and brigade leaders on a plate. Then, and only then, will we nail him for membership of a dissident organisation, conspiracy to commit murder, and a whole list as long as your arm. I'm not going to throw all that away for the sake of a piddling little assault and ABH charge. throw all that away for the sake of a piddling little assault and ABH charge. Evan looked at the floor, brooding. You have the makings of an excellent field officer, Evan, the boss continued, but you're going to have to learn to keep your personal feelings under control. Denzel Morgan is a nasty little shit. I was as shocked as you were at what he did to Mrs. Hasty, but as far as we're concerned, he's a subject, not a person. A good zoneman is is detached and objective, not emotional. Is that clear, Evan? Yes, boss, he replied deadpan. There was a pause. Anyway, resumed Crystal, on a more cheerful note, like I said, well done. I'm pleased with your work at the hospital, so I wondered if you'd like to join Warren and myself in the mess tonight for a quick drink. We have a few things to celebrate. Oh, thank you, boss. That's a nice offer, but I can't. I'm on nights tonight. He laughed. No, you're not, Evan. You're not going back to the hospital. What? His blood ran cold. You've accomplished your mission, done the task that we inserted you there to do. That's what this report is. There's no longer any need for you to be there. After 2 months, I'd have thought you'd be glad to see them get away from the place. But what about the ASU? The Intel Div bods can watch them from now on. Our involvement is over, for the time being, anyway. Evan fought to keep this shocking new information in perspective. Calm down. It's not the end of the world. He wasn't bothered about the job. In fact, he hated it. He wanted that emplacement because it brought him close to Rossin. Through it, they'd met, and through it, they saw each other regularly. But it was not essential, especially in light of the recent progress they'd made. They could still see each other outside the hospital. Slowly, he relaxed. I see, boss, that's fine. So I'll be going back to unspecified surveillance like I used to, will I? Oh, no. He smiled. That's the news I've got for you. He paused. How would you like to be a live interpreter aboard a submarine gathering radio messages in enemy waters? Pardon? I'll explain. He leaned back. In the light of the rather thin level of intelligence from behind enemy lines, the zone has decided to deploy radio pickets all along the boundary, both on land and sea. The best way to do this is to send in submarines because they can get very close without being seen, right inside the territorial waters of Free Wales. A lot of the stuff you had to deal with in the translation lab comes in that way. However, the need for immediate tactical advantage, especially to do with matters concerning the Navy, means it's necessary to have someone on board with WL, so that a message can be translated into English the moment it's been decoded and transmitted to the fleet. So every sub that goes out on electronic intelligence gathering carries a WL expert as part of its crew. Usually they're loaned by Intel or they're the odd Welshman drafted in from other divisions, but their numbers have been supplemented by business WL specs. We want you to be one of those WL specs. He frowned when Evan didn't say anything. The subs are based at Lundy Island or Bideford in Devon, but they usually do 90-day patrols in Cardigan Bay, with a 25-day furlough in between. He shifted in his seat. We've taken the liberty of arranging a detachment for you to RCSM Calder, currently berthed at Bideford. You'll find life on a submarine strange, as you're not used to it, but she's a nuclear-powered boat, so should be fairly spacious with plenty of fresh air and water, etc. You're down for 3 cruises, should be the best part of a year. Evan, what's wrong? You look like you've got a dicky stomach. He mumbled incoherently. Come again? I don't want to do it, boss, he repeated in a choky voice. Evan, this is a unique opportunity. You're being given a chance to interpret real intelligence in a combat situation. It's not like the translation lab, you know. You won't just be turning gobbledygook into English and handing it over to some slap-headed analyst. You, and you alone, will be making decisions based on the radio material that only you will have seen. Think of it. There's a hazardous duty bonus as well. 500 star A's per cruise. Whatever, boss. I just don't want to do it. Crystal scowled and said irritably, I don't understand you, Evan. Every other WL specialist would. Do you know how privileged you are to be selected for this so early in your career? Section Commander Grayson would be appalled to hear that you turned it down. Why the hell don't you want to do it? Appalled that you tried to turn it down. Why the hell don't you want it? Boss, I don't want to leave 6D. He was on the verge of tears. I don't want to leave Llangeri. He softened when he saw how distressed Evan was. Evan, you've always known that your detachment to my team was temporary. We needed a WL spec. We still do, really, but the whole business is short of WL specs. We have to deploy the assets we have where we need them the most. Try to understand that. But I've got friends here. We all make friends when we're on a posting. Saying goodbye to those friends is a sad fact of life in the military. But I really don't want to go, boss. Well, I'm afraid this posting is not optional. Evan leaned on the desk, trembling. Boss, I'm begging you, do something to keep me here in Llangeri, please. I'm sorry, the decision has been made. I couldn't reverse it now if I wanted to. He bowed his head. How long? Like I said, 90-day cruises with... No, how long till I have to go? Well, I've spoken to the CO of Calder. He's putting to sea on Monday week. We'll fly you down there Friday or Saturday, so you'll have a little weekend to settle in and make preparations. You'll have the weekend to settle in and make preparations. 1 week! He hissed to himself. What was that? Nothing. Crystal sighed. I think you need to go and lie down, Evan. Have a think about it. I'm sure you'll see things differently when you get used to the idea. Dismissed. Evan stood up and trudged out of Crystal's office. How did he take it, boss? Even worse than I thought, Warren. I didn't think he'd fallen for her quite that badly. Well, as they say, you have to be cruel to be kind. God, I hate myself. Was he with her in Prestatyn? Yes, I rang the hotel and checked. They had separate rooms, mind you, so I thought, no, boss, Evan can fall in love with a girl long before reaching that stage. Warren, are we doing the right thing? Aye, it's for his own good. At least he'll be in a safe place, somewhere we can keep an eye on him, somewhere he can't say anything unwise to the wrong ears. I acted a bit rough on him, hoping I could get him to blurt it out, but he just bottled up like before. He's a good kid. He doesn't deserve all this. I know, Warren. The wind had got up a little, and it was raining lightly. Evan stood in the strip shelter of the parapet and waited for her to appear. It was Monday night, only 3 days left. He spotted her walking down the corridor towards the sliding doors, and his eyes brimmed with tears. He had to wipe them away before she got close enough to recognise him through the windows. He smiled, and she smiled and waved. Hi, Evan. She came out for the airlock, and they kissed. Rossin, where have you been? I've been trying to get hold of you all weekend. We've been staying up at my dad's house. Auntie Vanny's ill. What's wrong? They're sending me away. She stood back. No. He nodded. I've got to move to Devon and go out to sea in a submarine for 3 months at a time. A submarine? Yes, so I can translate radio signals from free Wales. She covered her hand with her mouth and shook her head. When do you leave? I'm booked on a plane to Milford Haven on Friday morning, then a connecting flight to Bideford. You can't be, she said in a husky voice. I am. She trembled and started weeping. She fell against him and buried her forehead in his shoulder. No, Evan, I don't want you to go. I want you to stay with me. I want you to be here where I can hold you. She looked up into his face. You mustn't go, Evan. You mustn't. Tell them you won't. Refuse. If I do that, I'll be court-martialed for mutiny and executed. We'll run away together. We'll go somewhere they'll never find us. They'll find us, then you'll be in trouble as well. I don't care, Evan. I don't want to lose you. Rossin, we can't. She suddenly flew into a rage and punched his chest. You bastard! You fucked me, so now you've got to sod off and leave me. How could you do this? It's not my fault. I pleaded with my CO, but he ordered me. I can't get out of it. She walked over to a bench and sat down, sobbing with her hands over her face. Evan sat beside her and lightly touched her shoulder. I don't want to go, Rossin. I want to stay here in Llangeri with you. I'll be miserable. I'll hate it, but I have no choice. It's not fucking fair, she wailed, her voice muffled by her hands. Evan cuddled her for a few minutes while she wept. When she'd recovered a little, she turned to face him. Rossin, look at me. There's still hope. There's still hope left, but we must be positive. I've got a plan. If it all goes well, it means we can write to each other and even be together occasionally. She lifted her head, her eyes wide, as if she was saying a prayer. Really? If we're careful that no one finds out, we can't exchange directly because my post will be intercepted. Yours too, perhaps. Do you know of anyone who'd be willing to relay my letters to you? A friend, not family. I'll have to ask her, but Mrs. John Rees might. She lives in the next street to mine. Good, great. Ask her as soon as possible tomorrow if you can. If she agrees, Let me have her address. When I get down to Bideford, I'll find someone to do the same, a local civilian. I'll pay them if I have to. Then I'll send their address for you to write back to. But we must be very circumspect. Always put the name of the recipient on the envelope, never my name or care of. And you mustn't tell no one of what we're doing, okay? She nodded. Whenever my leave comes up, we can arrange to meet secretly somewhere. A place in England would be best, but it would only be when my submarine gets in for about 1 month in 4. This is the way it's going to have to be for the next 4 years until I get the chance to quit the zone, unless by some miracle I get rotated back to South Clwyd. Until then, it'll be letters only and a few days, 2 or 3 times a year, when we can see each other. I have to ask you, can you wait that long? Will your feelings for me remain as they are? If you want to call it a day, I'll understand. Shut up! She paused, then took his hand. I never want to hear you ask me that again, never. I love you. I never thought I'd say that to another man after Richard, but I'm saying it to you now, because I mean it. Rwy dy garu, Evan. Whenever you want time to fly, it drags. But whenever you want time to drag, it flies. It was Thursday night. The precious 3 days had passed, as if they were minutes, and Evan found himself facing his last few hours in Llangeddi. His kit was packed in a hold-all lying on the floor of the hut, and his locker was empty except for his wash bag and a change of clothes for the journey. He sat hunched on the bed, with his forehead propped on his hands. Warren came in. There you are, Evan. Everyone's ready in the mess. You coming? He stood up. OK. You all right, lad? He didn't reply. Warren came over and put a hand on his shoulder. It'll be OK, pal. You'll see. Come on. They walked across the grass between the huts and the temporary base. Before they reached the mess shack, Evan pulled up short. Warren, I can't go in there. What? Evan, this is your leaving party. Your flight takes off from Corwen tomorrow morning. It's the only chance the team will have to say goodbye to you. They're all in there now waiting. Come on, mate. Evan, please, I can't go in there. He hesitated. What are you going to do then? Go for a walk. Warren seemed to be about to argue, but then changed his mind. All right, lad, but remember, you've got to be back here at 04:30. I will. Tell the others that I'm sorry, but I couldn't face it, and I wish them all the best from me. Warren smiled. I'll explain to them. And Warren, will you drive down to Corwen with me to see me off? Of course. See you later, mate. There was only one person Evan wanted to be with that night. He walked through the town to Nant Mawr and arrived at Rossin's door just as the sun had set. By luck or providence, or perhaps a bit of both, Richard and Gwyneth were spending the night with her father in Llangollen because her aunt Myfanwy was still poorly. Without saying a word, she and Evan went straight upstairs to her bedroom. Their love-making was as passionate and absorbing as it had been in Prestatyn 6 nights before, but this time an irrepressible gloom hung over them, caused by the knowledge that this was a last act of love before a very long separation. As they trembled in each other's arms, each was preparing themselves in their own way for the heartbreak of not being together. They were both angry and afraid as well as sad. Afraid because there was so much uncertainty in their future plans, angry because they'd been robbed of happiness when it was almost within their grasp, angry with the zone, with fate, with God, angry with the other for being so in love with them, and angry with themselves for the same reason. Rossin had approached her friend, Eva John Rhys, on the Tuesday, explaining the situation over a cup of tea. Her friend had agreed to pass on Evan's letters to her and keep this act as close secret. Evan had Mrs. John Rhys's address on a scrap of paper in his wallet and in his diary, which was in his personal kit, just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the safe side, he memorised it until he could recite it by heart. If, on the off chance, someone had to see it written down, it was unlikely they'd make the connection with Rossin. The next step would have to wait until Evan reached Bideford. He'd have to befriend someone who lived close enough to the naval base for him to pick up Rossin's letters and pass on their address for her to write to. This worried him a bit. How would he know whether he could trust them not to grass him up to the authorities? He wouldn't. He'd just have to take the chance. Still, even somebody with a traitorous tendency could be silenced by a hefty bribe. Evan and Rossin lay together in the darkness, not speaking for more than an hour. She kissed his shoulder. Evan, I don't think I quite realised how I felt about you until you actually told me you were going away. We've known each other for 2 months, more if you count the time we met in the spring. Why didn't I see it then? Why didn't I realise what you mean to me until now, when I'm about to lose you? It's so unfair. You're not going to lose me, Rossin. We'll get through this. It's as bad for me as it is for you. I know that. She nodded briskly. They were silent for a few more minutes. Then she asked, "What's it like on a submarine?" "I don't know. I've never been on one before. I had to read this pamphlet about it, but it doesn't seem too bad. They're not like those old ones in the old barbarian war films. The living conditions are quite comfortable. It's warm and dry, and the crew eat good food." "Is it dangerous?" "No, they're very careful to make sure nothing goes wrong, and even if it does, the crew knows how to escape, and I'll just follow them. A lot of them are in the same situation as me. Loved ones ashore they can't contact. Well, not entirely. They can receive short radio messages from their wives and kids. They're called familygrams. I'd give anything to get one from you." He stroked her hair. "I thought you know all about it being in the zone." "I'm in the auxiliaries, Rossin. This is the Navy, 2 separate divisions." There was another long period of silence, then Evan heard her sniff a few times. He ran his finger over her cheek and found that it was wet. "Oh, Rossin." He pulled her close and kissed her. He decided to shift the conversation onto a more positive course. "If I sail on Monday, it means I'll probably be back sometime late October, so we better finalise what we're going to do. There'll be a 25-day layover before the next patrol. Within some of that time, I'll get 10 days or to a fortnight's leave. As soon as we dock at Bideford, I'll write and let you know the exact dates so we can meet up." "Where?" "Somewhere a long way from both Bideford and Llangerry. Where'd you fancy?" "I couldn't give a toss so long as you're there, Evan." "Me too, Rossin. How about Skegness? I once went there with the school." "Skegness? It's a date." Evan could tell by her voice that she was smiling. "Right then, sometime around late October, November, be there. Try and stop me. I'm afraid it's crap out of season, but we can have a laugh walking along the seafront by boarded up shops, sheltering from the wind and buying umbrellas." "Evan," she laughed, if we can be there together for 10 days, I wouldn't swap it for Bondi Beach. I'm going to count every day until you come back to me. It'll go slowly, but God, I'll look forward to it." "We must keep it quiet, though, Rossin. That's very important." "A secret romance, like the stuff books are made of. So when I travel, I should pay for my tickets in cash." "To be on the safe side, yes. That way no one can trace our movements." She hesitated. "Evan, what if someone finds out?" "They won't, not if we're careful." "That's not what I asked." He sighed. "If they found out, I'd be court-martialed and imprisoned. I've been in trouble quite a bit already, so I couldn't hope for leniency. You'd probably face some minor civil charges. There'd be a public, but they would be public, so 1282 would find out about it. And you know what they do to Welsh women who go out with zone men. Whatever happens, Rossin, if we don't keep our relationship secret, your life could be in danger, and we'll certainly be apart." Rossin squeezed him tighter. Her breath trembled a bit. A long time later she raised her head and said, "I'm thirsty. Shall we get some beers from the fridge?" "No, thanks, I prefer tea." "It's all right, Evan, you stay here, I'll get it." She got up and walked over to the bedroom door. Her body was a deep amber-coloured blotch in the darkness, which rubbed out as she put on her dressing gown. The hall light was on, and it dazzled his eyes when she opened the door to go downstairs. Evan switched on the bedside TV and browsed through the channels. "Anything good on?" she asked, when she came back with 2 mugs in her hands. "No, shall I switch it off?" Rossin put the tea on the floor and shed her dressing gown. "Do you mind if we watch Around the World?" "No, but it's not on this late, is it?" "Yeah, it was dropped back because of the football. It should be on in 10 minutes. "OK." He switched the channels to Terror TV. As the familiar theme sequence began, she smiled at him. "Sorry if I sound daft, but this programme always makes me think of you." The programme's first scene is a melange of shots that show pictures from most people consider synonymous with the war in Wales. Zone troopers tramping over dark and muddy hillsides, jet fighters and endopters zooming through overcast skies, families lined up in the street while zone men carry out house-to-house searches, Owen Jones standing on a podium making a speech, 1282 guerrillas parading in balaclavas carrying Draeger Goch. Cut. Lisa Dominski is standing on the bows of a warship. The weather is windy and the sky thick with cloud. She's wearing yellow oilskins and an orange life jacket. Her head is bare and her hair blows about as she speaks. In the background is the grey metal superstructure of the craft with a large gun turret directly behind the reporter. The rough dark sea moves up and down and the screen in response to the movement of the ship. There are a few figures similarly dressed behind her. "The Welsh crisis," she begins, "has now been raging for almost 20 years. What the British governorship assured us was only a minor insurgency problem that could be put down within a month has transformed into a full-scale military confrontation that has lingered for so long that most of us have forgotten when it started. Some of the sailors on this ship were born after it broke out. Today, it shows less signs of ending than it ever has done. The nation of Free Wales definitely holds the upper hand, being triumphant in 8 out of 10 contacts in the field. Despite the advantages the zone has in technology and numbers, it has been repeatedly beaten back. The war, for that is what it is, not just a crisis, has cost the lives of over 150,000 zone servicemen and 10,000 civilians. 1282 have murdered almost 500 people in gun and bomb attacks. The death toll on the Free Welsh side is probably 5 times that number, not including those who have died as a result of poverty and oppression within the outlaw state. This is by far the worst conflict ever to take place on British soil in all of history." Cut. The next scene is shot outside the Governor's Palace in Llandaff, Cardiff. The weather is warm and sunny, and Dominski is standing underneath the 80-foot statue of Roland Cooper in the square outside its gates. As the world listens to news of the war through the media, it is constantly accompanied by reassurances that the zone has the problem in hand. The crisis, they say, will soon be over. Free Wales is on the brink of defeat. Unfortunately, the objective facts point to exactly the opposite conclusion. Cut. It is now an overcast day, and Dominski is walking along a pavement beside a chain-link fence, crowned with a coil of barbed wire. Beyond it is a smooth lawn leading up to a huge yellow brick building covered by tinted windows. This is the Zone Multi-Force Headquarters in Cardiff Bay, one of the largest military command centres in Europe. Within these walls, the operations of the entire zone in Wales are orchestrated. The zone claims that the crisis is under control and there is no need for secrecy. The Welsh rebels are pitiful and insignificant and can be defeated as if they weren't there. We have learned from sources inside the zone that this is a lie and that the agents of Roland Cooper are actively involved in a desperate struggle against what has turned out to be an implacable enemy. The treasuries of the world are pouring billions of star rays into the effort. We estimate that, apart from the defence of the Baker-Shockist boundary, the Welsh crisis swallows up 20 to 30% of the budget for the entire world garrison. They are therefore taking the threat much more seriously than they claim. Not only that, but the arrogant declaration that overt force alone is enough to defeat Free Wales is also false. We have learned from a zone man currently serving in Wales that a secret war is being fought in the underworld of anti-terrorism and espionage. It involves kidnapping civilians, assassinations and political disinformation. Tonight, exclusively on Around the World, we can reveal the existence of a black organisation founded at great expense purely for the purpose of assisting the war effort here in Wales. All details of it are classified top secret, but we have been told that it operates from a highly secure department of this very building behind me and is known simply as the business. "Evan, what's the matter?" Rossin jumped up with him. Evan stood quivering, his face just a few inches from the TV screen. Oh God, oh dew. The business is a paramilitary force that is controlled directly from BPZ headquarters in Roland Cooper City, continued Dominski. "Evan!" Rossin shook him. "It also operates out of a number of local stations all over Wales. Its staff blend in with the rest of the personnel using undercover identities, usually posing as auxiliaries." "I'm not seeing this," shouted Evan. "What aren't you seeing?" "This!" He gesticulated madly at the screen. "How the fuck did she find out?" "What's this business thing got to do with you, Evan?" There was no harm in telling her now. "I'm part of it." "Oh, so you're not just some undercover bloke then? You're a real spy," she sounded awestruck. "Yes, blimey, so you're a bit like Shades McLean." "Rossin, shut up! All this was meant to be the closest guarded secret in Wales. When I joined it, I was threatened with Greek buggery if I so much as breathed a word of this. Now I'm watching it on international television." and he muttered under his breath, the boss must be having kittens. Hey, Lisa told us she was making 2 programmes about Wales, didn't she? The first one was about the Blake Hope strategy. She never told us what the other one was about. Well, now we know. Evan sat down and took a sip of tea. His hands trembled so much that he spilt a few scalding drops onto his naked lap. Ow! I can't imagine how she could have found this out. She must have met someone from the business and persuaded them to talk. But who? Who would do such a thing? Maybe that's that horrid little man she was all over in a Saudi. Connie! No chance. He's a wanker, but he's not stupid. She stopped. He stopped and stared at her. You think it was him? You think it was him, don't you? Surely not, thought Evan. Surely not even Connie could be insane enough. But it fits perfectly. Yes, Rossin, he said after a pause. It must have been him. What will happen to him? He's dead. In fact, he has to be suicidal to have even considered blabbing. He's a nutter. A complete nutter. Why has he spilt the beans? Is he secretly a free Welsh agent or something? No, and to answer your other questions, I don't know why he's done this. He can't possibly expect to get away with it. I don't know, he looks like the type who could sweet-talk his way out of anything. Not this, Rossin, not this. Blabbing. The unthinkable sin. The scandal that was going to erupt from this episode of Around the World would be catastrophic. It might even cause the business to be disbanded. There would be a gargantuan effort to catch the culprit and neutralise him. The entire business crew would be interviewed, and everyone, from General Renslow to the most junior operative, would be a suspect. Personal files would be thrown open, and anyone with a possible inclination to... Oh, shit. Horror seized him. It was as if the floor fell away from under his seat. What's wrong, Evan? Rossin, he choked. Connie will get away with it. He'll get away with it because they're going to think it's me. You? Why you? Because of the interview I've already done. They'll think I told Lisa about the business as well. But you didn't. No, but they'll think I did. Evan's voice was a petrified hiss. I've proved to them that I have a big mouth. It'll all fit into place. Evan. Rossin turned to face him and put her hands on his shoulders. Calm down. Don't jump to conclusions. You don't know what they're going to think. If they do suspect you, just tell them clearly that you didn't do it. They won't believe me. I know how these people think. I'm done for. She didn't reply for several seconds. Then her hands tensed and she gasped. Oh, Evan, I've had a thought. This could be just the opportunity you're looking for. If they're really angry, they might sack you. Then you won't have to go away to sea and can stay here with me. Oh God, can it be true? Shut up, Rossin. They won't sack me. This is a top secret military outfit. They'll kill me, literally. No court-martial, no defence, just a shot through the head and a shallow grave in Forest Vour. What? Don't be daft. They can't just shoot someone. This isn't the Dark Ages. They can. They've already threatened me with it, and I know they mean what they say. I know because I once watched them do it to someone else. There was silence in Rossin's bedroom for a while. Then the phone rang at the bottom of the stairs. She gave a short scream of fright, almost leaping clear of the bed. Shh, that's probably them. It won't have taken long for them to guess where I am. Go and answer it. She nodded shakily, got out of bed and pattered downstairs to where the phone was on its 7th ring. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Hasty, she said in English. Who? Evan Hughes. He's a lad from work, I think, a porter. No, of course he's not here. Yes, I'm sure. What? That's a wicked rumour. We're just friends. No, he's never been to this house. I've already told you he's not here. But how should I know? Go and look for him. All right, good night. She put the receiver back onto its hook. Thanks. Evan was standing behind her on the lower step. He sounded vicious. That was probably Team Commander Crystal, my CO. Come on, we've got to get dressed. He leapt up the stairs to the bedroom. Why? She asked, following him. Evan switched on the light and began pulling on his clothes. What you said on the phone won't put them off. They'll be here in a minute. Well, come on, get on with it. He stomped hard on the panic that was rearing its head inside him. She fiddled her drawers over her ankles and pulled them up, her legs. What are you going to do? I've got to get away from here. Don't leave me, she wailed. Rossin, I have to. No! Shut up and listen. If they catch me here, you'll get done for aiding and abetting a criminal. My God, that's what I am, a criminal on the run. But, for your own sake, let me go. She sighed. Where will you go? I don't know. So what are you going to do? Live off roots and berries in the woods? Evan, let me hide you here. It's no good. They search every nook and cranny. The garden, then. They'll have someone waiting behind the back fence. No, they won't. The gardens of Plymlow Close run right to our back fence. They'll have to be waiting out the front of the houses. Evan calculated for a moment. Unlike Rossin, the logic part of his brain was in overdrive while his emotions were switched off. All right, where can I hide? Behind the bush in the right-hand corner. You'll be covered by leaves and the shed in the back garden behind. Don't wait until I get here. Go now. Evan stumbled out onto the patio, lit only by the light from inside the kitchen, and ran to the back of the hasty small garden. He knelt down and eased himself behind the thick bush. The downy earth was warm, dry and comfortable. He got into a position where he could see the kitchen and waited. He knew the procedure for a house search, so he could guess what would happen. A van load of about 5 troopers would do the house, while a second squad deployed to the adjacent street as a safety net in case the suspect tried to escape out of the back. He hadn't had time to put on his watch and had just shoved it in his pocket. He took it out and looked at it. It was a mere 20 minutes since Around the World had started. It had taken those 20 minutes for his whole world to be thrown to the wind. Up until then he had been a zoneman about to embark on an assignment aboard a submarine. Now he was an outlaw, a fugitive, who would have to hide away for a very long time, perhaps for his whole life. He still didn't grasp the facts. It seemed crazy that he couldn't just get up, go back to the base and have a chat with Warren and the others. To try to do so would mean death. Maybe all of this was just a horrible dream and he would eventually wake up. The noise of a car outside in Rossin's Road made him stiffen. It drove straight past. So did 3 others during the next 5 minutes. A 4th vehicle approached. Evan willed it to keep driving, but then he saw the flickering blue light reflecting off a neighbour's house. He whispered a quick prayer and lay still. He could hear the doorbell from where he was. After that he heard and saw nothing for about 5 minutes. Then some movement in the kitchen, and they were there. A helmeted head turned from side to side as the blackie searched for a hole where a runaway might be concealed. He moved down the kitchen, getting closer to the back door. Evan froze as he looked out into the garden, his head scanning the dull patio and lawn. Evan nearly screamed aloud as he as he swept a torch beam back and forth, dazzling his eyes as it shone straight at him. Evan didn't even dare blink. After a few passes, the torchlight vanished and the trooper walked out of sight. Evan wanted to pant like a dog, but forced his shaking lungs to breathe normally. An engine revved up in the street and the vehicle drove off down the road. He didn't even dare hope before he saw Rossin at the back door waving to him. He backed out of his hiding place and returned to the house. The leader had his visor down so I couldn't see his eyes, said Rossin. He said, if Evan Hughes tries to contact you, it would be in everyone's best interest to let us know, including yours. They were rough. They pushed me around and barked at me. It was frightening. Don't be scared. It's over for now. He rubbed her shoulders. They were sitting together in the kitchen lounge, each holding a bottle of beer. They came here and didn't find me, so they won't be back, at least not for a while. It means I can't leave this house, because they're certain to be watching it. Oh, Jude, do you think they're out there now? No doubt about it. They're probably in a car or van with telescopes. Tomorrow I'm going to have to keep away from the windows. We could keep the curtains shut. No, it would look suspicious. Everything in this house must appear normal, however long I'm here. Evan, you can stay here as long as you... Evan, you can stay here as long as you like, you know that. You know that. I'll protect you from them. Rossin, I don't want you to risk your own safety for me. Shut up. We're in this together. She smiled. We'll be like Bonnie and Clyde. He chuckled. I can't talk you out of this, can I? Nope, you're stuck with me, baby. Look, maybe this will blow over in a day or two. They might uncover Connie. No, he shook his head bitterly. Connie always wins, one way or another. He'll have covered his tracks perfectly. Believe me, Cadiad, his shit doesn't even smell unless he wants it to. Rossin paused. Why has he done this? Evan shrugged. Perhaps he gets a thrill out of being a naughty boy and not getting found out. Perhaps this is part of his vendetta against me. He could have blabbed himself because he predicted this outcome, dropping me in it. He must have spotted the opportunity when I did that interview with Lisa. You mean he's done this on purpose to get you killed? Yes. Bastard. Why does he hate you so much? I don't know, he just does. I've been wondering why since the day I met him. They said nothing for a while, then Rossin got up to take the beer bottles to the dustbin. Oh, Evan, what are we going to do now? We'll just have to lie low and see what happens. Maybe something will come up. Where's Scooby-Doo? Richard and Gwyneth took her took her with them to my dad's. Why? She'll be able to warn us if someone tries to get close to the house and plant plant a bug or something. Dogs have better hearing than us, as well as a superb sense of smell. When are they bringing her back? In the morning. Oh, she slapped her forward. Evan, why didn't we think of it? Richard. Yes, he'll want to know why you're here. What are we going to say? We could tell him I've been kicked out of my house and you're letting me stay here for a bit. What if the Zone ask him any questions? He won't know it's supposed to be a secret. Then I'll say Denzel Morgan is after my blood, and he sent a gang around my house to kill me. I'll reassure Richard there's no danger that Denzel doesn't know I'm here. Will he buy it? And will he agree to let me stay? Oh yes, he's a kind man. He'll give you a bed here for a few days. He'll be back tomorrow morning. What do we do until then? Evan looked at the clock. It read midnight. Wait, he replied. Evan awoke after a fitful sleep of strange and confused dreams, and was alert in an instant. He ached from lying in an unnatural position, and the fake leather of the settee made his back sweat. The street light coming in through the curtained window was now mixed with dark blue from the sky. He looked at his watch. 4:50. Outside, the eastern horizon would be lightening, and the morning stars blazing. In a short while the sun would rise, but Evan wouldn't be able to see it, because to show his face at the window could be fatal. They'd stayed downstairs that night, taking in turns to sleep on the settee in the lounge and keep watch by the front door. Evan instructed Rossin to switch on her bathroom and bedroom light for half an hour to make it look like she were going to bed, before plunging the house into total darkness. He even insisted they step into the broom cupboard to light cigarettes. He turned and looked into the gloom outside the lounge door. Sitting at the bottom of the stairs was a short, plump shape of Rossin. A tiny red glow appeared as she pulled on a cigarette. Then he heard her huff as she blew the smoke out of her lungs. He reached into his pocket to check that the knife was still there. He'd sneaked it out of the kitchen drawer while she'd been on the toilet earlier. He decided what action to take if the Zone stormed the house. Pretend he'd just broken in, grab Rossin, and hold the knife to her throat, as if he'd taken her hostage. I want an inductor in 10 minutes or the bitch gets it. And don't try anything stupid. You hear me, Blackies? It wouldn't make any difference to his own fate, but it would save Rossin from being prosecuted for harbouring him. He hadn't told her of the plan, knowing she'd never agree to it, and just hoped she'd play along in the heat of the moment. "Hello, sleep well?" she inquired as he rolled over and sat up. "Not very. All quiet on the Nantmouth front?" "Nothing except a milkman. He was on the doorstep about half an hour ago. Do you want a coffee?" "Please." Rossin went upstairs and switched on the bedroom light before the kitchens. To anyone watching outside, it would suggest that she'd woken up and gone downstairs for a drink or midnight snack. "There you go." She handed him a mug. "Diolch," he said. "What's the time?" 5. "What time are you supposed to catch your plane?" "I meant to catch the 6:15 flight from Corwen ZAB to Milford Haven." She giggled. "You're going to miss it, unless you get a move on. You're going to miss it unless you get a move on." Evan smiled. "You're very cheerful, I must say. You are very cheerful, I must say. We are under siege, remember." "I know. I'm cheerful because I've just realised that you're still here. And I thought you'd be gone. I just wish it were under more pleasant circumstances. Evan, whatever the circumstances, somehow we're still together. It's almost as if it's meant to be. We'll probably be separated. The future is so uncertain. But were you any happier 6 hours ago than you are now? The future was certain then, all right. You were being sent away from Llangeddy for a life under the ocean wave. Away from me. Now you're not. Don't you feel glad about that?" "No, Rossin. The result of all this could be even worse. Don't you see that?" "Yes, but then again it might not be. We don't know. And right now I'm enjoying not knowing. Just think. Maybe it'll all turn out all right." "How?" "I don't know. Maybe... but perhaps somehow it will. All that I know is I was going to lose you when you're still here." She put her arms around him and hugged him tightly. "Oh, my lovely Evan, of course I'm bloody cheerful." "Rossin, can you do something?" "What?" "Pray for a miracle to get us out of this mess." "Evan, what do you think I've been doing for the last 5 hours?" They were sitting in the kitchen at 9:30 having a sandwich when they heard the sound of a car in the drive. Rossin clutched Evan's hand. "It's him." A key scraped in the lock and the door swung open. All right, in you go," came Richard's voice. Scooby-Doo leapt across the threshold and raced into the kitchen, where she bounced up and down by Rossin's leg barking. Bloody hell, said Richard. Anyone would think you'd been away from home for a year. Hello, love. He came into the kitchen smiling and kissed his wife's cheek. How have you been? Hello, Evan. Your dad and Vanny send their best. The old girl's on the mend. She had the doctor last night and he gave her another injection. He cut off when he saw their expressions. Dad! Gwyneth ran in through the front door. You haven't locked the car. Hey, Mum, how are you? The young girl embraced her mother. All right, thanks, Gwyn, Rossin mumbled in reply, not taking her eyes off her husband. Gwyneth, Hasty stared back with curiosity and apprehension. Go outside and play for a while. There's a good girl. Take Scooby with you. Sit down, Richard, said Rossin, when their daughter was out of the room. He took a seat on her side facing Evan. Richard, a lot has been going on since yesterday. He looked at them one at a time without replying. Evan's in trouble. Denzel Morgan came round my house last night, said Evan. He had a gang of mates with him. He said he was going to kill me for beating him up the other week. I was so scared, so I came here. I'm sorry, Richard, but I had nowhere else to go. I let him stay last night, love, added Rossin. He hasn't left the house, so no one can find out he's here. If we keep it a secret, please, can he stay here for a few days? I'll be no trouble at all, I swear, Evan blurted. I'll pay for my own food and I'll sleep on the settee. I'll be gone within a week. I'm really sorry, Richard, but I couldn't send him away. There was an intense silence in the kitchen. The fridge turned over noisily. So, Richard said, his eyes and voice totally devoid of emotion. Denzel's been threatening you, has he? And you want us to shelter you? Yes. It's not because you're in trouble with your zone commanders over that round the world program last night, is it? Evan couldn't speak. His mind spasmed. Hasty's last sentence echoed around inside his skull. It's true, isn't it? You're the source inside the zone they was talking about, ain't you? You know all about this business organisation and you grasped them up the Lisa Dominsky, like you did about the Blakehope strategy. That's it, ain't it, Evan? How do you know? He whispered. How do you know? Evan whispered. Evan, I know a zone mole when I see one. You might think you can blend into the general population without a trace, but you're wrong. The general population ain't stupid. After you've been living in Wales for a while, you get to notice certain things about certain people that make you think, uh-oh. I spotted about 6 of them at the mill when I was there. Didn't tell them, of course. When all's said and done, they're only doing their job, same as me. The same goes for you, Evan. I've got nothing against you for being a blackie. In fact, I admire you for sticking it up to them. He didn't do it, Richard, said Rossin. He's innocent. Someone else has been talking and Evan's got the blame. Please, we have to hide him or they'll kill him. Richard paused. Of course I'll help you, Evan. But if I do, you're going to have to be completely honest with me about everything. Thank you for being straight with me over who you are, but... He sighed and switched his gaze from Evan to Rossin. I think there's something else you two have been keeping from me, isn't there? Evan's nerves jangled. He and Rossin exchanged looks. She nodded. Her eyelids twitched and she turned to face her husband. She took a deep breath. Yes, Richard, there is. Evan and I, we've become... We're... An item? He suggested, raising his eyebrows half an inch. She nodded. Go on. I'm sorry, Richard, I meant to tell you. I didn't mean it to happen. I love him, Richard. Hasty's piercing blue eyes settled on Evan. Richard, said Evan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hasty stood up. In Evan's heightened state of tension, it appeared in his eyes to be an aggressive gesture. He cringed back on his stool and tensed himself for a punch or blow. It never came. He opened his eyes and saw to his surprise that Richard was leaning over the table towards him, a smile on his face and his hand held out. Before he knew what was going on, Evan took it. There's no need to apologise, Evan. I'm sure Rossin's told you that our marriage has been over in all but name for a couple of years now. I knew the day would come when she'd find somebody else. I'm just really pleased that someone turned out to be a sound geezer like you. I still care for Rossin. I want her to be happy with a man who'll treat her well. And I know you'll do that. Whether you're zone or civilian or different ages doesn't matter. If you love her, you have my blessings. He paused, then began laughing. The other two laughed with him out of sheer relief, and Rossin took his hands. Did you really think I wouldn't know? Bloody hell, do I look like a plonker? You should know me better than that, Ross. I'll tell you. I remember the day you brought Evan up here for the first time and introduced him. I looked at you, the two of you, and I thought, oh, something's going on here. Those two have a rapport. You don't get much past Richard Hasty, you know. Well, I'm chuffed a bit. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Richard, said his wife sincerely. Yes, thank you, echoed Evan. Thank you for being understanding. You're welcome, mate. No hard feelings at all. So what happens now? Asked Rossin. Hasty pondered. We'll have to think about that one. First of all, Evan, tell me everything that's been happening. He described the events of the previous night and the background behind them. Fucking hell, exclaimed Richard. That was a bit of luck. Good job I never got round to pruning that bush. He leaned his head forward on his outstretched fingers in a contemplative pose. Well, it seems to me, Evan, that at some point we're going to have to find a way to get you out of here. What? Rossin burst out. Can't you just stay here? For how long, though? How long are we going to be under this surveillance? Evan? I don't know, replied Evan. This is a previously unheard of situation, but there's probably no contingency plan. But Richard, he'll be safe here, persevered Rossin. They won't search the house again. They must think he's 100 miles away by now. We can provide him with food and drink and things, and he can live here. But what if he has to stay here for years, Ross, cooped up in a few small rooms like that little Dutch girl who wrote the diary? You won't mind, will you, Evan? You'll have everything you need. Food, hot water, television, a console, and we'll be here to keep him company. But Rossin, Evan shall stay here. She slammed her fist down on the table, her face red. Hasty looked calmly back at his flustered wife, then turned to Evan. Evan, do you mind popping upstairs for a couple of secs? Me and Rossin need to have a quick chat alone. Evan went up to the bathroom. There was no blind on the window, but the pane was of frosted glass. So it was safe enough. He used the toilet and washed his face with cold water. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw that his features had changed since he last examined them. His eyes were brighter, his cheeks fuller. His skin more coloured and fresh. Despite everything that had hit him in the last 24 hours, he still felt optimistic and in control. He thought about what Richard Hasty had just said. Can I really live in this house for years, imprisoned, unable even to stick my head out of a window for fear of being seen? The answer was a simple yes, so long as Rossin was here as well. He smiled at his reflection. No, I'm not imprisoned in this house at all. In fact, it's only now, since I became trapped here, that I'm truly free. Evan, he heard Hasty call up the stairs. You can come back down now, we've finished. When Evan returned to the kitchen, both were smiling. Evan, Rossin reached out and took his hand. I've decided that Richard is right. You have to go, but when you do, I'm coming with you. Are you? Yes, I know I'll be leaving the family behind, for a bit anyway, but I won't be deserting them. I'll be able to return to them and visit them whenever I want. Rossin's the best mother in the world, said Richard. She's given her whole life to her children, but now the time has come for her to take something for herself. Evan hesitated. Rossin, it could be very dangerous for you, and you'll be implicated in my desertion if we're caught. I know, Evan, but I have to take that risk. My mind's made up. I don't want to lose you. Hasty looked at him and nodded very slightly. It's the only way, Evan. Rossin lifted his hands and kissed his knuckles. From now on, Evan, I never leave your side. Evan nodded, shivering with relief and happiness. There was a long pause. Then Hasty said, And now we have to make a plan. Easier said than done, added Rossin. We'll find one. Things ain't quite as bad as they first appear. What do you mean? Asked Evan. Well, in spite of the best efforts and resources of the zone, we're still one step ahead. We know that Evan is here, whereas they think he ain't. They're almost certainly spying on the ass, but they're expecting him to nab him as he approaches it. They're not expecting him to leave, are they? Now, there must be a way we can take advantage of that. Let me think. He snapped his fingers. Aha, I got it. It might just work, but I've got to make a phone call to be sure. He went to the telephone and dialed. Hello, Carol, it's Richard. Yeah, I know, I said Tuesday. Sorry about that, couldn't make it. Last minute rush at work. I was going to ring and arrange a time for Monday, but I was thinking, I've got this afternoon free. How did you feel if I popped round and did it today? Great. No problem, darling. You're welcome. See you at 2 then. Bye. He put down the receiver and came back into the kitchen, clenching his fists. Bingo. We're in business, folks. When Richard outlined his idea, Evan and Rossin looked doubtfully at one another. I know it's a risk, but we ain't got no choice. We've got to take it. As long as we time everything right, there'll be no problems. You said it yourself, Evan. It's unlikely they'll spot you. But in daylight, it's 10 times as dangerous, said Evan. Look, the longer you stay here, the greater the chances are they'll twig and they'll come for you. It's better you get out this afternoon while you still can. But getting out of the house is just the start of it, said Rossin. Where will we go? I thought of that too, he replied and explained. It's perfect. They'll never guess where you've gone. Her eyes went wide and her face lit up. Oh, Richard, it's like a dream come true. At 1 o'clock, Richard Hasty left to collect his van from work, as well as his part-time post at the Forestry Commission. He did a lot of odd jobs for friends and neighbours in Nantmawr. Today, he was going to repair a sideboard in the kitchen of Kerry and Carol Jenkins of Pimlow Close. But first, he did some shopping in Llangerry. Rossin took Gwyneth to school for afternoon lessons. She acted normally when she talked to her daughter, but Evan could see the anguish behind her mannequin smile. Out of guilt, he almost told her to stay behind, but knew that she'd refused. It made him feel the most humbling respect for her. Evan had a few cold-cut sandwiches for lunch, then got up and went to the back door. An endopter was floating above Nantmawr. It had no zone markings, but he waited for it to go just in case. He opened the door and stepped out onto the patio. It was a hot, humid afternoon with a deep blue sky. He crouched in the shade and listened for a few minutes, but could hear nothing suspicious. He darted across to the back fence and pushed against it to find the loose slat that Hasty had mentioned. It came away with very little effort, and Evan squeezed through into the Jenkinses' garden. He squatted by their compost heap for a few minutes, then ran over to the rear of their house. It was of a similar design to the Hasties', except that it was at the end of a terrace, and the garden was connected directly to a driveway, which ran along the side of the building. Richard's van was parked, as he had promised, with its rear doors facing the back. From inside the house came the sound of an electric drill. As quietly as he could, Evan crawled into the back of the van and lay down on the chilly corrugated steel floor. He rested his head on a pile of rags, covered in sawdust, and a tin of varnish poked him in the ribs. Hasty came out 10 minutes later, opened the back of the van and stowed his tools without speaking to Evan. He slammed the door, then walked round to the driver's seat and started the engine. There was a lurch. The vehicle rolled out of the driveway and accelerated along the open road. No one about? Don't think so, replied Evan, looking up at the back of his head. How about at your end? I ain't seen nothing out of the ordinary. I suppose they'd have nabbed us by now if they'd seen you. Not necessarily. They might be curious as to where I'm going. Take a roundabout route, say, along that little lane by the school. Okay. Hasty did as Evan instructed. And then, after 10 minutes, concluded, there's nobody following us. I ain't seen another car for half a mile. Good, Richard. I think we've got away with it. You can drive straight to the rendezvous now. He chuckled. Rendezvous? Is that really how you blackies talk? I mean, all right, Roger. He turned left and slowed down. Aha, there she is. He stopped the van and the passenger door opened. All right, love? Yes, answered Rossin in a snuffly voice. Richard put his arms around her. It's going to be okay. I'll have a talk with her. You don't have to worry about Gwyneth, Richard. She was very adult about it. I told her I was going away with Evan and for a while, and she said, all right, ma'am, just make sure he brings you back in time for my birthday. She sobbed and blew her nose. Evan didn't dare raise his head until they were on the main road to Llangollen. When they reached the waterway centre, Richard and Rossin went inside while Evan stayed in the van. It was better for him to be out of the way while the paperwork was being done. This time he risked sitting in the cab. It was stifling, even with the windows open, and he was pleased when he saw them returning half an hour later. Evan! Rossin bubbled, skipping like an excited schoolgirl. Come and look at our boat, come on. She almost dragged him through the concourse past Telford's Bridge to the marina. Tied up alongside one of the piers was a clean and modern-looking cabin cruiser. Look at her, isn't she beautiful? A salesman wearing dark glasses came up to them. Now remember what I told you. Take it very slowly until you get used to the way she handles, okay? I'll be all right. Rossin jumped over onto the boat's foredeck. I'll show Evan what to do. It's easy. Evan walked back and forth, studying the vessel's lines. She was 25 feet long and looked fairly spacious. The cockpit was set high up to give her a tall, round, compact look. Her name was painted on both the bow and the fantail, Navion. Oh, Evan, what a beautiful name, Rossin exclaimed, involuntarily switching to Welsh. Richard, said Evan, I don't know how to thank you. It's all right, mate, forget it. How much was it? He shuffled his feet in an embarrassed way. 8,000. Oh my God, it's all right. I paid for most of it out of my savings and the rest on HP, an interest-free loan. Richard, you know that if I could get to my own money, I'll give you back every point. I know you would, but I don't want you to risk it. I'll pay you back one day. No rush. They shook hands. Evan, Richard, come aboard. Rossin's head poked out of the forward cabin. It's all snug and comfy, and everything's here. Look. Navion was furnished in dark plastic panelling with fabric fabric foam rubber cushions on the seats. The forward cabin had 2 benches cum bunk beds and a fold-away table, an electric galley and a head consisting of a stainless steel chemical toilet and a shower. 2 more berths were squeezed into the cavity inside the bows, which was also a storeroom. A load of free oil came with the purchase, and the fuel bunkers were under the deck of the forward cabin and cockpit along with the engines further aft. The entire stern space was taken up by the master cabin, and the topside deck was clear of all fittings except for moorings, cleats, lockers and lines. Bloody hell! Richard shook his head in wonder. Ain't it posh? I'm beginning to wish I was coming with you. Rossin grasped Evan's hand in excitement. Oh, Evan, we're going to have a marvellous time. Now come on, this is not a holiday. You two were on the run from the zone, or had you forgotten? Now keep a low profile whenever you stop. Rossin, take all the money you need from the current account. There's plenty in Landed now. Oh no, Richard, take it, love. I'm going off the place anyhow. Sorry, he said. There's plenty in it for Landudno. There's plenty in the current account for Landudno. Oh no, Richard, take it, love. I'm going off the place anyhow. Evan, whatever you do, don't forget yourself and start withdrawing money from your bank. Big Brother will have you pinpointed within seconds. Don't write any cheques and pay for everything in raw cash. It's all right, Richard. I'll be careful. Good lad. One more thing. Stick together. Look after each other. You, he pointed at Evan, take bloody good care of Rossin, you hear me? She's a special lady. Very special indeed. I know. I'll cherish her. Rossin? Yes, she became subdued. Look after this kid, okay? You got a good one there. Don't ever let him go. She shook her head and her eyes glazed over. I won't, Richard. She says, I won't, Richard. There was a moment's silence and they all realised that this was goodbye. Evan? Hasty held out his hand. It's been a pleasure knowing you. I couldn't be cuckolded by a nicer bloke. He laughed. But seriously, mate, you've given Rossin a new lease of life. She's happy and that makes me happy. Look after her for me. I will, Richard, I promise. He shook his hand. Hasty turned to face his wife. Rossin? Richard? She wept as they hugged each other. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, babes. I love you, Richard. I've got no regrets, darling. I'd do it all again. I'm sorry. No, love, I'm sorry. Sorry I couldn't save it. That we couldn't save it. I'll explain things to the boys. They'll understand. This ain't goodbye. We'll meet again very soon. I swear it. God bless you, Richard. God bless you too, Rossin. Evan caught the nylon lines as Hasty threw them inboard, and Rossin, sitting in the pilot's chair, turned the key to the ignition. Navion's diesel rumbled into life, and they backed out of their berth. The nimble craft turned neatly in the centre of the canal, slowed and eased ahead as Rossin put the throttle over. She increased speed and the boat steadied out on course. Hasty stood on the pier watching them. Send me a postcard from paradise, he yelled, and his final laugh carried across the still, dimpled water. He waved to them until they disappeared out of sight on the tree-lined canal. Evan came aft and stood beside Rossin. She took one hand off the wheel to blow her nose on a tissue. Are you all right? He asked. She nodded. He put his arms around her shoulder and she leaned her head against his. The trees thinned out and the canal crossed a fallow field of thick gorse. They screwed up their eyes as the sun hit them again. Hey, I know this place, said Evan. We walked here once, remember? Yeah, I've walked on this bank 1,000,000 times, but it looks totally different now. I'm seeing it from the water. Isn't that weird? Like how reality looks different while you're dreaming. Yes, that's right. This is my dream, what I've always longed for, and oh my God, look! She pointed wildly. A few hundred yards ahead, the land ended suddenly, but the water carried on, a shining path that pointed towards the hills on the other side of the vale. They stared transfixed. Wrąg We'll fall! No, it's the aqueduct! Evan's blood surged with thrill and terror combined as they reached the start of the bridge. The ground fell away and an empty air-filled gulf opened out to surround the little boat. They rode like gods between the emerald hills, and the houses below seemed as small as toys. His head swam and his stomach fluttered with vertigo. Their boat was levitating, breaking the laws of nature. They both whooped with exhilaration. We're flying, screamed Rossin. Denzil Morgan hadn't been looking forward to this. He paused in the shade of the parapet and rolled a cigarette with some old dry tobacco. He gazed up at the hospital, its white tiles beaming in the afternoon sun. He hated every brick of it and would have been happy never to see the place again, but unfortunately it was the only employer in the area that would give him work. It's so unfair, so these people. He drew on the roll-up and the foul smoke stung his chest, making him cough. He scratched his stubbly chin and walked through the double doors into reception. Manon was dealing with a client and didn't see him. He stood to one side for a moment to admire her smooth, tempting flesh beneath her thin white blouse. "Afternoon, Manon," he said when she'd finished. She scowled when she recognised him and turned her head away. "What are you doing here? I thought you'd left." "I'm coming back." "What do you want?" "Same thing you do." He leaned over the desk towards her, his eyes fixed on the cut of her neckline. She folded her arms and pushed herself back in her seat. "If you're returning to work, Denzil, could you go through to the lodge, please? I want a word with Wig first." "I'll see if he's available." She picked up the phone and dialed. "Does this hot weather make you feel sexy?" "I reckon it does. You look like you could do it a good portion tonight." She ignored him. He smiled pleasantly. "I don't know why you keep pushing me away, Manon. I can tell you fancy me really. Why don't you just admit it? You can't hide from me behind those prim and proper inhibitions, you know." "Hello, Mr. Wig. Denzil Morgan is here to see you." "Certainly. Goodbye." She glanced up at him. "You can go on up." "Or maybe you prefer other girls," continued Denzil. "Doesn't matter to me. I'll just sit on the bed and watch." "You can go on up," she repeated more firmly. "All right," he sighed. "One more thing. Is Evan on today?" "I haven't seen him for a while, so he must be on nights." "Well, when you do see him, tell him I'd like a little chat whenever he's got time, okay?" She didn't reply and started speaking to another client. "Snotty-nosed little slapper," he muttered as he walked down the corridor to the lifts. She drove him crazy, he admitted, thinking that she was too good for him with her posh clothes and tarty voice. She had such a Celtic frame and features. She was the most racially pure woman he'd seen in a long time, and he was a Celtic man. He had a right to take her if he wanted. Denzil entered the lift and pushed in next to a porter with an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She was skinny and sick-looking, and her inpatient ID band was loose on her wrist. He didn't recognise the porter, who must have been a new kid, but nevertheless nodded a greeting. The lift door shut, and he felt himself rise. He puffed on his cigarette and coughed again, loosened some phlegm in his throat. He choked it up into his mouth and rolled it around in his tongue like a lump of jelly, then spat it onto the linoleum deck. "What are you fucking looking at?" he shouted at the old woman when he sensed her eyes on him. She turned away without replying. "Where are you taking this old biddy?" he asked the new porter. "Ultrasound. She's a urology patient. Got a fistula." Denzil laughed. "Been wet in the bed, has she?" "Yeah," he sneered. "You should have seen the state of it. Her sheets stunk like fuck." The patient continued to ignore him. Denzil became irritated. "Oi, Grandma! What are you doing here? Why aren't you in an old folks' home?" When she still declined to reply, he poked her hard on the arm, making her yelp with pain. "Didn't you hear me, you old parasite? What are you doing in this hospital? Hospitals are for young people. You serve no purpose, you produce nothing, but you still need feeding and clothing. You wait till this town's liberated, girl. You'll be put to sleep like a dying dog." The lift arrived on the administration level, and Denzil got out, thinking what a foolish, backward society England was for allowing itself to be burdened by such excess baggage as that old woman. "Come in," answered the portering services manager at Denzil's knock. "Oh, hello, Denzil. Sit down. Glad to have you back. How are you feeling?" "Not bad, Mr. Wig." Morgan slouched in a chair and puffed on his roll-up and found that it had gone out. Wig offered him a lighter. "Tar. So I understand you want to come back here and work here again. Is that a problem?" "No, of course not. You're still on the books. I always take back loyal staff whenever they want. But do you mind if I ask why you came back?" Work's no good out there. All my jobs in Llanigmere are dried up. You see, I had a disagreement with this bloke. I cleaned out his drain pipe for a 3-year, and when I came to collect the money, he only gave me 1 and 5. You reckon I cracked his kitchen window with a ladder, fucking bastard. After that, no one would hire me. Word gets round in a small village, but I didn't even break I didn't even break his nose. I only made it bleed a bit. I've got to get a job or my mum will kick me out. Well, you've always got a place here, Denzel. The lodge, okay? We can put you on a shift in theatres or maternity if you prefer. There's still plenty of overtime for you in the lodge. Nah, lodge shift will be fine. Right. Wig tapped his console. Morgan cleared his throat. When can I start? Tonight, if you like. Will Evan Hughes be on then? Wig stopped and looked up at him, then folded his arms on the desk. Why? I'd like to talk to him about the other week. Did he kick the shit out of you that badly? He smirked slightly. What, a sap like him? You must be joking. This was a lie. After Evan's attack, he'd been unconscious for over half an hour and had been having bad headaches ever since, not to mention the broken rib and 3 missing teeth. It had been one of the most bitter humiliations of his life, as well as a huge disappointment. The hasty bitch was a fat, size-loving cow, definitely a blend of inferior races, but she was still a woman. Once he'd softened her up a bit, he was planning on having some serious fun with her. Then the opportunity was snatched from him by that interfering retard, Evan Hughes. Denzel would only feel better once he'd made him pay, and pay dearly. Well, that's all right then, said Wig. Anywho, you can't talk to him, he's left. What? He was no longer employed by this hospital. Since when? Saturday. Shit, where is he now? I don't know. Look, Denzel, why don't you just forget about him? He must be somewhere in the town. Denzel, listen to me. Wig sighed, then took a packet of cigarettes out of his desk. He lit one and then offered one to Morgan, but the Welshman declined. Denzel, I shouldn't be telling you this, okay? And you must never repeat what you're about to hear. Evan Hughes was a zone agent who was inserted here on some secret mission, and he's been withdrawn now. Denzel's jaw dropped. What? Evan was a blackie? Yes, but he couldn't have been. What about that thing he did on the telly? I know it doesn't make sense, but it's true. He was a zone spy. I was told to take him on by Mr. Brannigan. I dealt directly with his commanding officer. God, he gave me some serious grief, especially about that TV interview. Evan wasn't listening. Denzel wasn't listening to him. He thought, Evan, you're more than the man who attacked me. You're a traitor. You've done the dirty on your country and joined the ranks of the Anglo-Norman tyrant. My God, you came here to spy on me. He stood up slowly, his blood boiling. I want that cunt dead, he bellowed. Denzel, shut up and sit down. I'm going to tear him apart. I'm going to bleed him. Denzel, what I've just told you is strictly confidential. You will say nothing. You will do nothing. Got it? Hughes is probably out of the area now in any case. I'll find him, hissed Morgan. You say one word, Denzel. He turned on his boss. What? He's an English agent. You're supposed to be a Celt yourself. Why won't you help me fight him, you coward? You should be tarred and feathered. Shut up. Wig thumped the table. He stood up and came round the desk to face Morgan. I tolerate your sordid politics because you're a good worker, but don't you dare try to unload your rhetoric onto me. If you do, you'll never work here again. You hear me? Now get out of my office. Denzel stormed out of the hospital, over to the car park, where he left his Land Rover. He ground his teeth as he drove to the local 1282 safe house. You're dead, Evan. You and that whore, that size fucker Russian Hasty. You're both dead. Evan stood in the stern, watching the frothing wash of Navy on screw as it churned the musty green water of the canal. Evan stood on the... Evan, called Ross in from the cockpit. Shall I show you how to drive the boat? All right. He came forward and sat beside her. It's simple. You turn the wheel to go left or right, port or starboard they call it, and this lever is the throttle. You push it forward to increase power, back to put the engine in reverse. Astern, I mean. Can I have a go? Sure. She moved aside to let Evan sit in the pilot's stool. Hey, don't go too fast. Sorry. He pulled the throttle back. It's quite easy, isn't it? Well, in that case you can drive for a bit. I'm going below to make us a drink. They stopped a few hours earlier to buy some odds and ends. Rossin had also withdrawn 50-star rays from a cash point. The canal ran along a valley between the Cambrian foothills, smooth and dome-shaped. They warped the shadows on the few small clouds that drifted across the sky. It curled and meandered, sometimes sunk inside a cutting, at others on an elevated bank. The water was blue-green with patches of brown where the sun shone on it. Where the sun shone on it, the silty fluid sparkled, the depths soaking up the beams like a sponge. The banks were reeds and grass interspersed with metal pilings. The whole stretch was paced by a well-kept towpath on which people walked, sometimes giving them a cheerful wave as they passed. The waterway was full of boats and barges, mostly carrying retired couples or families in bathing costumes. Almost all made some form of greeting, which Evan and Rossin returned. "Here you are, Evan." She handed him a tall glass of orange squash. "Thanks, love. What are you wearing? Do you like 'em?" She grinned broadly behind her new sunglasses. They were large, with pink plastic frames. "Where did you get them?" "The shop where we stopped. Do you like them?" she repeated. "Yeah, I do, actually. They suit you." They sat quietly for a while, listening to the hum of the engine and the waft of the water around the moving hull. "I should have done this years ago," said Evan. "But I'm glad you waited till you had me to go with," said Rossin. "By the way, I'm hungry." "Me too. What's in the galley?" "Just those tins of soup we brought. Not very substantial. Shall we treat ourselves to a pub dinner? You'll be paying this time." Sounds delicious, but where's the pub?" "There's bound to be one sooner or later. We've passed several already. When we get to Chirk, there'll probably be another." Evan rested his elbows on the table and yawned. He'd had 4 pints and was feeling comfortably merry. The bar staff had just called time, and the band were on their last song. The Friday night crowd started to thin a bit as everyone began to make their way back to their homes or boats. Rossin cheered and clapped as the song finished. "Thank you," said the vocalist. You've been fantastic. You've been a fantastic audience. It's great to be back here at the Moorhen. I hope you've enjoyed listening to us tonight. Don't forget, we're playing next Friday at the Wainwright's Arms in Oswestry. See you there, I hope. Good night, God bless, and have a safe journey home." "They're good, aren't they?" said Evan. "Bloody well out of this world," replied Rossin. "It's almost as if they knew which were my favourite songs, and he sang them so well, I can't believe." She kicked his ankle under the table and pointed with her eyes. 2 zone men had just walked in. One was a constituency trooper with a helmet and standard-issue Shabana rifle. The other was a river patrol boat sergeant wearing a life jacket and a smaller skullcap type helmet. He carried only a sidearm. "Keep cool," muttered Evan. "We're just ordinary holidaymakers, remember?" "Yeah, okay." The 2 troopers approached the bar and spoke to the landlord, then started cruising among the tables in no certain direction. They seemed to stop at Evan and Rossin's quite by chance. "Good evening, sir, madam. May I ask your names, please?" The consman had an English accent and his face was blank behind his eye shield. On the front of his helmet was a broken triangle and the words Chirk Zone. "I'm Rossin Hasty and this is my boyfriend Joseph Evans." She returned the question immediately without a waver. The 2 men looked at each other. Do you own one of the boats moored outside?" asked the river patrolman. "Yes, the Navion." "Where'd you come from?" "Llangeri." "Come on," thought Evan. "Ask to see our IDs. Let's get it over with." "Is your boat locked up?" said the zone man. "Yes, we did lock it, didn't we, Joe?" Evan nodded in agreement. "Good," said the zone man. "We've had a break-in reported on a barge in this part of the canal. There could be a team of burglars targeting holidaymakers. Bear that in mind, will you?" "We will, zone man, thank you." "Yes, thank you," said Evan. The 2 moved off and began speaking to a group of youths on another table. "Come on, let's go," said Rossin, and drowned the rest of her pint in one. The night was silent, except for the twitter of crickets and the distant mumble of traffic from a main road. The moon shone brightly. There were 50 or more boats tied up outside the Moorhen, so Evan and Rossin had a long walk back to where they'd left Navion. "What a lovely night," said Rossin. "Shame those 2 blackies had to spoil it." "They didn't spoil it," said Evan. "They just momentarily disturbed it." "Weren't you scared when they came up and when they started asking questions?" "To be honest, no. At least I wasn't as scared as I should have been." "Why not?" "Dunno." It had indeed been a wonderful evening. The Moorhen was a large traditional riverside pub. Evan and Rossin had each ordered a steak platter, which was almost twice as big as they expected for what it cost. The band started playing as they finished eating. They played popular love songs and dance numbers from the previous decade, and pretty soon had the whole bar singing along with and clapping. Evan and Rossin were made welcome by the staff and other patrons alike. The landlord was a likeable Welsh speaker named Mike. He was curious when they mentioned that they came from Llangeri. "Oh, I used to live in Pencapel Newydd," he said. "Do you know?" He fired off a round of names, none of which Rossin recognised. "I was only slightly worried as well. Strange, isn't it?" Rossin shrugged. When they reached the boat, they put the vinyl rain cover over the cockpit and shut the roll-down blinds on the portholes, sealing them with pop studs. It was so stuffy in the aft cabin that Rossin opened all the windows. Evan went to the galley to make them both a cup of tea. When he came back, she was undressed and sitting cross-legged on the bunk. Evan peeled off his clothes and sat beside her. The lights were all out, except for a single bedside lamp. There was the lightest of breezes that rippled the blue-checked blinds and tickled the hairs on his arms and legs. "Thanks, Evan," said Rossin, when he handed her her tin mug. They remained silent for a moment, sipping their tea and looking at each other. "It's been a lovely day," said Evan. "Yes, but a long one. 24 hours ago, you were crouching behind a bush in my garden, while a gang of blackies searched the house. God, I was scared." "So was I." She unfolded her legs and leaned back against the bulkhead, stretching her arms above her. "But why weren't you scared tonight when those two troopers spoke to us?" Evan stared at the patches of black stubble in her armpits. "Well, I was a bit, sort of." "Sort of?" She gave a half smile. "Well, I suppose for some reason I wasn't. I don't know why. It's like there was a voice in my ear saying, 'Don't be afraid, Evan. Everything's going to be all right.'" Rossin nodded slowly. "I understand. I felt it too. Remember how I panicked last night?" "Well, I didn't this time." She chuckled. "Joseph Evans! What a little flash of inspiration. It takes a calm and a collected mind to think of something like that in the heat of the moment." "What's going on, Rossin?" "I dunno." She reached down and gently stroked his leg. "We have to remember the peril we're in. We mustn't lose touch with reality." "What's reality?" "That we're in mortal danger, and it's inevitable that we'll be caught in the end. He hesitated. "Yes, it is inevitable, you know. We will be caught eventually." "When?" she demanded. "How should I know? Tomorrow, possibly. In which case we can make the most of today." "Let today be a tomorrow-free zone." Evan laughed. She leaned forward and pointed at him. "Seriously, Evan, concentrate. Try and make yourself worried. Go on." Evan focused his mind and tried to imagine a squad of armed special ops bursting through the cabin door at that moment, but instead of filling cheer, the image just made him chuckle. "You can't, can you?" said Rossin triumphantly. "No, but this isn't right, Rossin. We ought to be prepared and on our guard." "Evan, do you think that if you'd been worried and on edge in the pub tonight, those two zonemen would have been any less likely to have asked to see our papers?" "I suppose not. On the contrary, if we'd been genuinely uneasy, they might have picked it up. So please, Evan, don't worry about not being worried." Evan played his finger over the constellation of moles on her collarbone. "You really have a way of making me feel at ease, don't you?" She bowed her head towards him and they kissed. "Somehow," said Evan between smooches, "you just speak my language." He wrapped his arm around her and felt her legs encircle his pelvis. The cabin windows remained open all night, allowing the damp air to cool their heaving bodies. They didn't care if anyone outside heard them or not. The light morning fog had lifted by 9 o'clock, and the air smelt of honeysuckle and lime. Rossin cooked bacon and eggs in the galley, and they ate their breakfast on deck. "Where do we go from here?" she asked, and flicked through the waterways atlas. "Keep following this canal, I suppose," replied Evan, mopping up some egg yolk with a piece of bread. "But we come to a junction in a few miles. Look." The atlas of the canal and river charts had been provided free with the boat's piloting instructions and waterways code. Rossin was studying a large-scale plate of northeast Wales, with Llangollen at the far left of the page and Whitchurch at the far right. The Welsh border was highlighted in blue, and the thumb-like protrusion of the flint panhandle dominated the map like a peninsula of Wales, jutting out into the ocean of England with Wrexham at its base. "Where are we now?" he asked. Just north of Chirk, here." We haven't come very far, have we? I could drive that distance by car in 15 minutes. "Well, we were going quite slowly. We'll probably get further today. Which way then, Evan?" The canal split into two on the southern outskirts of Chirk, just before the English border. The right-hand fork continued south into Shropshire, curving east through Ellesmere and Welshhampton, before re-entering Wales briefly and heading north-east to Nantwich, where it joined the Shropshire Union Canal. The left fork was a recently built link route that headed almost due east along the length of the Flint Panhandle, crossing the border at its tip and rejoining the original loop at Welsh End, just inside England. Well, it doesn't matter that much, does it? I mean, we're wanderers now, Rossin. We can drift all over the place, wherever we want to go, like gypsies. Hang on. She snapped her fingers. Why didn't I think of it? We can't cross the border, can we? Even if we had our domestic passes, the monitors would find out where we were. No, they can't. So long as we're in our boat, we can go anywhere in Britain with no documents at all. It's all part of the British Canal Charter. I read it in that Waterways code book yesterday. All right, smartass, I'll leave the decision to you. He ended up tossing a coin. They both looked down at the star ray on the back of his hand, and Roland Cooper's silver profile glinted in the sunlight. Heads, he said. Decision made. Rossin slapped him on the back and went to start up the engine. They took the left fork. Evan and Rossin sailed on all day, stopping for a lunch in the village of Holton. The atmosphere aboard Navion had changed significantly since the day before. The two lovers spoke less often. The two friends, or lovers rather. There seemed to be nothing worth saying. It was a time for looking and listening and thinking. The sun shone gloriously, and every drop of water, blade of grass, and frond of waterweed glowed under its rays. Ducks and geese chattered like children. When Rossin had the helm, Evan would lean over the side and look at the reflected sunbeams in the wake of the boat, dancing and twinkling until they dazzled him. Then he'd shut his eyes and concentrate on the noise of the water, the scent of the vapours rising from it. He never got tired of watching Rossin. There were no words in either of his two languages to describe her. Every time he looked at her, it was as if he'd just met her and fallen in love at first sight. How could someone as beautiful as Rossin become yet more beautiful? She was a different person out here, a bright-hearted spirit of her former self, fresh and liberated, relieved of all the stress and trauma that had weighed her down in Llangerry. Her tan deepened and her smile widened with every hour that passed. Every now and then she'd notice him looking at her and return his gaze. She'd remove her pink sunglasses so they could see each other's eyes and her face. Her face would take on a delightfully mysterious, subtle expression. If she were close enough, she'd lean towards him and kiss him very gently, but not a word would be spoken by either. They tied up for the night in Urbistock and had dinner at a canal-side restaurant. For some reason they lacked appetite and picked at their food. They paid and left before dessert and went for an evening stroll around the village. They walked very slowly, arm in arm, in no direction at all. Grass, flowers, hot tarmac and dry forest litter caressed their nostrils, making them feel high and intoxicated. It was almost pitch dark when they returned to the boat. They filled up the fresh water from the service area, took a shower in the boat's head, then retired to their cabin and made love until well after midnight, then fell into a still and dreamless sleep. You've changed, Evan, she said. Have I? Yes, very much so. They were both standing on the deck holding the lines and drawing them slowly as Navion rose in the lock. Standing on deck and holding the lines and drawing them in slowly as Navion rose in the lock. Water poured in through the sluice gates ahead of them, and the cemented walkway alongside the basin crept from head to chest and then to waist level. In what way? You've got this light in your eyes and this note in your voice. It's as if all your troubles have washed away. You've changed too, Rossin. I know. The lock was now full and the doors silently opened outwards. Three boats in the basin let go their lines, drew their fenders in board and chugged out into the open canal. As Navion headed out of the lock's handling bay, a Zone river cruiser passed her. The three crew members waved to Evan and Rossin. Hello, they called. Nice trip? Asked the trooper at the wheel, who looked like the skipper. Yes, thank you, replied Evan. Beautiful day, isn't it? Lovely. Cheerio. He waved again as his boat entered the lock. What a nice man, said Rossin. Yes, he was, wasn't he? Evan turned back to the wheel and Rossin sat down to finish a can of lemonade. They crossed an aqueduct at 3 o'clock, a modern concrete structure, not half as high as Francastilti. It spanned the Dee lower down on its course as it curled and twisted towards its estuary on the Wirral. Evan, said Rossin as they left the bridge behind them, have you given any thought to the future? How do you mean? Where we're going, what we're doing? No, he replied dreamily, I haven't really. I've been thinking, why don't we carry on like this for the rest of our lives? We can if we want to. We've got our boat, all the money we need, and the freedom to roam the entire Tri-Nation wherever and whenever we like. Don't you feel like you'd like to settle down? Don't you feel like you'd like to settle down somewhere? She shook her head. I love this life, Evan. I never want it to end. You remember I told you about my dream? Well, this is my dream. It's come true. We're wandering along on our boat, and we have the means to do so for always. I've got everything I've ever wanted out of life. It's here, right now. My boat, my beautiful canal. She touched his face. And you. Evan looked into her eyes. He became dizzy and faint. He was surfing a wave again, like he had when he was chasing after the airport coach in Lankham Pond. The future would never arrive, and the past was crumbling behind him. But this time, instead of fear and sorrow, he felt love and rapture. He was in a stable equilibrium as he rode the wave. Suddenly, Rossin's idea seemed gloriously appealing. I love you, Rossin, he said. Let's do it. They moored overnight in open countryside using Navion's own irons driven into the ground. They both awoke at 3 a.m. as if to a collective internal alarm clock. They rose easily from their deep post-coital sleep and breakfasted in the main cabin. Then they went on deck, switched on the navigation lights and got underway. The sun rose above their bows, casting a maroon glow across the horizon ahead of them. A few wisps of blue cloud gathered around its ruddy iris like ducks on a pond. The stars and planets twinkled more brightly than ever, reflecting the light of their huge heavenly neighbour. The sky was scrawled with jet trails, salmon pink, and rippled like solid columns. Oh God, it's so beautiful, gasped Rossin, leaning on the cockpit combing as if in prayer. Kneeling on the cockpit combing as if in prayer. Rossin and Evan didn't stop for lunch that day. The land was more open and there were fewer houses or other signs of habitation. There seemed to be much less canal traffic as well. They couldn't think why. At 6 o'clock that evening, hungry and thirsty, they pulled alongside a wooden wharf in the village of Hanmer. They locked the cabin doors and the trunk by the pilot's seat and then went to find a pub. When they came back just after 8, the wharf was still empty apart from Navion, but something was different. They'd walked halfway along the bank before they realised what it was. There was a car parked alongside their boat, a large green saloon with tinted windows, so they couldn't see if anyone was inside. Who's this? Dunno, let's go and find out. They were still 20 yards away when the driver's door opened and a voice called out Evan's name. A huge white-haired man in cream slacks got out and grinned. Evan, he boomed. Thank God, how are you, lad? He spoke English with a distinctive Scottish accent that Evan felt sure he had heard before somewhere. And Rossin, I can't tell you how good it is to see you two alive and well. We've been absolutely bloody frantic. Who are you? Asked Evan. Evan, don't take the piss. He broke off and paused for a second, then removed his steel sunglasses. It's me, Warren. Don't you recognise me? Warren? The name triggered off a flow of vague memories that could have been dreams or déjà vu. The man came closer. Evan, you've only been gone 3 days. What's wrong with you? Evan's mind rebelled as he tried to make it move backwards into a time before time existed. Evan, listen to me. Half the fucking garrison's out looking for you. I'm supposed to be part of the search party, but I've actually been keeping my own private search. I've been carrying out my own private search and keeping all the progress to myself. The others don't know I'm here. Evan felt slightly delirious as his brain tried to cope with this sudden injection of reality. Warren, they're coming to get me, aren't they? But I didn't do it. It wasn't me who blabbed. He smiled. Yes, we know that, mate. The director's been in touch with the Nagsy in America. They've collared Dominski and confiscated all her notes and outtakes. They've been analysed by our representatives in the Nags zone, while Dominski herself has been interviewed. They haven't identified who leaked the stuff, but the information that she acquired contains details that could only be known by someone from operations. He grabbed Evan by the shoulders and stared into his eyes. Do you hear what I'm saying, Evan? You're in the clear. You're in the clear. What? We all know you're innocent. We've known since Saturday evening. The search party that's after you consists mostly of medical crews. It's a rescue now, not a manhunt. How did you find me? Intuition. I know you too well, mate. A quick talk to Richard Hasty confirmed it. He told me that his wife had gone away on holiday. Coincidence? No. I knew that wherever I found her, I'd find you too. The air and railway monitors came up a blank. Then one of her colleagues at the hospital told me that Rossin has a passion for riverboats. A few discreet inquiries at the Llangollen terminus, and I've been searching the canal ever since. I spotted your boat an hour ago. Why didn't you just report into the search party, Commander Warren? Ah, Warren hesitated. It's because I wanted to get to you first. I had to tell you what's been going on so you could turn yourself in willingly. You see, when I said you were in the clear, I meant you were in the clear from blabbing, but unfortunately you're still technically a deserter. He held his hand in the air when he saw Evan's face drop. Now don't panic, lad. No one's going to string you up. There are a lot of mitigating circumstances which the judges will take into account. You did a bunk because you were mistakenly accused of a capital offence. In other words, you ran for your life. I've watched that episode of Around the World, and I can guess exactly what went through your head when you saw it. But what would look even better, and might possibly even keep you out of the nick, would be for you to report into the nearest zone station before they find you. What do you say? Evan stared at his team leader, then at his lover. Rossin had remained silent throughout this conversation, looking back at him uncommittedly. Evan? Warren prompted him after a minute. He looked once again at Rossin. Warren, I'm not going to give myself up. What? I'm going to stay here with Rossin. We've begun a new life together. I'm not going back to the old one. Evan, there's a local zone outpost in that village behind us. I want you to go there, tell them who you are, and put yourself into their care now. That's an order. Why? So you can pack me away from Rossin on a submarine for years and years? No way. I love her, Warren. I want to stay with her for the rest of my life. We've decided to escape on this boat and spend the rest of our lives travelling the waterways of Britain. Don't bother trying to order me to do anything, because I'm not in the zone anymore. I'm free! Warren gaped at him like a gargoyle. Have you lost your fucking mind? No, I found it. For the first time in my whole life, I know who I am and what I want. This is my destiny, Warren. He stepped back for a moment, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. I didn't have to come here, you know, he shouted. I could have radioed in as soon as I saw your boat. I could have had you in cuffs an hour ago. I've not slept for 2 nights. I could be dropping myself in the shit by coming to warn you. Oh, please don't report us, begged Rossin. Warren stared at her and didn't reply. We need this, Warren, she said. Please don't take it away from us. His face twitched as he looked at her, then he returned his attention to Evan. They'll find you, he hissed. You can't run away forever. They'll catch up with you. That you can't run forever. They'll catch up with you. They'll throw you into Stainside to join Esau and Susie, and you'll rot in there for months. Rossin will cop a charge for aiding a deserter and spend the rest of the year living like a pauper to pay off the fine. That's if she's lucky. For God's sake, Evan, it's not just you. Think of her. Don't you care about her? Yes, he does, she interjected. He cares about me more than you'd believe. The Scot groaned and held his hands to his face, then looked back at them, struggling to keep his voice calm. There's more. I wasn't going to tell you, because I didn't think I'd need to. What? Asked Evan. The Zone aren't the only ones looking for you. Billy Temple has been in touch, and apparently there's a 1282 hit squad trying to hunt you down. You're lying, said Evan. Warren seized his collar and wrenched his face close. Do you really think I'd lie about something like this? He let go and wiped his face with a handkerchief. Look, this is a definite. Denzel Morgan has found out that you were put into the hospital as a zone field officer. He's managed to organise a contract on both your lives. In all likelihood, they're out looking for you now. If I can locate you, so can they. They won't find us. Evan, for fuck's sake, your lives are in danger, yours and Rossin's. They don't know how we got out of Llangeri any more than the Zone did. But they've got eyes and ears everywhere. Edrics, agents, supporters, anyone you could have met in your travels. Please, I beg you, get in the car. Let me take you to safety. Warren, by tomorrow evening we'll be over the border. They can't get us there. Evan, you know that's not true. What's the matter with you? We're not coming with you, Warren, and that's final. Now go away and leave us in peace. Rossin took his arms in support. They both stared resolutely at him. Warren paused, then shook his head. All right. He turned and stomped back to the car, but before he turned, he looked at them. Go on then, fools. Carry on with your incredible journey. Do as you please. But remember this. I warned you. His car tyres shrieked as it careened furiously down the road and disappeared behind the buildings of Hanmer. Rossin kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Evan. Thank you for saying you'd stay with me." "There was no choice to make," said Evan. "I couldn't leave you for anything in the world." She paused. "It wasn't very nice of him to tell a lie like that, to make you change your mind." "Are you sure it was a lie?" "Absolutely. You know how good I am at sensing when people are lying. He was definitely trying to fool you. There's no 1282 cell out to kill us. So we're safe, completely, don't worry." "I won't, Rossin." "Those hills must be on the other side of the border." Rossin pointed at a dark green swarded range in the distance ahead. "On the other side of the border?" "Yes, according to the map, we're nearly there. We should be at a border village. It's called Welsh End, very appropriately." Rossin brushed her hair back from her face. The wind had suddenly sprung up in the last few minutes. Not a fresh wind, but a sick, sultry breeze. The air was thick and oppressively humid. "England," said Evan. "My adopted homeland. I haven't stepped outside Wales for nearly a year, you know. The last time I even saw England was from a window on the plane to Cardiff, and now here it is." He stared at the far-off hills and frowned. "I think we're in for some nasty weather." He pointed. A great tor of evil-looking black and blue cloud was looming over the horizon. "Oh dear, I hope it misses us. We can't complain, Evan, not after the summer we've had. Anyway, we've got the canopy." They entered a copse of trees, and a rumble of thunder rolled across the countryside. Rossin cheered. "Whoopee, I love thunderstorms." "I don't. Don't worry, we'll be safe and dry inside our little boat." The copse opened out onto a huge basin filled by a bustling marina. All around it was a waterway centre, far bigger than the one in Llangollen. The berths were almost full of every kind of river craft imaginable. Holiday boaters clustered the piers and quays, and crags and flags crackled at the top of a row of poles. "What is this place?" asked Rossin. "The border terminus. Look, there it is." At the other side of the basin, the canal ran into a pen with gates at both ends, rather like a lock. There was a large building that must have been the customs house, and Evan spotted the characteristic wasp-coloured summer uniforms of zone troopers. "Hey, I thought you said the border was free," said Rossin in alarm. "It is. Look, both gates are open. The customs post is for the walkers on the towpath." There was a queue of people lined up behind a turnstile which gave access to a walkway that ran along the side of the customs pen. "We just sail through without stopping. Watch." They had to hold back for a minute while a narrowboat passed through in the opposite direction. The pen was a single lane and a contraflow system operated. Evan advanced the throttle and steered Navion down the narrow channel. Halfway across was a banner mounted above the pen bearing the words "Croeso I Loegr," welcome to England. "Diolch yn fawr, thank you," called out Evan as they passed under it. Beyond the gate, the canal continued as it had before. Rossin breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you it'd be fine," said Evan. She nodded. "So now we're in England?" "Yep. Looks pretty much the same as the canal back there." From the border, the canal arced in a shallow sweep through the village of Welsh End, lying just off the very apex of the Flint Panhandle. The modern marina and walkway centre stood on the other side of the frontier, which was marked by a high barbed wire fence. There was a short landing pier next to the waterside green, with benches and a chicken wire litter bin. Evan suggested that they stop there for the night. Rossin agreed. The village looked very small and sleepy and gave the impression of not being as orientated to the canal trade as most other places they'd passed. Navion's was the only berth, and there were no boater shops or pubs in sight. In fact, there were no people either. The stone houses could have been deserted. There was another long contrabass thunderclap. This time it was loud enough to make the boat's window panes buzz. They looked eastward and saw that the tossing flood of cloud was much closer. "Cachi," cursed Evan. "If you want dinner, we're going to have to find a pub now or I'll get drenched." "I'll tell you what, why don't we have dinner on board tonight?" "Yeah, we can cook something from the galley. Good idea, Rossin." "I'll cook something from the galley, Evan. You go and put your feet up like all other men." He laughed and poked her bottom. "What gourmet delight are you going to provide, dear?" "Well, I've got spaghetti, mince, tinned tomatoes and some sauce mixes. What do you reckon to spaghetti bolognese?" "My mouth's watering already." While Rossin went below in the galley, he lay back on the cockpit bench and watched the approaching clouds hypnotically. Their tops were wispy and spumy, like the sea, as if a high-altitude wind were whipping over them. Their undersides were a deep heathery blue, with patches of copper green. Their solid-looking walls bulged ominously like enormous cauliflowers. A flash of lightning bathed their bellies in yellow fire, making Evan jump. A few seconds later, a violent explosion shook the ground. "Bloody hell," he explained. "Shall I put up the canopy?" "Not yet," called Rossin. "It's still sunny here. Let's wait till the rain starts." "It won't be long now." In the distance he could see that the air between the cloud and land was blurred by curtains of rain. "It'll just be a short storm, Evan. Do the plants good." "Oh, fuck." "What's up?" "We haven't got any salt." "We haven't got any salt." "Salt? What for?" "The spaghetti. You have to put salt in the water while it cooks." "Well, we'll have to eat it without." "Good God, no, Evan. Spaghetti tastes awful if it's boiled in fresh water." "So what do we do?" "There's bound to be a shop in the village." She came to the hatch and leaned against the jamb with her arms folded, smiling slightly. It reminded Evan of the time he'd first met her in the mortuary at Llangeri General. "We need to have some, Evan." "Please, Evan," he mimicked her voice. "Could you take a walk into the village and buy me a pot of salt?" She winked and nodded. You realise I'll get sopping wet?" "No, not if you're quick." He sighed. "All right." She stepped out of the cockpit and put her arms around him. "That's my boy. I'll make you a nice warm cup of tea for when you come back." She kissed him. He looked at her, focusing through her smile. "I love you, Rossin." "I love you too, Evan. Now run along or you will get drenched." "Okay, see you in a minute." He stepped out of the cockpit and onto the pier. He crossed over to the green and began walking towards the village. Before he'd gone 24 paces, he stepped and gazed back at the boat. He could see Rossin moving about through the open galley window. He kept looking until he caught her eye, then waved. She waved back and blew him a kiss, then returned to her stove. Evan turned round and continued walking. It was so hot and sticky that it could have been tropical. His t-shirt clung to his body and the ground all around wobbled with heat haze. The leading edge of the cloud continent had reached the zenith, but the sun still shone from the west, creating that strange light that comes from bright sunshine mixed with the dark sky. Behind him he could see rain coursing down, almost hiding the eastern hills in their murk. A beautiful rainbow arced over the rooftops of Welsh End. The village felt like a ghost town. As Evan walked along what seemed to be the main street, nothing stirred. The parked cars and the closed front doors stared back without a word. The wind whistled as it swirled between the houses, blowing grit and dust against his bare ankles and knees. He passed a small pub with the windows open and peeked inside. A few elderly men lay slumped around the bar with pint glasses beside them. No music played, and the only two of them were talking together. They spoke in low voices as if afraid to disturb the village's hush. The thunder sounded again, and he carried on hastily down the street, looking left and right for any sign of a shop. Cloud was covering most of the sky now. He found one right at the end of the street, at the edge of a patch of waste ground. Crossing the ground was a chain-link fence that marked the border of Wales. The old woman in the shop hardly looked up as she served him and just muttered a preoccupied, 2 points, please, thank you. Before he left the shop, she was already back as he'd found her, engrossed in a newspaper. He was going to return straight away to the boat, but chose to have a quick look at the fence and started out across the field. The grass was yellowed and patchy. The tall stalks of another plant stood up at odd intervals. Irregular areas of grey earth lay in between the parched vegetation. The fence ran in a dead straight line, and Evan could see that the field continued on the Welsh side for a few more 100 yards to a thin row of trees. Through the trees were the buildings of the marina that they passed earlier. He walked right up to the fence and looked down at the ground, which lay just at its foot on the far side. It was uncanny to Evan that the ground on the Welsh side looked identical to that on the English side where he was. Reason cried, "But that's Wales and this is England. Surely there ought to be a difference." Further along, where the border ran into a small wood, some of the taller trees had branches that reached over the fence. Are those branches English or Welsh? If they hang over the English side, are they part of England, even though the trunk of the tree grows out of the Welsh soil? What if it's an apple tree? Are the apples that fall off those branches produce of England or Wales? Evan chuckled at himself for contemplating such childlike logic, and wiped the sweat off his brow. The fence was about 9 feet high and topped with a reel of vicious-looking barbed wire. Every 100 yards or so, a square yellow object was attached to the wire at eye level. He walked up to one of them. It was a metal notice. there was a broken triangle and the words, Roland Cooper Zone Warning. Welsh border transit restricted to established crossing points for full domestic passport holders only. Do not attempt to breach border regulations. Zone personnel are ordered to shoot all persons attempting unlawful entry into Wales. They will shoot on sight and they will shoot to kill. No new warning shot will be given or attempted arrest made. For further information, contact... There was a long paragraph of bureaucratic small print and a large skull and crossbones at the bottom. Evan decided at that moment that he would never return to Wales again, and he somehow knew that Rossin wouldn't either. A heavy drop struck Evan's nape. A few more landed on the earth at his feet, keeping their shape and rolling in the torrid dust, like tiny marbles, turning brown as they picked up particles from the ground. The next moment it was as if someone had turned on a shower. Within seconds he was soaked to the skin. He cursed and rubbed the stinging water out of his eyes, but found that it was an unexpectedly pleasant feeling. The rain was warm and didn't chill the skin. The sun still shone, but the clouds were pursuing it ravenously. He left the fence and walked back down the village street where puddles were already forming. As he passed the pub, the sun blinked out and the world changed into its rainy, overcast look. The sky was a churning mass of vapour. Raindrops decanted by thunder was the only sound. The grass on the waterside green had been golden yellow when he'd left it, but as he returned to the boat it looked as brown as dung. He saw to his annoyance that Rossin had forgotten to pull the canopy over and shut the cabin windows. "Rossin," he moaned as he came aboard, "what are you playing at?" The cockpit seats are getting soaked." He broke off. The forward hatch was open, and rivulets of rain were trickling onto the galley deck. The saucepan of spaghetti was hissing and smoking. It had almost boiled dry. On the other side of the hob, the ring was bare and glowing. The pan of mince lay upside down on the deck. Its contents were poured over the two steps leading down into the main cabin. "Rossin?" He switched off the hob, picked up the pan and put it in the sink to be washed. "Rossin, where are you?" There was no reply. He went to look in the forward storeroom, careful not to tread in the mess on the deck. She wasn't there. He went back topside and opened the hatch to the after cabin. It was empty. He shielded his eyes and looked up and down the canal bank. "Rossin!" he yelled. "Where are you?" Thunder booming was the only answer. He left the boat and walked along the towpath towards the trees. Maybe she'd gone for a walk. He called her name over and over, standing still each time to listen for a reply. But there was no sound except the raindrops. He scanned the handful of people sheltering under the eaves of the customs house, but he could see, even from a distance, that none of them were her. "Rossin!" He walked around the edge of the green, his gaze panning left and right, straining his eyes through the downpour. "Rossin!" He returned to the boat, leaned over the starboard gunwale and checked the surface of the canal in case she decided to have a swim. Nothing but a million spattering raindrops. He sat down on the cushioned bench with a squelch. Where had she gone? It wasn't like her to go off somewhere without telling him, especially after making such a mess. In the galley, "Oh, Rossin, where are you?" He sighed and let his head sink to his knees. Then he saw something lying in a puddle on the deck and picked it up. It was Rossin's pink sunglasses. They were unfolded as if she dropped them. He stood up and started trembling with horror. "Rossin!" He leapt off the boat and sprinted through the rain, puddles splashing his legs. He burst into the old pub, and half a dozen lethargic faces looked up in surprise. "Where's your phone?" he demanded, in the same instant that he saw the payphone on the end of the bar. He picked it up, but heard no dialing tone. "Sorry, it's out of order," said the barman. "Do you have a house phone?" "Yes, but I'm afraid I can't let you use that." "Let me use your fucking phone," he roared, thrusting his laminated zone ID in the barman's face. The man started back. "This way, zoneman." He lifted up the service hatch. Evan dialed as quickly as possible. "Good evening, Roland Cooper Zone. This is Lance Corporal Evan Hughes. Put me through to Sector AIZ quickly." One moment. Another voice came on. Hello, Sector AIZ. "I need to speak to Team Leader Cottrell now. This is Senior Specialist Evan Hughes." "Evan? Good God, where are you?" "Is that you, Stu? Just put a Warren on, will you? Hurry up." Warren sounded gruff as he came on the line. "So, Evan, you've come to your senses, have you?" "Warren," he sobbed. "Rossin's gone. She's disappeared." "Gone? I can't find her anywhere. Please, Warren, I've got to help." You've got to help me find her. Please, 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 go and look for her. Evan, calm down. Where are you calling from? A pub. I just went to the shops, and when I came back to the boat, she wasn't there. Oh, God, Warren, where is she? Evan, tell me which pub you're in and where it is. It's called the Willow Tree, and it's in Welsh End, just over the border in Shropshire. Okay, Evan, everything's going to be all right. Now pay attention. We're dispatching a squad to pick you up. Do not leave the pub. Is that clear, Evan? Stay exactly where you are. But please, I need you to find Rossin. All right, Evan, we'll try and find Rossin as well, but you won't help her by getting yourself hurt. Now stay put, okay? Keep off the streets. You got that? Yes, Warren, thank you. A few minutes later, there was a warble of sirens. A zone cruiser pulled up outside, escorted by 2 motorcycles, blue lights flashing. All he remembered of the journey was sitting in the back of the car, watching raindrops trickling down the window. He didn't know how long it was before the door opened and a hand prompted him out. He found himself in the courtyard of Llangeri Old Base. It was almost dark and the floodlights were on. Evan, Warren was standing in front of him. He put his arm around Evan's shoulder and guided him into the building. When they reached Crystal's office, there were more people in it than usual. The boss sat behind his desk along with an elderly man in a grey suit whom Evan recognised as General Renslow, the director of the business. With him was a young man with glasses and a doctor's coat. Hello, Evan, said the director in a kindly voice. Sit down. A hot cup of tea was placed in his hands. Now please tell us in your own words exactly what happened this afternoon. Sir, blurted Evan, please, sir. I need you to find Rossin. Please go out and find her. He started to weep again. We will, Evan. We're as keen to find Rossin as you are. But we need your help. The best way for you to help us is to tell us as clearly as you can what happened during the time she disappeared. We crossed the border about 6:30 and found a pier at Welsh End to lay up for the night. I left the boat to find a shop and buy some salt for dinner. When I came back, she was gone. Do you remember seeing anything suspicious? A car parked nearby or someone watching you? No, I didn't see anything. The General asked him a few more questions, to which Evan answered as well as he could. Thank you, Evan. To which Evan answered as well as he could. Thank you, Evan. You've been a great help. Please, sir, will you try and find Rossin now? We already are, Evan. As we already are, Evan. As we speak, a forensic team from the Medical and Scientific Division are in Welsh End examining your boat and the area around it for anything that might tell us where Rossin went and where she is now. Thank you, sir. What's that you're holding there, Evan? He pointed at the pink sunglasses that Evan still had in his hand. Do they belong to Rossin? He held out his hand. May I have them? They could have something on them that could give us a clue. No, he shouted, and clutched them to his chest. You can't. They're Rossin's. I'm looking after them for her. Evan! Snapped Crystal. The director held up his hand. It's all right, Bob. Very well, Evan. I won't force you to hand them over just yet. He said, It's all right, Bob, he said. It's all right, Bob. Yeah. Very well, Evan. I won't force you to hand them over just yet. We can always look at them later if need be. Either way, they'll be returned to you undamaged. Now I think it's time for you to go to bed. Oh, I couldn't, sir. I'll never be able to sleep until Rossin's found. Renslow nodded at the white-coated man beside him. This is Surgeon Captain Salisbury. He's going to give you something to help. Evan felt a hand under his arm and looked to see Warren at his side. He stood up. I'd like you to spend the night at the hospital, continued the director. The hospital? Yes, just to make sure you're all right. Come on, Evan. Come on, Evan. Warren pushed him gently towards the door. Good night, Evan, called Renslow through the door. We'll do everything we can to find Rossin for you. When he reached the medical centre, he was taken to a private room where he undressed. Then Dr. Salisbury came back with a tablet and a beaker of water. What are these for? Asked Evan. Just tranquilizers to help you sleep. He swallowed them and lay back on his pillow. His exhausted mind switched off and he was asleep within minutes. He awoke slowly, with his head sparking and his head spinning in a way that reminded him of the antidepressants he used to take. He opened his eyes and blinked in the sunlight. A nurse was at the window, rolling up the blinds. Bore da, she piped. Evan moaned in reply. He sat up in bed immediately and immediately felt giddy. The nurse took his temperature and blood pressure, then told him that breakfast would be along shortly. It was served by a ward domestic a few minutes later. He looked at the clock. 11:30. They must have made it specially for him to have They must have made it specially for him to have it this late. Why? He wasn't a VIP. He didn't dwell on these matters, as his mind was a little fuzzy, despite having slept the clock round. His window had no view except for a bare concrete wall distorted by raindrops and condensation. When he got up to go to the toilet, the floor pitched and rolled like a ship on a stormy sea. He slept again and was woken by Dr. Salisbury. "Sorry, Hughes, I just wanted to take a look at you." "Okay. Okay? I just wanted to take a look at you, okay? Oh yeah, have you heard any news, sir?" "About what?" "About my friend Rossin. Do you know if they found her yet?" "I'm afraid I don't. It's not really my territory." His eyes never left the blood pressure gauge as he spoke. "Would it be possible to arrange a visit for Sergeant Major Warren Cotterill? I'm sure he'd come and see me if he could." "I'm sorry, Hughes, I can't allow you to have any visitors at the moment." "Why not, sir? I'm not even ill." "It's an order from your CO. Now swallow these." They were the same tablets that he'd taken the night before. He went straight off back to sleep. He awoke in daylight and looked at the clock. It was 10:40. That didn't make any sense. Until he guessed that it was 10:40 the next morning. He'd slept continuously for nearly a whole day and night. He felt hungry and pressed his call button. A nurse poked his head round the door. "Oh, hello, you're up." "Yes, could I have breakfast, please?" He hesitated. "There are some people to see you first." He shut the door without another word. Evan had only seconds to wonder what it was all about before it opened again. Crystal and Warren walked in. Both their faces were sallow and haggard. They sat down on a pair of visitors' chairs. "Evan," said Warren, "we found Rossin." His heart leapt. "Oh, thank God, is she all right? Will she be allowed onto the base too?" The big Scot shook his head and put his hands to his face. For the first time ever, Evan saw him crying. "Evan," Crystal took over. "I'm sorry, but Rossin's dead. She was found early this morning." He said nothing for a few seconds, then croaked, "She's not." "I'm so sorry, Evan, but she is." A few days later, after many sleeping pills and interviews, Evan had his first coherent memory. He was standing by the window of his room in the afternoon, with the rain pelting down outside as if it would never stop. Crystal came in and stood beside him. "Hi, Evan." "Hi, boss. So how are you today?" "All right, and you?" He cleared his throat. "I've got good news. You'll be pleased to hear that under the circumstances, the director has decided to drop all charges against you." "Great. He's very concerned for you. You know, we all are." "Where did you find her, boss?" asked Evan tonelessly. "Pardon?" "Where did you find Rossin?" Crystal paused awkwardly. "She was found by a postman on the bridge in town." "In the middle of the road?" "Yes." "Who killed her?" "Well, we're not sure yet, but we have some very good leads. The postman who collected her also witnessed the dumping. He gave a good description of the car they were driving, and one of the men. Forensics have isolated 6 different DNA types from her body. I think we can get these fellows." "What did they do to her?" Evan wasn't looking at his team commander, but he heard him shuffle his feet and picked up the stutter in his voice. "Evan, you shouldn't ask questions like that." "I want to know." "You don't." "I do. I want you to tell me exactly what they did to her. Every little detail." "Well, I don't want to tell you." He sighed. "Evan, please. You're only making this worse for yourself. You know you're very lucky. If you'd been on the boat when they'd struck, they'd have got you too." "I wish they had." "What?" "I wish they'd got me too. I should have been with her." The next day, the boss came to see him with thrilling news. Team 5A had captured a 1282 safe house and arrested the ASU that had kidnapped and murdered Rossin. They'd all surrendered without a fight and were in custody. Among them was Denzel Morgan. Another was the publican Michael Cadwallader, a known Edric. He was the manager of the Moorhen in Chirk, and was therefore probably the one who had reported seeing Evan and Rossin on the canal and had given the information to the hit gang. The day after that, he got another visit from an excited Crystal. "Evan, you're not going to believe this." "What, has Billy Temple finished interrogating them?" "He didn't have to. All 11 of them have confessed. They admitted it on the spot. Not only that, but they've also agreed to volunteer all the information we want about their parent organisation. This is going to be the biggest intelligent coup of the war. It means we can prevent many more of the kind of atrocities that befell Rossin." "It's great, isn't it?" Evan hesitated. "But, boss, if they're turning supergrass, it must be for a price." The smile on his face became a little forced. "Well, of course, but what do they want?" That's not something you need to concern yourself with. What do they want, boss? Tell me. Crystal rubbed his nose. Immunity, he said softly. Immunity. Are they going to get it? He nodded. Yes, I'm sorry, Evan, they are. So they're all going to get the same treatment as Dewi Miles. After Intel have finished with them, they'll be sent to some far-off planet with their families. Jobs, homes, security. They're going to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Yes, Evan. Evan, you must understand that we can do so much good with what they're going to give us. That's more important than punishing any crimes they might have committed in the past, even Rossin's murder. I can only imagine how that makes you feel, Evan, but this is more important than you, me, or any individual's feelings. Can you accept that? Evan paused. Of course, boss. I understand. Good man. He tapped Evan's shoulder and grinned. When Crystal had gone to bed, Evan lay in bed, closed his eyes, and for the first time since he'd learned of her death, started thinking about Rossin. Images raced through his head. His limbs jerked as they burst into his consciousness. Her eyes, her voice, her loving touch, playing volleyball with her family, walking hand in hand on Pastatin Beach, making love in that hotel bedroom, sitting beside her on the boat. Then his thoughts changed. He heard her screaming with agony and terror. He saw her blood flowing and heard a gang of men laughing and joking over what they were doing to her. Then her cries of pain lessened and stopped, just like they had with Billy Temple and his son on the phone. But the laughter continued louder than ever. It rose and redoubled until it was deafening inside Evan's mind. They laughed in their detention block cells, laughed in the interview room, laughed even louder in the first-class dining hall aboard a starship. Finally, loudest of all, from a safe, prosperous home on a planet in a far-off galaxy. Evan's eyes snapped wide open. Once again, as he'd done several times in the past year, his mind left his body. He became a detached observer, while his limbs moved on a program of their own. First he heard himself scream, long, shrill and piercing. Then he saw his right hand seize the water jug on his locker and fling it across the room, splashing its contents everywhere. He was now on his feet. The bedside locker flew against the window. The pane cracked, but the double glazing held. A fist beat against it until finally it shattered. Blood flew painlessly from his arm. The bed was tossed on its side. The door flung open, and a dozen people ran in and grabbed him, smothering and stifling him. An alarm rang. He saw Dr. Salisbury approach him with a syringe in his hand, which he drove into Evan's arm, and that was that. Evan awoke in his bed in the same room. Nothing had changed, except that this time he was secured to it with manacles. Only one other person was present. It was Warren. He sat in a chair beside him, holding his hand. Chapter 16. Evan spent 3 months at Winlayton Zone Medical Centre in Caldecott, Gwent. He slept every night alone in a locked room with bars on the window that was euphemistically called a dormitory. It didn't bother him too much because he slept so well. Every night he would just close his eyes and he'd be in dreamland, only it wasn't dreamland because he never once had a dream. Luckily, he didn't have to have too many injections except at the beginning of his stay. He had a 3-way tap put into a vein on his arm to save him from having to be repeatedly pierced by a needle, for which he was grateful. The injections were nice, making him sleepy and happy, but when his therapist decided to withdraw them, Evan rather missed them. But by that time the pills were taking effect, and they were almost as good. Most of his days were spent in session with his therapist, a bald man with a goatee beard who looked like a mandarin. None of the things he said seemed to make any sense to Evan. Neither did his reasons for making him lie inside a giant polo mint of an MRI scanner 4 times a week. The best thing about Winlayton, even better than the pills, was the garden. Evan was allowed to walk around there most evenings. It had a beautiful view over the Severn estuary, and was the only time he'd ever had a chance to see any of the other hospital's residents. They were dressed as he was, in plain white pyjamas, and didn't speak much to him, but this didn't worry him particularly. In fact, it was nice to be left in peace to wander around the grassy cloisters and look out to sea. It was a strange period of his life, dull and tedious to be sure, but also relaxed and sheltered. He hardly ever thought about the outside world, I didn't wonder how his friends were getting on. They were all right. They had to be. One day, the charge nurse woke him up early. He opened the door of his dormitory and threw a plastic bag onto the floor. "Get up, Hughes," he ordered. "What's going on, son?" asked Evan. You're being discharged. Come on, hurry up and get dressed." Evan opened the bag and found that it contained his clothes and possessions that had been taken from him on his admission in August. They felt heavy and uncomfortable as he slipped into them and bent down to tie his shoelaces. He was escorted through a series of locked doors that he'd never been permitted to pass through before, and arrived in the reception area. Waiting in the hallway was Warren. "Evan," he smiled broadly, "it's good to see you." "Hi, Warren," he replied. "How are things?" "Come in," the director responded to Evan's knock. Evan opened the door and entered the office. He stood to attention and saluted, but according to business custom, he wore only casual clothes. "Hello, Evan. Sit down." "Thank you, sir." He faced General Renslow across the huge chestnut desk. "It's nice to see you again, young man. You're looking a lot better." "Thank you, sir. I feel better." "Now, I've read Dr. Schreiber's report. He says that you responded very well to Category D therapy, and there is no need for you to be treated as an inpatient anymore. However, it will still be necessary for you to attend clinic for a few more months." "I know, sir. He explained it to me." "Good, but when you're fully recovered, we have to consider your future. That's why I've called you into here today. Now, if you wish, I'm willing to give you a medical discharge. How do you feel about that?" "I don't want one, sir. I don't want one. I want to stay in the zone and stay in the business." Renslow sat forward and took off his glasses. "Are you sure, Evan?" "Absolutely." "Well, I'm surprised. I assumed you'd leap at the chance to get out. It's what you were positively craving a year ago, but I'm pleased to see you've changed your mind. That means we have to make some plans concerning your future service. I can think of a few options." "Me too, sir. I want to become an operative." Renslow frowned. "I want to become an operative," Evan repeated. He paused. "Evan, are you saying you want to leave your specialised trade and join normal operations?" "Yes, sir. But you're a Welsh language specialist. So transfer me." "So transfer me," said Evan. "We very, very rarely do transfers between specs and ops. Your designated position in the business is what you are. It's the capacity that the business has decided that you can best serve in. It's what you've been trained and developed for at the cost of thousands of star rays. You can't suddenly decide you want to change." "But it has been done before, sir." "Yes, a few times." "Then let me be one of those few times, please." The director sighed. "We need you where you are, Evan. To move you elsewhere would be a terrible waste of your abilities. You can speak Welsh, for goodness sake." "General, I'm willing to wait in my present capacity until someone is recruited to replace me." "But why do you want to become an operative?" "I feel it's the best way I can serve Roland Cooper." Renslow rolled his eyes to the ceiling and tried a new tack. "Evan, operatives are men and women who are thoroughly trained soldiers. We wouldn't normally contemplate recruiting anyone without at least 3 years' service and combat experience. You're a civilian contractor. You've never even been through induction. If we took you on as an op, we'd have to train you up from scratch. It would waste both time and money. And you're 24 now, no spring chicken. There's also your own career to think about. If you transfer to ops, you'd lose your senior status and have to start again from the bottom of the ladder, like any new operative. All in all, you're completely wrong in every way." "Sir, don't tell me I'm just a green civvy with no experience. I was on a detachment to an operation team for 7 months. I've been on odd posts and patrols. I've been in combat situations. I fired a pistol in anger and killed. I've escaped and evaded pursuit by dogs. I hold the Paris Cross, for God's sakes." "Sir." The director took this outburst without so much as blinking. "I know, Evan. You could say that I have been a de facto operative on several occasions. I've done good work, sir. Ask Team Commander Crystal, please. I want this." Renslow leaned back in his chair and put his scrawny arms behind his head. He gazed at Evan with something that blended amusement, annoyance, and respect. "You're an extremely insubordinate and headstrong young man, and determined." He sighed. After you're passed fit by Dr. Schreiber, I'll give you an 8-week trial period at Bryn Mawr. If you hack it, you can go on to basic ops training." "Oh, thank you, sir." Thank you. The following page is an illustration, a map of Wales, with the area covered by free Wales, which will be described in the text. Part 4. Free Wales. Chapter 17. The darkness inside the wood was so complete that it was solid. Go to Starlight, he ordered the rest of the troop. A few moments later he raised his fist in the air and they all halted and crouched on the muddy slope. What's up, Evan? Esau's inquiry was a whisper in his earpiece. Just checking the way ahead. He scanned the forest below. Through the night scope it was a grey blur of tree trunks. Chop chop, mate. Don't forget we have to be in position at Cwmgrach by 0300. Esau, you put me on lead, didn't you? So let me do my job. Esau tutted to himself. Evan panned left and right with a lens built into his helmet and listened intently. Nothing moved or stirred except his own pulse, and once the far-off hoot of an owl. "Okay, move on," he whispered, and brought his Templin 12 assault rifle up to his shoulder. Whatever his senses told him, he always felt precarious when venturing into somewhere like this. There were so many places for the enemy to hide or set up an ambush. The forest deepened, the gloom closed off behind them. There was a gibbous moon overhead, but the canopy let through so little of its light that it was virtually useless. Why do they have these trees so fucking close together? Why do they have to have these trees so fucking close together? Grumbled Connie. The wood's paper crop, said Esau. They plant them as close as they can to get as many possible onto the estate. When they're cut down, they go to the mill at Hirwine and come out as line A4. Evan was half listening to Esau, so it took him a second longer to notice the object that it otherwise took half a second longer to notice the object than he otherwise would. It was so tenuous that it could have been a horizontal pixel line in his eyepiece display. But stand to. Everybody froze. Esau crawled up to his shoulder. What is it? There, about a foot off the ground. Looks like a tripwire. Oh shit, must be a claymore. Esau shivered. Very well spotted, Evan. Jed, a cheery-faced 26-year-old senior op, was the unit sapper. He crept nimbly up to the wire and followed it along with wary steps. Yup, he said, it's a claymore. Duponist? No, homemade. Just some plastic shoved into an old cream cracker tin with a few screws and nails. They're improving. This one's been painted brown for camouflage. Ah, a simple friction fuse. Got it? The wire slackened. It's safe. Better luck next time, Taffy. Evan breathed a sigh of relief. If he had broken the tripwire and triggered the fuse, the mine would have exploded, spraying him with shrapnel. How did they know we were coming this way? This was from Stevie, the new boy. Even in a trackless forest, there are a finite number of passable routes, explained Evan. They probably wired every one of them. I bet there's 10 or 20 of them across the valley. Shall we call in a sweeper team, Esau? No, I'll issue a warning for this area, but the animals will probably have disposed of them for us within a week, poor things. They marched on in silence. At 0100, Jed took over lead and Evan went into second place as map reader. He saw that they'd come a long way in 6 hours. They'd come a long way in the 6 hours that they'd been tramping. It was tricky terrain, but they were ahead of schedule despite Esau's impatience. They'd been on a routine foot patrol near Glencorrwg when they'd received an urgent radio message and turned north. They entered the Arvan Forest Park by midnight and were circling the shoulders of Mynydd Resolven. Now they were descending its northern flank. They took a 10-minute break at 0200 to have an oat bar and some water. It wasn't a hard march. Each of them, from Esau, the team leader, and patrol commander, to Stevie, fresh from training, was capable of tabbing for 12 hours across the Brecon Beacons and still be ready for action at the end of it. For the final stage of the journey, Evan was in third place, covering left flank. The mountainside got steeper. Then lights appeared between the thatch of tree trunks. They slid the rest of the way to the edge of the wood and saw a cluster of houses clinging to the wall of the Neath Vale. Welcome to Cwmgrach, boys, said Esau. We hit it on the nose. Well done, the map readers. Now, let's find our drop and get into some good positions. They clambered quickly down the slope, careful to avoid starting mini landslides of mud and scree. There must be an easier way to do this, moaned Connie, as they searched the bushes beside the approach road to the village. There wasn't time, said Evan. The home only The home only got wind of it yesterday evening. This place is probably crawling with Edrics. This place is probably crawling with Edrics. If we'd come here directly by road, they'd have spotted us and smelled a rat. It must have been difficult enough just dropping off this package we're after. Connie paused, then said sarcastically, I'm so glad I've got an expert and experienced operative like you here to explain these things to me. Evan sniggered. Someone has to, obviously. Connie stopped, searching, and looked at him. What did you say? I think you heard me. Shut your face, Evan. Who's going to make me? Esau ran up to them and grabbed them both by the Bergen straps. That's enough. Where the fuck do you think you two are? On the dance floor at the Aspen? You're on a mission. If you want to act like a pair of kids, I'll send you back to school. There was a long silence. He let them go and beckoned. We found it. Come over here and get to work. The group reassembled and Esau showed them the green plastic bag that had been left under a bush. He pulled it open and inside was a spiked chain. Will this stop any vehicle? Asked Stevie. Anything small enough to use this road. Now, we want to lay it at a place where we can see them coming from a long way off, say just before the bend. We will all take our stations at that point. The car will skid 50 yards or more before it stops, so we'll be firing at their rear. You can imagine that in a car that makes it very difficult for them to bring their weapons to bear. Right, let's move out. Thanks to the thick undergrowth along the verges, they found that they could take their positions very close to the road while remaining unseen. Evan and Esau were crouched on the left of anyone approaching Cumgavath. Jed and Stevie were on the right. Connie was up in the tree line 50 yards further down the road to provide an extra angle of fire as well as acting as lookout. The job of throwing the tin tack chain across the path of the target vehicle had been awarded to Evan. Timing was crucial. Too soon and the driver would brake in time to avoid it. Too late and the car would simply proceed on its way, in which case the terrorists' prey would be helpless. If there had been more time to prepare for this mission, a second unit could have been deployed at the house to protect them. But by the time the home received news about the intended hit, it was too risky for anyone unusual to be seen in the area, and Edric could have noticed and warned the assassins away. As it was, the family of 4 had been telephoned the previous evening and told to go to bed as normal, and then, without switching on any lights, to tiptoe into the garage and lie there quietly. The zone would ring the phone 7 times when it was all over. A reaction force was standing by in nearby Glenneath. All Evan and his colleagues had to do was wait. At 03:30, Esau called out on the circuit. OK lads, it's 0 hour now. Be prepared. He leaned his head close to Evan and whispered, Are you alright, mate? Yeah, tart Esau. What was going on with you and Connie back there? It was just Connie being Connie. I can deal with him. I'm sure you can, Evan, but this is not the time or place to do it. I don't like him any more than you do, but out here in the field, you've got to put your personal differences aside and be professional, OK? We've got a job to do. If we fail, 4 people die. Remember that? All right, Esau, it's no big deal. I can handle Connie and still do my job. While you're on my team, you'll only do your job and nothing else. Understand? When we get back to base, you can murder him for all I care, but right now, you leave him alone. Oh yeah, all right, keep your hair on. There was a long pause. You forget, Evan, that I know how low Connie can sink better than anyone. Every time I look at him, I remember that tour in South Clwyd. I haven't forgotten, Esau, and I know Susie hasn't. It's been nearly 4 years now, but I still think about it, how close we came to being kicked out. Every time I look at Connie, I'm reminded that it was all down to him. Can you imagine what that's like? Evan nodded but didn't reply. But despite all that, he's just a colleague, another member of my team. I've taught myself that whenever I'm out on a job, I simply ignore it, put it at the back of my mind. You're going to have to learn to do the same, Evan. If I can do it, so can you. He shrugged. Suppose so. A cloud passed over the moon, turning the valley black. Evan, there's something I've been meaning to say to you for a long time. Yeah? He could guess what it was about by the tone of his team leader's voice. It's about you and Susie. I want you to know I'm not the least bit miffed about it. In fact, I was very pleased when the two of you got together. Well, the two of you started going out, and now you're back together. I'm made up for you. Thanks, mate. I love my Shirley. I always have. That thing with Susie and Llangeri was an aberration. It was over as soon as it began. I live for Shirley and the kids. I know you do, Esau. We never did anything, you know. Especially not on that odd post at Moneyback. We just talked. I've never felt so ashamed of myself when we nearly got you and Warren killed. Esau, that's water under the bridge, forget it. Nothing happened for 10 minutes, then Connie reported that a vehicle was approaching. Stand by, called out Esau. Do you think it's them? Asked Susie. Who else would be driving up here at 4 o'clock on a Sunday morning? Replied Evan, picking up the tin tack's casting block. The sound of an engine rose out of the silence, then the glow of headlights was visible on the ground. Hold, 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 yelled Connie. It's just a delivery van. Hold your fire and keep down, shouted Esau. The white van drove past, unaware of the men lurking in the bushes. It had the name of a bakery stenciled on its side. Must be taking the early morning bread to the village shop. Sorry, I gave him Esau's voice. Must be taking the early morning bread to the village shop, said Jed. All right, lads, false alarm, but stay alert now. The vigil continued for another half an hour. Evan began to wonder if the hit had been called off. Perhaps 1282 had heard about the leak. He was about to say so to Esau when Connie's voice broke through. Vehicle approaching! They all tensed up again. Any possibility that it was another false alarm was eliminated a few seconds later. It's a Volvo hatchback, white, I think. That's what they told us it would be, said Esau. Get ready, boys. This is it, Evan. I'm on it. The wonderful thrill that Evan felt was like a rare and elusive drug, one that he could only enjoy before real action. The headlights rounded the corner and shone up the straight like a pair of torches. The tone of the engine announced that it was speeding recklessly, about 50 to 60 miles per hour, Evan estimated. He stared into the oncoming lights, carefully selecting the perfect moment, then hurling the casting block across the tarmac. It was fitted with rollers, so it kept running, dragging the tin tack line behind it, like the weights on a fishing net. Before the car reached it, Evan had picked up his rifle and flicked off the safety catch. Ba-boom, ba-boom! The car's tyres popped like inflated crisp packets. There was a crash as the vehicle fell onto its wheel hubs, and the screech of rending metal as its momentum carried it along the road. Sparks flew, and its broken exhaust pipe clattered into the verge. The car reeled from side to side, then finally came to rest in the middle of the carriageway. Roland Cooper's own, don't move, you are under arrest, yelled Esau through a megaphone. You are surrounded. Now step out of the car with your hands in the air. Make no sudden moves or we shall open fire. Nothing happened. They stared intently at the Volvo, its red tail lights still blazing. Step out of the car with your hands in the air. Do it now or she will open fire. All four of the car's doors flew open. All four doors of the car flew open. Dark shapes jumped out, and a moment later Evan was dazzled as incoming gunfire flared at them. He levelled his sights at the black figures squatting in the road and squeezed the trigger, giving each of them in turn a three-round burst. His peripheral vision lit up with the strobing flashes from Esau's weapon, and reports pummeled his eardrums. Tracer from Connie's rifle struck the car from the left at a right angle. It lasted only a couple of seconds. Then he heard the order to cease fire. Move forward! Esau bellowed hoarsely. Evan got up and ran to the car with the others at his side. 3 guerrillas lay dead, splayed like broken dolls. Their dark clothes and balaclavas were split by ragged wounds. Pools of blood lined each body, glistening wet in the light from the car. Evan, get out! Get after him! Shouted Esau and pointed down the road towards Cumgavath. A man was sprinting away as fast as he could. Right! Evan took off in pursuit, quickly leaving the rest of the group behind. Halt! Evan shouted. Halt in the name of Roland Cooper! This is Roland Cooper's own. You are under arrest. The man was running in panic. He was unarmed. Perhaps the driver and superficially unhurt, having somehow escaped the barrage that had killed his friends. Evan was slowly closing the gap. He'd been walking all night and had not slept for 24 hours, but felt more fresh and charged with energy than he had done in weeks. Halt or I fire! They rounded a bend to the right and lost sight of the others. Halt now or I fire! Or I'll fire. The target didn't even flinch. Evan stopped, brought up his Templin and fired a single shot above the man's head. The guerrilla stumbled and gave an exclamation of shock. He pulled up as quickly as he could and turned to face his pursuer. His breath came in rapid pants and his eyes flashed through the holes in his balaclava. Evan slowly trod towards him, his eye and rifle sight not moving from the target's chest. "Put your hands in the air." The terrorist raised his arms above his head. Evan knew the procedure, checked the suspect for concealed weapons, put on handcuffs, called in a custody van. He did none of these things. "What's your name?" he asked. "Fuck off, you English bastard." "I may be a bastard, but I'm not English." He didn't consciously shoot. In fact, he never even remembered pulling the trigger. He just felt the weapon kick against his shoulder and saw the guerrilla reel backwards and fall onto the tarmac. Evan lowered the rifle and walked across to stand over him. The target's body trembled and he gasped like a beach fish. His eyes stared up at his killer without anguish or hate. They just stared. Evan raised his eye shield and stared back. He reached down and whipped off the balaclava. The thin, pale face of the thin, pale face was of a man about his own age, with a neatly trimmed hair and a sparse beard. His breath became clogged and rough. He coughed and blood bubbled round his lips. There was a messy hole in the chest of his black woolen sweater. The wound beneath it bled profusely and made a rhythmic slurping sound. He had just minutes left to live. Evan crouched down. "How do you feel now, you creep?" he asked in Welsh. "Councillor Gregory and his family are perfectly safe, you know that? After this they can go back to bed and wake up tomorrow for a normal day. You've totally failed. We knew all about your plans right from the start. 4 of you, eh? 4 armed assassins against a defenceless man, a woman and 2 children. 1282 are such brave soldiers. Do you feel brave now?" Evan heard footsteps running up behind him. It was Stevie and Jed. "Evan, what's going on?" asked Jed. He didn't reply. Then heard Stevie draw his pistol and say, "I'll put him out of his misery." "No!" Evan shouted. He stood up and faced the young operative. "Put it away." "Come on, he's going to snuff it soon anyway." "Then we wait here until he does." "You're only making him suffer." "Good, let him suffer." "Stand aside, all of you," yelled Esau, walking swiftly up to the little group. He looked at the dying terrorist for a few seconds, then brought out his pistol. He levelled at him, cocked and fired. The body lay still. He frisked the dead gorilla, then straightened up and glared at Evan. "He was unarmed." Evan shrugged. "Why did you shoot him?" "I challenged him and he continued running, so I fired a warning shot." "And then you fired another one directly at him?" "Yes," answered Evan, unrepentant. "Why?" "My hand must have slipped." They heard the sound of sirens coming up from the road, and blue lights flickered in the distance. The reaction force had arrived. Esau poked a finger at Evan's face. You were in big trouble," he hissed. They walked down to Cumgrach to brief the reaction force commander, who was talking to the Gregorys in their front garden. Jonathan Gregory had been appointed secretary of the West Glamorgan County Council 3 months ago, after sitting in the chamber for 5 years. He was born and bred in Hertford and had moved to Wales to take up a job with the British Energy Commission, administering hydroelectric power stations. His origins and position made him a prime target for 1282. The fact that he learned to speak fluent Welsh and took a great interest in Welsh art and culture did not come down in his favour as far as his killers were concerned. He and his whole family were listed for disposal. That was until Evan and his teammates stepped in. "God," said Evan aloud to himself, "I'm so proud to be part of the business." The drinks went down well that night. All off-duty members of Team 8C bundled into the mess to celebrate and praise the achievements of Esau's patrol. The team commander, Calvin Moncur, made a brief and humorous speech. Evan had seen his CO several times that day, and no mention had been made of the shooting incident that morning. Not that Evan cared at all. It had been an excellent night's work, and no reprimand or even an official charge could have taken away his satisfaction at what he'd done. The party broke up early so that the patrol could go to bed. They'd been busy all day with debriefings and reports and were therefore utterly exhausted. Evan strolled dreamily along the parade ground to the barracks, yawning and enjoying the proximity of a long and blissful sleep. Connie was leaning against the wall of the landing as Evan came up the stairs. "Evening, Evan. Good piss-up, wasn't it?" "Good piss-up, wasn't it?" "You're on the wrong floor, Connie," he muttered as he walked past. "Your room's on 3. "I know, mate." He followed Evan along the passageway. "I just thought I'd drop by for a friendly chat." You never drop by for a friendly anything, Connie. What do you want? To talk to you, old friend. We're not old friends. Evan stopped outside his door. Can I come in? No, I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Just spit it out. How's Susie these days? Only someone who knew Connie very well would have picked up the very tiniest of hints that he injected into his tone. It made Evan's blood freeze. She's fine. Still on special projects? For a couple more months. Then she's going back to 5B. Is she? I see. Connie nodded. What's she been up to for the last few weeks? Survival training on Mynydde Epent. She gets back to Pontypridd tomorrow morning. I'm going down to see her. Connie smiled. She told you tomorrow, did she? That's right. Didn't she mention that she's in Pontypridd already? Aye, what are you talking about? She's there now. She came back last Monday week. That's not what she told me. I know. Connie chortled, standing cockily with his hands on his hips, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. How do you know? I've been to see her. Why? Because I've been fucking her, of course. Evan's heart fluttered. I've been to see her every night, right up to Monday when we went out on patrol. You're lying. Am I? Well, ask her if you don't believe me. You're a lying little... It's the truth, Evan. He leaned his face close. She's turned into quite an animal lately. It must be your doing. Deprivation. You just weren't enough for her, you see. She needed a fuck from a real man. She told me that you're so small that when you shove it up her, she can hardly feel it. She said there's no way you'll ever be able to satisfy a woman. She couldn't get enough of me, you know. Wouldn't let me sleep a wink in all 7 nights I stayed over. Evan lunged at him with a grunt of rage, aiming a kick at his groin. Connie dodged the blow, seized his ankle, and sent him reeling against the wall. He stood back and laughed. Temper, temper, Evan. No need to lose your head, old bean. Evan picked himself up. Get out of my sight. Okay, Evan, night-night. He danced away along the corridor. When you see Susie tomorrow, give her one from me. But then, of course, you don't really compare, do you? His chuckles echoed up and down the stairwell as he ascended to his own room. Evan fumbled the key in the lock and darted into his room. He slammed the door behind him and leaned his back against it, shaking. Evan slept badly that night. Then he got up early for the drive to Pontypridd. He had a headache and couldn't scrape off his early morning drowsiness. After an aspirin and 3 coffees, he left the base at Port Talbot and took the northern route up the Afan Vale through the mountains that he'd been walking in a few days before. He drove past Pontrhydyfen, Dyffryn, Cummer, Croeseru and Blaen Gwynfi. The valley was beautiful and he tried to enjoy it, but he couldn't. Each time he blinked he saw Connie's face and heard his gloating voice superimposed over the rush of every overtaking lorry. He was lying, thought Evan. He must have been. Susie's not having an affair with Connie. Susie and Evans had started going out 3 years earlier when Susie had been released from Stainside Zone Correctional Centre in Swansea. She'd returned with her co-defendant Esau to Team 6D. At that time Evan was at the Business Training Centre in Bryn Mawr learning to be an operative. They'd met up again when 6D was deployed to Brecon. The team used the top-secret Bryn Mawr facilities for recreation, and Evan had quickly resumed his friendships with his old team. Susie and Evan had got on well right from the day they first met at Cardiff 2 years before that. They could talk to each other easily, and Evan had always found her attractive, but it had never gone any further than friendship. This time, as their eyes met and lit up with recognition, it was somehow different. Later that same day, they ended up kissing, and 3 nights later they slept together. It was unplanned, inexplicable and fantastic. Because of the nature of their job, they didn't see each other very often. Susie was promoted to leading operative and transferred to Team 5B, which was on a 6-month tour of duty in Builth Wells. It was in a district that was badly undermanned, and she was forced to work to a much more rigid schedule than she'd enjoyed on other postings. In the meantime, Evan still had almost 2 years more training to do at Bryn Mawr. The curriculum was mentally and physically demanding. The format was intensive and gave him very little leave or free time. They would usually meet up only every other weekend. Evan would fly up to Builth, or Susie would fly down to Bryn Mawr, and they would spend a few frantic hours together before having to part again for another fortnight. It was an enormous strain, and eventually their relationship Eventually, their relationship stagnated. One day the following April, they both realised that their feelings had gone, and they amicably relegated each other back to good friends. A year later, almost today, they were back in each other's arms. Evan had tried and failed to work out the complex string of urges that had caused this. It had simply happened. Since then, they'd been going steady for the last 18 months, and Evan had begun to believe that it might actually work this time. Evan turned right at Cwm Park and drove southeast through the Rhondda. The landscape was more built up as the towns of the reborn coal industry rolled past his side windows: Ystrad, Llwynpia, Tonopandi and Porth. Then the outlines of Pontypridd rolled up in the windscreen. It was a long time since he'd seen it, but he'd never forgotten the months when he'd lived there, lived and almost died. He turned off the main road, crossed the railway and the Taff, and then climbed the steep twisting road that led to Cwmgyfarth Barracks. Foreboding flooded his heart. Susie had been living at her flat there for the previous months, though being on special projects, in the special projects group meant she was only there about 1 week in 3. She opened the door the instant his knuckles left its surface from knocking. "Hi, Evan." She was wearing a light blue tracksuit and slippers. "Hi, Susie." He kissed her on the edge of her lips, and her eyes remained static. It was like kissing a statue. His fear redoubled. Sometimes Evan thought that she'd grown a little taller since he'd first met her, but then wondered if that was just an illusion that came from her appearance. She had lost a lot of weight since the early days, and now had her strawberry blonde hair cut in a bob rather than at shoulder length. She was 27 like him, and had changed so much. "So how are you?" he asked. She shrugged. "Okay." "Everything going well on special projects?" "Yeah, I suppose so." "How's Warren?" "Fine." He paused, then put his arms around her. She pushed him away and walked through to the kitchen. "I'll make you a cuppa, shall I?" "Susie, what's wrong?" There were a couple of minutes of silence as she fiddled with the kettle. "Susie," he said quietly. She came back into the lounge and ran a hand through her hair. "Evan, sit down." They sat down together on the settee. I think it's time we called it a day." He didn't reply, but only sighed. "I'm sorry, it's just not working out." "It is." "It's not, Evan. I mean, we hardly ever see each other. We've not been a proper boyfriend and girlfriend for a long, long time." "But we have, Susie. A lot of couples spend time apart, especially in the zone." "I always think about you. I write to you, don't I?" "You're going back to 5B soon, and then you'll be just around the corner in South Pemmy. We can see each other every night." "Evan, don't. This really can't go on." She wrung her hands. "It's not just being in different places. It's the way we don't care about each other like we used to." "I do. I love you." "You don't really mean that. You say it, but you don't mean it. You love me as a friend, but you're not in love with me." "And you're not in love with me?" "No. I do love you, but not as a girlfriend ought to." "What about your chief ops badge? You wouldn't have sacrificed that if you didn't feel something for me." He was referring to the previous January when Susie had been offered promotion and had turned it down because it would have made her 3 ranks Evan's superior. In accordance with zone regulations, she would have had to stop seeing him. It was only in August, when Evan was made a senior op, that Susie could finally accept promotion and take up her position as chief operative. "Yes," said Susie. I know. I did it for you. I did that for you because I thought I loved you, but I was kidding myself. We both were." "I don't believe this." "Evan, I can't help it." "Why, Susie?" She sighed. "When we first met, you'd just come out of Winlayton. There was something about you that drew me in. Maybe I pitied you. I shouldn't have led you on. I'm sorry." "What? After 3 years you suddenly decide it was just a mistake? Do you really expect me to buy that? Why don't you dabble with the truth for once?" "All right." She ran a hand over her face and walked across to the false window. I spoke to Esau on the phone yesterday. He told me you shot a player dead." "Yes, during an ambush in the Neath Vale yesterday evening. All 4 targets were neutralised." "But it seemed this target was unarmed." So why didn't you arrest him and bring him in alive?" Evan paused. "I don't understand what this has to do with us." "Don't you? Don't you realise? Evan, you've changed." "Changed? I haven't changed." "You have. Can't you see it?" When I got out of Stainside, I related to you as the person I used to know in Cardiff and South Clwyd. All through our relationship, I fooled myself into believing you were still that person, but you're not. You're someone completely different. In what way? You're petty and spiteful, obsessed with work. You've been getting worse every day. She nibbled her nails, then swung round to face him. Heaven, what happened to the man you used to be? That warm, gentle, affectionate soul, who I could sit and talk to for hours, who could cheer me up whenever I was down and make me feel that maybe life wasn't so bad after all. Where is he? Because I miss him. I miss him badly. She blinked away a few tears. Evan chuckled inwardly. He could see through her so clearly. So that's it, is it? You don't want me because I've changed? She nodded. It's got nothing to do with Connie. He kept his voice deadpan. She blanched and said nothing. Oh yes, he told me everything. He told me how he came round here every night for a week apparently. And apparently I'm not good enough for you and I can't satisfy you. You need a real man like him, he said. Her horror turned to anger as she flushed. What? I never said that. Never. How dare he? Aha, so he was here. She looked at the floor. Yes, but it was only on one night. The Wednesday. It wasn't all week like he told you, and I never said those things about you. I promise. He's a liar. He's a liar? All that crap you've just given me about us drifting apart and how I've changed. You're still hot for Connie. Always have been, always will be. No, it just happened. One night only. I didn't plan it. So why did you come back to Pontypridd 2 weeks early then? I wanted to spend some time by myself. Bullshit, Susie. You arranged to spend time with Connie. I didn't, I swear. He just turned up on my doorstep one evening. I bet you've been seeing him for ages. I haven't. There was a pause. Susie, Evans said more quietly. He uses you and casts you aside when he's tired of you. He openly two-times you. He humiliated you in front of both. He openly two-timed you. Humiliated you in front of your friends, slandered you and stood by and watched while you could have been discharged from the zone and you were sent to jail. You are nothing to him than an exercise ground for his ego. You know that. Yet again and again you go back to him like a lovesick schoolgirl. You're pathetic. Susie stood by the kitchen door with her back to him. She didn't reply. I suppose you'll be entertaining him, Evan continued. I suppose you'll be entertaining him some time over the next 2 weeks. The 2 weeks you were going to spend with me. Actually, I'm off to Guernsey tomorrow. I'm going to spend my leave with Mum and Dad. Right, Evan stood up. I'll be going then. Shall I tell Connie you'll call him? No. Fine, it won't matter, because in a few weeks you'll be living right next door to him in South Pembrokeshire. Very convenient. In South Pembrokeshire, very convenient. Evan, whatever you think of me right now, the truth is I'm not dumping you so I can have a clear run with Connie. Yeah, sure, he replied sarcastically. I'm not, Evan. What's more, I probably won't even see Connie for a very long time. You see, I'm not going back to South Pemmy. I'm staying on in special projects. My detachment's been extended. I'm off to Radnor Forest next month. If you say so, Susie. He walked towards the door. Evan! She trotted up to his shoulder, her face plaintive. I don't want this to spoil our friendship. Please, can't we stay on good terms? Whatever you like, Susie. I couldn't give a shit. With that, he walked out and slammed the door shut. He whistled and lit a cigarette as he headed for the guest car park, then pulled up short and spat on the floor in anger. Damn! I've just gone and paid for 24 hours on my parking space, and I've only been here a quarter of an hour. No refunds, of course. That's 3 star rays wasted. Shit! The screaming of tyres reverberated around the underground car park as Evan accelerated out into the open air. He found a pub in Pontypridd where he knocked back a few brandies, then put the car onto auto for the drive home. Of all the bases that Evan had been stationed over the past 4 years, Aberneath Zone Centre in of all the bases that Evan had been stationed over the past 4 years, Aberneath Zone Centre in Port Talbot was his favourite. It was a huge sprawling complex thrown along the eastern shore of Swansea Bay, and it had almost everything: a naval base, an acute care hospital, and an all-Wales cavalry response unit. It boasted a superb social life with a sizable permanent garrison from all forces and divisions. Evan had made several good friends and a score of casual acquaintances. The business enclave was in a brand new section that had been built 2 years earlier in response to the escalation of the Welsh crisis. Apart from the home in Cardiff Bay, It was the largest and best equipped business facility in Wales. Over 100 staff would be there at any one time. It had its own mess, temporary accommodation flats, and an indoor firing range. There was a much bigger and better outdoor range on the main base, and it was here that Evans spent a lot of his off-duty time. His passion for extra target practice had developed during the last few weeks, and he was now on 150 rounds per day. He worked with his trusty Templin, but also cross-trained on the Shabana, knowing that in the field he may not always have the privilege of using his own hand-picked weapon, and he had to be accustomed to standard infantry issue as well. Evan entered the firing range, cleaned his rifle and signed out a box of ammunition from the range master. It was a cold day and light wet snow was falling. Evan's fingers were numb as he inserted the cartridges into the magazine, which he in turn loaded into the weapon. He fired a single clip of 30 from standing, kneeling and in prone positions, mixing single shots with 3-round bursts. The Templin had a fully automatic function with a very high rate of fire, which he'd never used in action. It didn't bother with in training because it could empty a whole magazine in little over a second. He fired as quickly as he could, lining up and firing each shot in a trice, squinting through his flash goggles. Despite the weather, he still managed to land within an inch of the bullseye every time, even from 400 feet. He smiled at his handiwork and got up onto his knees to unload his weapon. As soon as he removed his earmuffs, a voice spoke from behind him. Well, well, well. That's pretty fancy shooting for a trumped-up specky. That's pretty fancy shooting for a trumped-up specky. Evan looked round and saw a huge man in DPM standing at his shoulder. His white hair was shorter than it used to be, and he had a cleaner shave, but his bright blue eyes and penetrating Scottish baritone were unchanged. Warren! How you doing, lad? Evan laughed and jumped to his feet. I don't believe it! He shook his enormous hand. Whoa, be careful. You got a grip like a vice. He smiled down at him. It's good to see you, Warren. Likewise. Well, look at you, Senior Operative Evan Hughes. You get tougher every time we meet. I'm not sure I feel comfortable being seen with you. You're starting to make me look like a wimp. Warren, King Kong can make you look like a wimp. One look at you, Evan, and he'd hand over his wallet. Come on, let's get down the mess. When they got to the bar, Evan bought a pint of Guinness and 2 double brandies, and they took a table by the closed patio door overlooking the terrace where slush was starting to gather on the picnic tables. How long's it been, Warren? A year? Every time he looked at the big Scot's face, he found himself involuntarily grinning. Ah, he must be almost that. How's the team? He was referring to the former 6D crowd. Esau's on an all-time high. I've been put on foot patrol with him three times since September. Last month we took out an assassination gang in the Neath Vale. I heard about that. You killed one who was unarmed. Evan shrugged. Word gets round quick. I ought to voice my disapproval, Evan. If I was a responsible colleague and superior, I would, but I'm not going to. Why not? He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Because I was with you in South Clwyd. I know what you went through. No one has the right to judge you. Thanks, man. How's Connie? Asked Warren after a pause. I haven't seen much of him lately. I see, still being a king-sized tosser, is he? Evan nodded. Connie and I have a kind of love-hate relationship. I'm beginning to think that if I didn't receive one of his sharp-tongued put-downs at least once a week, I'd start to miss them. I'm sorry to hear that it's off with you and Susie. Well, never mind, I'm not fussed. There's a lot to be said for the single life, actually. He took a gulp of his brandy. It was half empty now, and the buzz of alcohol was nourishing his system. Warren watched him thoughtfully. You gone off cider? No, I just prefer shorts these days. It's a simple equation. A maximum amount of alcohol in a minimum volume means consuming it requires less time and effort. Therefore, you can get drunk faster and easier. And how many brandies have you got there? 4. 4 in one glass? Blimey, I remember the days when you were like a 3-pint-a-night man. Days that are long gone, Warren. Aye, times are changing. Wherever I look, things are different. People especially, he sighed. Remember Cardiff? How can I forget my first days in the zone? I was on the translation team and you were on 6D. We had some great times. Remember the Red Dragon, the Aspen and the Spaceport? It's not like that now. In those days, any posting to South Wales was a cushy number. All we do is doss about in a pub all day. Now look at us. Yeah, out in the mountains at 8:30 late as fuck doing a bloody ambush. Can you believe we're in West Glamorgan? You used to have to go up to Llandovery or Anglesey for a life like that. All those young hotheads who longed for adventure and hated home tours because they were so quiet. Warren snorted. They'd be perfectly hated home tours because they were so quiet. Warren snorted. They'd be perfectly happy here today. The boundary's only a few miles away now, on the other side of Mynyddig. Times have changed indeed. There was a long silence which Evan broke. What are you doing in this neck of the woods anyway? I've come down for Paris week. You're a few days early. Aye, that's because tomorrow I'm having a meeting with your boss, Calvin Moncur. Really? What about? Sorry, lad. Evan tapped the side of his nose. Evan laughed. Still the old business reserve. Aye, these days everything is strictly need to know. Just because our name was broadcast on Terror TV doesn't mean we're going to give anything else, even to our own staff. Rod Kester's a lot stricter than Renslow was. Our new director is determined to prevent anything like that around-the-world fiasco from ever happening again. So Kester blames that on the old administration. Totally. He always believed it was caused in the most part by Renslow's incompetence. He also reckons that if it wasn't for old Renslow, we'd have caught the bastard who blabbed. He could still be at large, you know, Evan. Yes, I know. And Evan thought, I've got my own theories on that, but who'd believe me? How do you get on with Moncur? He's a hawk, I'm an ex-dove who's searching for a new outdoor life. We're on the same wavelength. You know, he's been in the business right from the beginning, said Warren. He worked with Kester, Grayson, and the other founding fathers back in the 80s. He's one of the men who recruited me. I used to idolise him. Used to? Oh, I still admire the old hard-ass. I just think he's one of those people who's simply been in Wales too long. Maybe I am too. He rolled his eyes to the ceiling in mock weariness. Wales, the doorstep of hell. He quoted a well-known contemporary war poet. He grew up in Talgarth near Brecon, said Evan. He's from a Herefordshire family, but still Welsh enough to see things from my point of view. His teenage brother and sister were murdered by a gang of nationalists back in the 70s, beaten to death with baseball bats for being English and daring to live in Wales. Moncur's a hands-on commander. He goes out into the field with his men and fights alongside them. I've seen action with him several times. Aye, he's a good man. I know you shouldn't speak ill of the dead, Warren, but I never really liked old Crystal. He was all budget allocations and internal politics. He forgot about getting the actual work done. Yes, said Warren, half in a voice of half agreement. I used to think of Crystal and Moncur as being opposite ends of a spectrum. Robert Crystal had been killed just before Christmas the year before when he'd taken charge of an operation in Gorseinon. A 1282 squad had invaded the offices of a large computer firm and shot dead the entire board of directors. They had intended simply to walk out and escape, but a wily zone patrol had raised the alarm and had had the building surrounded by a reaction force, trapping the culprits inside. The terrorists promptly took hostages from the office's staff, and a 4-day siege began. Eventually, they burst out from the front entrance and attempted to break through. Crystal was shot dead in the fight and was buried in his native Dorset. He was 36 years old and left behind a wife and 2 children. Evan and Warren had another drink. It was Warren's round, but Evan insisted on paying for the second double in his 4-shot brandy. I hear you're doing a bit of lecturing at Bryn Mawr, said Evan. Yeah, at the beginning of the year. Warren wiped his mouth and put down his Guinness. I enjoyed it, but I'm glad I moved on to special projects. Kester's begging me to take a commission. Why don't you? What, me? An officer? You must be joking. But think of the power, the responsibility. You'd be able to make things happen the way you want them to. That's what the director said. He wants me as special projects commander. What a compliment. I can't see why you wouldn't go for it. But you see, I'm as group leader, I'm already more or less in charge, as I was when I was team leader of 6D. Crystal wasn't the one who did all the organisational work back then. It was Muggins. Officers make good showpieces. They're people you can praise when something goes right and blame when something goes wrong. But it's the senior NCOs who run the show. Besides, I wouldn't fit into the culture. It's too false and political. I'm down to earth. I'm a working class guy at heart. It's a pint of Guinness and a frame of pool for me, not Pims and Bridges. But think where it could lead, Warren. In a few years, you could be director. Warren laughed. Evan, I am never going to be director, even if I wanted to. I'm 66 years old. In career prospect terms, I'm I'm pensions office fodder. If it was me, I'd take the commission. Would you? I thought you were happy being your own person. I didn't think you went in for all this career stuff. I've changed, Warren. I can't swan around with my head in the clouds like I used to. I have to live in the real world. I have to follow the path of advancement like every other zoneman, or I'll just be a nobody all my life. I want to be going places. Warren looked at him with a slight frown on his face. He shrugged. There was a long pause. So what's Special Projects like then? Asked Evan. Pretty good. A lot of the old crowd are there. Paul, Stu, Des. And have you heard Susie's decided to stay on? Yeah, she told me. So what sort of things do you do? He raised his eyebrow like a schoolteacher and gave a half smile. All right. Need to know classification. Old Kester's a real slave driver. Old Kester's a bloody good director. He's made a lot of changes, and there'll be more to come. I wholeheartedly approve. Was the Special Projects group his idea? Of course. A thing like that was unthinkable under Renslow's regime. Though it wasn't all Kester's work. Billy Temple had a hand in it, so I'm told. Evan studied his friend as he sipped his pint. It must be quite something for the director to ask you to join Special Projects. I applied, actually, and there's nothing particularly glamorous about it. All we do is retrain selected operation staff on the various trades and disciplines that they know already. Most of the real work is done in the teams. No one is permanent in Special Projects, except the commander. We all work in temporary detachments. I myself won't be there much longer, until next summer at the latest. What are you planning to do then? Well, he cleared his throat. I'm not sure, but one thing I know is that in September my service is over. So is yours, of course. Eh? It'll be 5 years since you joined up, and I re-enlisted. In September next year, we can either renew our service, or we become civvies and go free. I'm staying on, said Evan with a confident smile. You're signing up for another 2 years? No, I'm signing up for another 5. Warren chuckled. Well, Evan, you've become quite the little gung-ho Marine, haven't you? I remember when you used to think your life was on hold until you could get out of the zone. That was then, this is now. I see things in a clearer light. The zone is my future. I want to dedicate my life to fighting the enemies of Roland Cooper. Enemies of Roland Cooper? Or your personal enemies? He flicked his gaze up suddenly and eyeballed him. Evan felt uncomfortable under his stare. Both. And you want to kill them? Yes. He gritted his teeth. Of course I want to kill them. There followed a prickly silence. Evan cleared the air by going to buy another round of drinks. When he returned, he rebooted their previous conversation. So, Warren, are you renewing your service for 2 or 5 years? Warren leaned back in his chair and shrugged like a Frenchman. What? Oh, Warren, you're not serious. Evan, look at me. I'm old. Maybe it's time for me to call it a day. You're not that old. I'm 66, and that's old no matter how you look at it. Blokes my age don't go around on ambushes and surveillance with rifle and body armour. They wear cloth caps, walk with their dogs, and take up bowls or matchstick modelling. Perhaps it's time I started doing some of that. But you're bad, you're dangerous, you're in better physical condition than most 20-year-olds. You're the perfect fighting machine. Warren, you can't leave the zone. It's unthinkable. Evan, do you remember back in Langham Pond when I told you I wanted to re-enlist in the zone? I said it was because I had to face up to some unfinished business. Yes, I remember. Well, I believe I've done that. I've dealt with and destroyed whatever demons were haunting me all those years. I've found the peace I was searching for. How do you know that? And what demons? I'm not sure. I don't know what I did or how and when I did it, only that I did. There's no future for me in the zone now. I'm a 5th-year team leader. I can't go any higher up the ladder without becoming an officer, which I hate the thought of. I want the quiet life. I want to settle down in a nice, tranquil place and live out the rest of my days with no fuss or bother. Evan looked at him in dismay. I can't imagine life in the zone without you. Oh, come on, lad, you'll be okay. I never thought that you wouldn't be there for me, Warren. You should have. It's simple mathematics. You're 27 and I'm 66. By the time you've had my length of service, you'll be 74, which means that if I'm still there for you, I'll be a fresh and youthful 113 years old. Evan chuckled briefly out of courtesy. You'll manage. You've got other friends. You'll manage. You've got other friends. Other friends. Other friends. None like you. I'll miss you too, you know, Evan, but we should be allowed to stay in touch. It's 8 months away yet. And it's 8 months away anyway yet. Yeah, suppose, he replied gloomily. They finished their drinks and left the mess. Warren had to write a report before his meeting with Moncur the next day. Evan walked with him back to the business enclave, and they shook hands. Warren promised to see him on Friday evening at the start of the Paris Week festivities. Evan spent an hour getting dressed for the banquet. He stood in front of the full-length mirror on the bathroom door and admired himself. His number 2 was immaculate. The deep black tunic was as smooth and glossy as a panther's coat, and the metalwork shone in the light. The Paris Cross ribbon, which would make him a celebrity this week, stood out proudly on his chest. He had polished his shoes so thoroughly that they looked like beads of smoked glass. He swept off his cap and stepped closer to examine his face. In these last few years, he'd managed to slough off his ugliness and actually become very handsome. The freckles had gone, he couldn't remember when, and his eyes had become brighter, clearer, developing a powerful, steely shine to them, an aristocratic glint. His physique had improved as well, he'd remarked to himself, when he'd got out of the shower. He had become very lean and muscular. Life in the zone had made his shoulders broad and his stomach flat. His skin hugged the surfaces of his tight, prominent muscles like cling film. He was very different to the puny lettuce he'd been when he'd first joined up. He was different mentally as well, he mused. Somewhere along the line, he'd learned the secret of living life to the full. He was strong, dedicated, sensible, intelligent, and decisive. He was now a true man of Roland Cooper, worthy of being part of his glorious property. The perfection of the human species, the next step on the evolutionary ladder of development. His one regret was that he'd not always been so. He cringed every time he remembered his former self, a dozy, sentimental, effeminate moron who was too stupid to see how worthless and insignificant he really was. But at least he had learned and made the change. The past didn't matter anymore. He put his cap back on, drew himself to attention, and marched off towards the dining room. Today was Friday, December the 7th, by the terrestrial calendar, marking the beginning of Paris Week, the biggest event in the zone calendar. All across the universe, every zone institution held some kind of pageant. This afternoon's banquet was just the opening ceremony. Beneath was swarming with visitors, including many high-ranking and distinguished personages. Generals, marshals, admirals, dukes, duchesses and lords. The banqueting hall had been set up in an aircraft hangar at Beneath Naval Air Station. Hundreds of people were present, dressed in black and red evening wear, and they were waited on by a battalion of white-coated stewards. The tables were dressed with cream cloths, and silver candlesticks, and a string quartet played in the corner. As Evan walked in, he let one eye roam to see if anyone were watching him, and was satisfied to see that several heads turned. He puffed out his chest to give maximum exposure to his PC medal and headed for his table. Susie was standing over by the bar in a blue and orange ball gown, traditional Paris colours. She gazed at him longer than anyone else, but Evan pretended not to see her and walked on, smiling inwardly. He knew that she'd arrived because Warren had told him that the whole special... He knew that she'd arrived because Warren had told him that the whole special project's crew would be at Beneath for Paris Week. He could have sat with his friends halfway down the hall, but instead he selected a table right at the front, one away from the directors. A few new recruits, including Stevie, had been put there with the business officers. As he walked across the specially laid parquet floor, he noticed that one of the greenies was a pretty young girl. He sat down opposite her. "How do you do?" "Hi." She smiled at him. "Are you enjoying yourself?" "Yes, thanks very much." Stevie, sitting next to her, suddenly frowned at him. My name's Evan Hughes. I'm a senior operative on Team 8C. Where are you at the moment?" "I haven't been put in a team yet," she said. "I'm still training at Bryn Mawr." She was dazzlingly attractive, dark-eyed. She was dazzlingly attractive, a dark-eyed brunette with straight, sandy hair and a light Glaswegian accent. "Hello, Evan," butted in Stevie. "Hi, hello, Stevie." "Still at Bryn Mawr, are you?" he said, turning his attention straight back to her. "Well, training is essential, but the real lessons are only learnt once you get into the teams. That's where you pick up the nuts and bolts of the job. How is Bryn Mawr? I've not been there. It's been quite a while since I've been there." Not that long, muttered Stevie. It's great, she said. There's so much to learn, though. I have trouble remembering it all sometimes. Evan chuckled. Yes, I'd forgotten how difficult it was. I'll tell you what. Watcher, Evan. Warren suddenly slipped into the seat beside him. Evan looked up in surprise. Warren, hi. What are you doing here? I thought you were sitting on another table. Sitting on another table? I was, but then I looked at the seating plan and saw I'd been put next to a few boring AD Warrens, so I decided I'd much rather sit next to my old pal Evan, so I arranged to be moved. All right. A steward moved along the table and served them all with an aperitif. Do you two know each other? Do you two know each other? Asked the girl cadet, looking at Evan and Warren. Yes, replied Evan. As I was saying, if you like later on, we could meet up for a drink in the mess and I could give you some advice. Evan, said Warren reproachfully, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Oh, yes, of course. Evan leaned back so that the steward could place his starter in front of him. This is Warren. Warren, I think you know who's Stewie. And this is... He gestured towards the girl with an upturned hand. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Colette, she replied. How do you do, Warren? Hello, Colette. Hello, Colette. I hope you're enjoying your service in the business. I'm not really sure yet, she answered. I've only been here training for 3 months, but it's very interesting. All the things I'm learning. I never imagined anything similar. I used to be just a cook in the Navy. Really? Said Warren. Did you go to sea? No, I was in the mess at Tripoli. Warren used to be my team leader when I was in 6D, interjected Evan. We served together in South Clwyd. That's where I was awarded the PC. Look, Colette. He pointed at his medal. Wow, the Paris Cross! Her eyes went wide. When did they give you that? In 101. It was for an operation I did in Llangeri. I can't tell you what exactly, I'm afraid. It's classified. He shrugged and rolled his eyes upwards in a show of annoyance. Stewie had been listening to this exchange, with chin on hand, and his gaze moved from one speaker to the other. Now he cleared his throat and spoke. I've heard a lot about Warren and Evan. They knew each other years ago in Cardiff. 60 was on a home tour back then, see? Evan joined them on a detachment. He wasn't an op in those days. He worked on the translation team. Ain't that right, Evan? Evan glared at him, but said nothing. So you used to be a Welsh language specialist? Said Colette. Yes, replied Evan quietly, playing with his tuna salad. Do you speak Welsh? Well, he'd make a pretty poor WL spec if he didn't, said Warren with a good-natured chuckle. Is it hard to learn? Continued Colette. It looks so strange written down. I did French at school, and that was bad enough, but Welsh just sounds like a load of gibberish. Well, he didn't have to learn it, because he is Welsh, said Stevie. You're a real taffy, ain't you, Evan? I am not a taffy, said Evan in a voice of ice. I am a zone man of Roland Cooper, who happens to originate from Wales, a province of his great dominions. Oh, said Stevie, raising an eyebrow. That's a bit of a mouthful. For short, I think I'll still just call you a taffy. Stop it, Stevie, laughed Colette, appearing unaware of the tension between the two men. Next time you'll be saying he shags sheep. You took the words right out of my mouth, Col. The dinner continued and Evan talked non-stop to Colette, preventing Stevie getting a single word in edgeways. So, Colette, he concluded after a satisfactory amount of chatting up, would you like to meet up somewhere this evening? Yeah, sure, she smiled. Would 8:30 be all right? No problem at all. See you at the mess at... Evan! Stevie interrupted again, even more brusquely than before. Have you told Colette about how you knew Warren before you joined the zone? I'm sure Colette wouldn't be interested in hearing about that, growled Evan. I think she would. You and Warren were both hospital porters in Civvy Street, weren't you? Just like my dad. Evan felt himself flush. That's right, said Warren after he'd swallowed a mouthful of chicken and stuffing. I was with Stevie's dad in the BPZ auxiliaries. We were hospital porters in South Africa. When I left the zone, I did the same job. That's where I met young Evan here. He'd been portering most of his life. What does the job entail? Asked Colette. Well, basically you handle all the logistics of the hospital, the movement of patients, equipment and things like that. But there are many different fields and disciplines. General portering, theatre, post-delivery, rubbish collection, all sorts. It's a nice job. Hey, Evan, what's the matter? Where are you going? Evan stormed out of the hangar and into the toilets. He filled the wash basin full of cold water and splashed some onto his glowing cheeks. When he looked up into the mirror, Warren was standing behind him. Go back inside, Warren. No chance. What the fuck's got hold of you? That little bastard was trying to make a fool out of me. Come on, he was only having a giggle. He's a good kid. I know his dad. Look, I think Stevie's put a deposit on your Aunt Colette there. You were moving in on her and that pissed him off. She's fair game, said Evan, drying his face with a towel. For God's sake, Evan, just cool it. You didn't help showing me up like that. Showing you up? How? Evan lit a cigarette and dragged on it feverishly. Do you think I like being reminded of my past? Do you think I want a girl like her to know that I used to be a hospital porter? I'm a zone man. I'm just as good as any other zone man. That's what counts. Why do people keep going on about where I came from? I wish everyone would just let me forget. Let me forget. Forget what? Forget that I used to do a menial job, that I was only a hospital porter. Warren gasped. Only a hospital porter? I can't believe you just said that. His voice rose to a shout. What in God's name is wrong with you, Evan? Nothing's wrong with me. Nothing. That's the whole point. I've left my previous existence behind me. Warren took a step closer and stared at him from under a hard brow, his eyes blazing like coals. Like hot coals. Susie was right about you. You have changed. You've changed so much I can hardly believe it. You're becoming just like Connie. What's wrong with being like Connie, Warren? He's rich, he's successful, and people respect him. Women can't resist him. He's a rat. Or maybe being a rat is the only way to get on in life. Warren softened. Evan, everybody loved you the way you used to be. Rubbish. People used to laugh at me, take the piss out of me, con me, and no woman would take me seriously. Susie didn't, did she? I remember those things Kira said to me in Cardiff? That Kira was a bitch. No, she was just speaking her mind, saying out loud what all girls thought when they met me, what you all thought when you met me. Warren paused. What about Rossin? Evan jumped back as if he'd been stung. Was Rossin thinking like that? I doubt it. I've never seen anyone look at anyone else the way she looked at you. So much love, so much desire. Evan pointed a shaking finger at him. Don't even mention her name, Warren. Don't you dare! Warren took another step closer and met his outraged stare. It's still in there. That horrible look I saw in your eyes at the moment we told you that Rossin had been killed. You've never grieved for her, have you? You've never had the chance. Those brain butchers at Winladen haven't helped you one little bit. He stepped back and walked towards the door, then turned. I'm like Susie, he said. I miss the old Evan. I want him back. What's more, I'm going to get him back. So, continued Evan, the Templin is a better rifle across the board. It's lighter, stronger, and more reliable. The Shabana is clumsy and difficult to aim. Its magazine is too small, and you never get the chance to empty it. You never get the chance to empty even that without the whole thing jamming solid. How Roland Cooper's Zone managed to conquer half the universe with a pea shooter like the Shabana is beyond me. They didn't for the most part, though, said Colette. The Shabana was only introduced 800 years ago. Before that, the standard issue rifle was a wee thing called the Jenga 9. It was actually a precursor to the Templin range, so you could say that most of Roland Cooper's Nathion was acquired by zone men equipped with proto-Templins. Evan laughed. Well, Colette, you're a bright spark, aren't you? You know more about it than me. I just pay attention at lectures, that's all. She raised herself off the pillow and stroked his chest. The others usually have their minds elsewhere, but I save all that for my off-duty. Like now, he smiled at her. Let's just say that my first Paris week in the business is going to be one to remember. Evan laughed and rolled over towards her. He cupped her smooth little bottom in his hand and began kissing her throat. They'd met each other in the mess that evening after lunch and had one drink before retiring to Evan's room. She was 18 years old and extremely eager. Small, barely 5 feet high, but slim but busty with it. She was experienced and thrilled Evan with the way she led him almost the whole way through. They both ran out of steam about midnight and lay back to chat. Ah, you're good, Evan, so good, she whispered. He lay back. Do you mean that, or are you just soft-soaping me? No, Evan, I'm serious. You're a fantastic shag. What's Stevie like, then? I don't know, she snorted. Don't want to particularly. I might try him out one day if I'm in the mood, but I prefer them a bit older, like you. He was giving me the most filthy eyes at lunch today. I don't think I'm going to be in his good books for quite a while. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Well, you're quite an omelette. Evan kissed her breast. And well worth it. I've made enough enemies on the team already, so one more will make no difference. Come on, let's do it again. Oh, you beast. She climbed on top of him and squeezed his hips between her thighs. There's just no satisfying you, is there? Is there? The phone rang. Ignore it, said Evan quickly, and gasped as he felt himself penetrate her. It might be important. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, that's lovely. Don't stop. The phone continued to ring. Evan, you can always answer it and tell whoever it is that you'll call them back. No, it's all right. Let it ring. She suddenly rolled off him. Go on, Evan, please. What did you do that for? He demanded, sitting up. I can't concentrate with that ringing in my ears. Evan gritted his teeth and cursed, then rolled over and picked up the receiver. Evan Hughes, who is it? Calvin Moncur. I hope I'm not disturbing you, said the team commander from the other end of the line. Boss, what do you want? I want you to get up, put your clothes on, send the lady on her way, and head for the forecourt as speedily as you can. What's going on? Nothing to worry about, just the trifling matter of Free Wales invading Carmarthen. What? Evan jumped to his feet. Is this some sort of joke, boss? Do you hear me laughing? I'm on my way. He put down the phone and opened his wardrobe to find a fresh set of DPMs. What is it, Evan? Asked Colette. You have to go back to the guest quarters now, Colette. Find the other cadets and report to your commandant. You may need to be evacuated from here. Evacuated? Yes, it sounds like Free Wales is on the offensive. It sounds like Free Wales is on the offensive. All units from KG-1, shooting reported Camberwell Road, Llangefellach. Respond all available squads in that area. The voice on the radio sounded dim and broken over the thudding of the rotors. My God, muttered Moncur. Another one. How many does that make? 7, answered Esau, plus a few more outside the district. 7, said Stewie. What's going on? Said Stevie. Sorry, what's going on? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Snapped Moncur. This is a synchronised multiple assault. They've liaised with 1282 and aimed and timed the invasion to coincide with a string of coordinated terrorist attacks on a national scale. Their plan is simply to overwhelm us. The Endopter was running black with no lights at all, internally or externally, so Evan had to feel his way across the cabin to the starlit window. They were flying at 500 feet, and the landscape below was grey-green in his night vision. On the distant horizon, he saw the soundless flickering of explosions. Heads up, team, barked Esau. We're nearly there. Stand by. Evan chambered around on his rifle and crouched with his colleagues by the side doors of the aircraft. The floor tipped as the Endopter heeled, and the pitch of the engine rose. He gripped one of the leather straps that hung from the ceiling to keep his feet as they dropped like a stone towards the ground. The door slid apart, and he was nearly knocked backwards by the deafening noise. It was too loud for Esau to shout, so he just thumped their shoulders. They all rolled out simultaneously, and Evan was running across a field with the others before he had time to think, dodging and weaving around frightened sheep. They hid beside a hedgerow and waited for the noise of the departing Endopter to die away, then consulted their maps. It was only 3 miles, so they took off immediately, running in a single file along the edges of the network of fields. A light was on in one of the upstairs rooms, but it revealed no movement inside. Moncur took control and decided to attack the farmhouse from 2 directions. Evan and Connie were given the job of storming the back door. It was made of brittle timber, and the latch was old and rusty, so it broke easily under the force of Connie's boot. They burst into the kitchen, brandishing their templons. Nobody there. The rest of the team crashed through the front door and reached the downstairs rooms, and searched the downstairs rooms while Connie and Evan ran up the stairs to check the upper floor. They found them in the room with the light on. The house's only occupants were a farmer and wife, a middle-aged English couple who now lay dead in their bedroom, covered in bullet wounds. The mess surrounding them suggested they put up a valiant struggle before being overcome by their killers, who had probably switched the light on themselves afterwards in a typical show of 1282 bravado. When the reaction force arrived, it included a dog-handling team, whom Moncur immediately ordered to go in pursuit of the perpetrators with Evan and Connie. The dogs caught a good scent and led them southwards towards a thick forest. As they reached the first trees, Connie, who was in charge, turned to the lead handler, a lance corporal. Take your dogs back to the house. Beg your pardon, son? I said get back to the house. We'll take it from here. Connie, what are you doing? Said Evan. We'll need the dogs more than ever in the woods. We won't, said Connie. The Taffies are bound to have followed some kind of path. We can stalk them with the canine. We can't stalk them with the canines because they're too noisy. Excuse me, sir, but we don't know how many of them there are. You could be running into the back of a whole company and not know till it was too late. Till it was too late. He's right, Connie, said Evan. We need dogs with us until we get a better picture of what we're dealing with. Connie paused and then said in a cool, razor-sharp voice, Lance Corporal, take your dog team back to the house now. Very well, Sergeant. The man sighed and obeyed. Right, Evan, said Connie as soon as he'd gone. Let's go, I'll lead. Connie! We can't go in there on our own, Evan protested. What are you thinking of? Evan, he said calmly, not only do you argue with me in front of another zoneman, but now you even question my direct orders. Perhaps you need reminding of who's in command here. Evan said nothing. No? Then shut up and follow me. It wasn't too bad with their night scopes switched on, and as Connie had predicted, they found a narrow, overgrown path running between the trees. He walked 30 paces ahead of Evan and communicated with him by helmet radio. It was freezing cold, but their thick combat jackets and gloves kept them warm. The forest was so still and silent that he could have been walking through a chalk tableau. Evan continually rotated his head, his senses yearning for the slightest hint of anything that moved or generated sound. Stars glinted occasionally between the bare branches overhead, their magnitude exaggerated by his light-enhancing scope. They descended a slope and crossed a stream, then climbed upwards until they reached the crest of a ridge. Before he arrived at the crest, Evan saw a flickering yellow glow diffusing through the undergrowth and heard a series of indefinable sounds. He subconsciously quickened his pace, fear, curiosity and excitement grasping his heart. Close on me, Evan, said Connie as he looked over the top of the ridge. Evan trotted forward to where the chief operative had stopped. He crouched down, switched off his low light and got out his binoculars when he saw what was going on in the valley below. The light was coming from a campfire in a small glade about 200 yards down the succeeding slope. A crude wooden spit had been erected over it, and an animal, probably a rabbit, was roasting in the flames. 4 men sat around the fire, spaced evenly like the points of the compass. They were laughing, chatting and drinking cans of beer. Empties were littered all around the clearing, and there was a huge pile of fresh ones at their feet. 4 rifles were propped up against one of the trees in the corner. Connie sniggered under his breath. What did I tell you, Evan? It's got to be them, he agreed. The bastards who killed that man and woman. Shall I call into base? Connie grimaced. Do you want to? What do you mean? He asked, then understood. Thrill rose inside him. Connie nodded and grinned. I didn't think so. You mean we can take them ourselves? Why not? We'll just tell the boss that they shot first. Who else is here to say any different? They might outnumber us 2 to 1, but look at them. They haven't even posted a guard. We'll be able to hit them and take them out with no trouble at all. I mean, sod intelligence. They're always whining on about us taking players alive. We've done that. Look where it's got us. Come on, Evan, let's pulp them. Yeah, he said. We can approach the clearing from both diagonals. I'll take the two on the right. For Evan, the next few minutes were pure ecstasy. He was like a starving predator that had cornered its prey and was about to pounce, the scent of meat filling its nostrils, its stomach desperate for the taste of blood. The anticipation was almost unbearable as he reached his strike position, flicked off the safety catch. The range was virtually point blank. Stand by, whispered Connie's voice in his earpiece, and now. Evan jumped to his feet and fired, roaring at the top of his voice as the weapon came to life in his grip. His first target took 3 rounds in the back before he even knew what had hit him, and the second only had time to turn his head slightly before sharing that fate. The result from Connie's assault was the same. Yes, yes, yes! Evan darted forward into the glade. Eat that, motherfuckers! He danced around the dead guerrillas, whooping like a red Indian. Connie calmly walked out of the bushes into the light of the campfire. Nice work, Evan, he said, as he surveyed the carnage. Did you see him go down, Connie? Did you see him? He laughed. That was too easy. Evan picked up a can of lager from the ground and cracked it open. He took a swig, then poured the rest over the body of one of the men he'd just shot. The frothy liquid soaked into his jacket, mixing with his blood. Yekida, pal. Here's to you, the worst fucking soldier I've ever seen in my life. Connie walked over to the fire and picked up the spit, sniffed the meat and sniffing the meat impaled on it. It's done. He took a bite. A bit rare, but not bad. He held it out to Evan. Fancy some dinner, Evan? No way, mate. I feel sick touching any of their food. Suit yourself. Connie took another mouthful and walked over to the arms cache by the tree. He picked up one of the rifles and looked it over, pulling the slide and working the breech. It's a DuPontist rifle. A Haglio, not a Cairo. Most unusual. Let's see. He rummaged in a cardboard box and found a magazine. He loaded it into the weapon. What are you doing, Connie? Asked Evan. Just curious. I've never handled one of these before. Evan jumped as Connie fired off a burst of rounds into the trees. Hundreds of terrified birds took to the air, chattering and squawking. He fired again in another direction. That's enough tossing around, Connie. We've got to report into base. What's the rush all of a sudden? Connie fired at a passing pheasant, but missed. He aimed more carefully and tried again. When the clip was empty, he fished out another one and reloaded. Come on, mate, put that down. We're on a job, you know. He chuckled. Are you giving the orders now, Evan? Evan walked up to him. Don't be like that. Connie suddenly turned and levelled the 12-82 rifle at Evan, aiming it from the hip. His carefree face crumbled into a sneer. Evan's blood ran cold as he stared down the black hole of the barrel. The steel body steamed slightly in the chilly air. Connie, what are you doing? Well, I'm pointing a rifle at you, can't you see? Pack it in, Connie. This isn't funny. Evan's voice shook with fear. I know. Put it down. No, you put yours down. What? I think you heard me. Evan slowly reached out his arm and threw his Templar to the ground. Connie smiled and his teeth flashed diabolically in the firelight. That's better. What do you want, Connie? Evan, do you know what would happen if I killed you now? Yes, you'd be court-martialed and executed for murder. No, I wouldn't. There are no witnesses. I'm using an enemy weapon. I'm wearing gloves, so my fingerprints won't be on it. I could tell everyone you were shot dead when the enemy returned fire. I could kill you, Evan. I could kill you right now, and no one would ever know I did it. A silent prayer scrolled through Evan's head. It's actually something I've been meaning to do for quite a while. That's why you blabbed... Evan shuddered. That's why you blabbed to Dominsky, wasn't it? You wanted me to take... That's why you blabbed to Dominsky, wasn't it? You wanted me to take the rap for it. Connie tutted. Really, Evan? I'm impressed. I didn't think you had the brains to work it out. It was a great plan. Shame it didn't work. Why are you doing this? Has the boss spoken to you yet about the Special Projects Group? Special Projects Group? Obviously not. Connie sighed. Moncur has nominated you for a detachment to Special Projects. He was going to tell you within the next few days. What he wasn't going to tell you was that he had intended to nominate me, but had changed his mind and decided to send you in my place. That's hardly my fault. Yes, it is, Connie retorted. If you weren't here, then I'd be going. Me, a real zoneman. But instead, they give the job to a trumped-up, taffy, pen-pushing Nancy boy like you. They fuss and pander to your every whim, giving you medals and mentions, and make you out to be some kind of superhero, while I get punished and held back for being a true warrior. I don't ask for these things, Connie. What the hell do you want me to do? Refuse? Say no? I'll tell you what you can do. You can fix it so that I never met you, and you've never been in my life, ever. How do you expect me to do that? I don't, because you can't, but I can do the next best thing. I can pull this trigger and be rid of your repulsive features for good. Then why don't you? Asked Evan, with a calm that surprised him. Because the gun's empty. He tossed it at him. Evan drew in his breath sharply as he caught it. He pulled back the slide, fumbling, and saw that there was no round in the chamber, nor was there any in the magazine when he removed it. He became giddy and began to tremble. You piece of shit! Connie tittered. Touché! He walked away into the darkness outside the range of the firelight. Evan sat down heavily on a fallen tree trunk and panted deeply. Then he switched on his radio and called the boss. Protractor 4, this is from Protractor 6. Come in, please, over. Protractor 4 receiving. Where the hell are you, Evan? Over. We've located and neutralized 4 suspects. We found them at a camp in the middle of the woods. Gref 946638. Over. Neutralized? What's going on, Evan? Over. Boss, Connie and I were attacked. We returned fire and killed all 4 players, but... He sniffed. Then Connie picked up an enemy weapon and what, Evan? Respond, please, over. Evan opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped and shook his head. He wiped his eyes on his jacket sleeve. Protractor 6, come in, please, over. Protractor 4 from Protractor 6, returning to farmhouse, over and out. The following Wednesday's parade was an act of defiance towards what somebody had already coined the Paris Week Offensive. The Clint-Jonesite Welsh nationalists may have believed that Roland Cooper was just a front for English imperialism, but this didn't stop their military commanders from recognising the tactical advantage of launching a major attack during Roland Cooper's zone's greatest annual festival. On the Friday night that it had begun, over half the Welsh garrison were at parties getting drunk, and no other time would the shield be lower. The Free Welsh onslaught had finally been beaten back from Carmarthen and Llandilo, but they still held the land just to the north, keeping up the pressure. Across the rest of Wales the news wasn't good. In 5 days the renegade armies had taken over 100 square miles. Owen Clint-Jones had called it the beginning of the end of the war, and it seemed inevitable that the scheduled celebrations would have to be cancelled. But then Grand Marshal William Philpott, Supreme Multi-Force Commander of Land Forces Wales, had personally ordered as many personnel as could be spared back to ceremonial duty. He decided that, for the sake of morale, Paris Week would continue as normally as possible. The parade ground at Aberneath was a magnificent sight. Spectator stands had been raised and adorned with blue ribbons and bunting. Broken triangles hung from every window and flew from every flagpole. On December the 12th, Paris Day, all across the Nathion, zone men were celebrating. As luck would have it, the sun was shining for those who happened to be celebrating in South Wales, planet Earth. Evan's red tunic was uncomfortable. The collar itched and the sharp seams rubbed at the skin of his armpits and shoulders as he swung his left arm in time to the music played by the brass band at the head of the column. His other hand held his ceremonial arms, an oak halberd with a solid silver blade that he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to polish, along with the very heavy bronze helmet, which was Roman in style, and sported his regimental hackle on the crown. He'd moved on to spit shining his shoes, his spit shining his boots, rubbing his gold tunic buttons and picking the fluff off his felt trousers. On his left arm he wore a single chevron of his rank, and on his chest hung the Paris cross that had been pinned on him in Llangeri 3.5 years earlier. It would make him the star of the show. Butterflies fluttered in his stomach as he marched. He dreaded making a fool of himself and had been rehearsing the manoeuvre with the drill sergeant every day for a fortnight in order to get it right. Unfortunately, practice couldn't reproduce the atmosphere of having the spectators' terraces packed with generals, colonels, air marshals, admirals and their wives and children, all with their eyes on him. At least the director wasn't there. He was attending the same event at Multi-Force in Cardiff. The music stopped and there was silence. The parade halted and came to attention as the Duke of West Glamorgan rose the ranks on his horse, inspecting the 3,000 zone men stood there. All divisions were represented, including several lines of World Zone Navy sailors in blue and white square rig. They all faced the central broken triangle banner and sung, "We march for Cooper's glory." Then it was time to certify the Paris Cross holders. Evan's name was called out first among the three that were there that were on the called out first among the three that were on the Aberneath parade. He marched out of his line and approached the podium. He saluted Grand Marshal Philpott. Then the Supreme Commander pinned a gold badge on his chest next to his medal. He would receive another for every preceding 3 years of zone service. "Well done, Lance Corporal Hughes," said Philpott, and shook his hand. The parade ended with a march past to the strains of traditional Paris songs, and then they left the ground and fell out, heading for the party buffet. The business group caucused in one corner of the canvas marquee and admired each other's uniforms, hardly ever worn except on occasions like this. Evan felt magic and even kissed Susie when she came to say hello. "Great show, chaps," said Moncur. "You've all done us proud, especially Evan." "What now, boss?" asked Esau, taking off his helmet and pulling away the band which had kept his long hair in place. "Why, eat, drink and make merry, of course. Evan, I'd like you to take a walk with me. The sky was clear blue and the air unseasonably warm outside in the forecourt. The concrete walls of the zone base were 60 feet high, making it impossible for anything outside to see anything outside, so they entered the guardhouse and climbed to the 5th floor of the building, where there was a roof garden that looked out over the naval base. Huge warehouses and machine shops covered the foreground, and the dockside was so cluttered with cranes, cables and derricks and equipment that it was difficult to see the sleek, grey, knife-like ships resting in the water. The bay was calm and turquoise, and to the north lay Swansea Harbour, with a row of multicoloured merchant vessels tied up in its inside its concrete barrages. "Ugh!" Moncur exclaimed as he sipped his glass of champagne. "I wish they'd serve some light ale at these poncy-doos." Evan nodded, but downed his happily enough. It wasn't the brandy that he fancied, but it would suffice. "Evan, you did bloody good out there today. Cheers, boss. It makes me damn proud to see a businessman being adorned on Paris Day. You're only the 3rd PC we've ever had, you know." "Not the last, I'm sure, boss." "Ah, God willing." He took off his helmet, and his thick brown hair and moustache swished in the breeze. "It's a fine day, Evan." "Yes, boss, I wonder if we'll get a white Christmas this year." "Possibly. Another thing, Evan. I've been meaning to have a word with you about the Cumgrach job." "Oh," said Evan in a resigned voice. "I knew you'd want to see me about that sooner or later, only I expected it to come a few weeks ago." "Thought I might have let it slip my mind, did you?" "Fat chance. Indeed. Actually, I wanted to let you know that Intel have ID'd the bodies of the 4 players in the car. The one you chased off down the road is called Brian Glyn Davis, 25, from Mountain Ash. A vicious little beggar, but not high level. The Taffies are learning from their past mistakes. These days they prefer people with a little more objective. They prefer people a little more objective to reveal all their trade secrets to. If you'd brought him in alive, we wouldn't have got much out of him. Even Terra Temple can't make someone blab something he doesn't know." "Well, thank God for that, boss. I thought you were going to have a go at me." "Oh, don't count your chickens yet, Evan. I am." Moncur spoke without malice. "I have 2 things to say to you. Firstly, for the record, your actions at Cumgrach that night were foolish and extremely unprofessional. You destroyed a potentially valuable intelligence source for the sake of a personal indulgence. At the time, you didn't know that he wasn't useful. You ignored regulations and acted on pure emotion. I will not tolerate such disregard for procedure. Is that clear?" "Yes, boss," replied Evan, deflated. "The second thing I want to say to you is strictly off the record. You did a damn fine job, Evan. You rid the world of a piece of inhuman dirt, and in doing so showed those 1282 scum that they're going to have to pay a high price for their crimes. I'm glad you killed him, and if I'd been there, I'd have done the same. You're a bloody good businessman, Evan." He looked up at Moncur in surprise, but his superior was staring out over Swansea Bay. Thanks, boss. There's one more thing, something I want to ask you." Evan thought. Would you like to join the Special Projects Group, Evan?" "I've been in touch with the Special Projects Group, and there's a vacancy. How would you like to take it?" "Yeah, okay, boss." Moncur turned his head and gazed at him curiously. "You don't seem very surprised." "Sorry, boss. What I meant to say was, what, me? On Special Projects? Yippee!" "That's better, but you might think differently when you find out who's going to be the new Special Projects Commander." "Who?" Moncur winked. "Yours truly." Evan paused, then chuckled. That's great, boss. No, I mean it. It's great." Evan staggered into the barracks with his eyes spinning and his head throbbing. He'd lost count of the drinks he'd knocked back over the course of the evening. The last Paris Week party was still going on in the mess, and would continue to do so for most of the night, but Evan kept enough of his senses to remember that he had to pack before the early flight the following morning. He went to open his door and saw that there was a chit stuck to it with his name on. He pulled it off and focused on the words with difficulty. "Evan, I came to see you, but you were out. Pop up to my room before you go to bed. Connie." When Evan reached Connie's room, there was a note on it. When Evan reached Connie's room, there was a note on the door saying, "Evan, the door is open, please walk in." He paused slightly, curious and apprehensive, then cracked the door. The first thing that struck him was the heat and the odour of bodies filling the small room. Then there was the sound of laboured panting and grunting. He opened the door wide and saw that there were 3 people in the room, all naked. 2 of them lay on the bed. One was a woman on her back with her legs spread in the childbirth position. Sprawled across her crotch was Connie, His muscular buttocks tightened and loosened as he thrust repeatedly. He held himself over her, propped up on his arms. The third individual sat on an armchair in the corner. It was Colette. Her eyes were glazed and her face shone with perspiration. Her matted hair was hanging scraggly over her forehead, and her mouth dribbled as she puffed and groaned like a dying animal. She had thrown one of her legs over each arm of the chair and was masturbating furiously. "Hello, Evan," said Connie breathlessly. He raised his flushed head and looked at him. "Nice of you to drop by. This is my way of saying cheerio. I wanted to reassure you," he coughed, "that I'll be taking personal care of your women's needs in your absence, just like I did in your presence." He laughed. Evan looked down at the woman on the bed as she rolled her head towards him. Her eyes were closed and her makeup was smeared all over her face, but there was no mistaking her. It was Susie. He took a step back and reached out his hand to close the door, but the handle seemed to melt in his grip like mist. Connie continued laughing, and the sound echoed and re-echoed around Evan, poking him and teasing him from all angles. He leaned back and fell against the far wall of the corridor. He collapsed to his knees and held out both his numb, tingling hands towards the door. Slowly, he managed to work it shut, separating himself from the spectacle in the room. He had a few black coffees when he returned to his own room, then opened his locker and began shoveling his belongings into a pile on his floor. He winced as he cut his hand on one of his loose razor blades. The wound on his fingers bled badly, but it didn't hurt as much as it would have if he'd been sober. He found a plaster to cover it, then carried on, forcing his kit into a hold-all. There was only one more thing left on the locker floor, and when he pulled it out into the light, he froze. It triggered off a series of nameless and confusing memories that ran through his brain like spasms before settling down into a steady picture. He stood up and went over to a chair. He sat down and studied the object, turning it over and over in his hands. It was a pair of sunglasses. A pair of sunglasses with full-sized lenses. The frame was opaque plastic, coloured dark pink. Evan undressed and climbed into bed. He kept the sunglasses with him, holding them to his chest like a teddy bear. He set his alarm clock for 5:30, then switched off the light. He lay still for a while, staring into the dark, empty room. He slowly dropped off to sleep.